Okay, I think we're back, dude. I despise computers so much. I really, really just hate computers. It's horrible. Um,
It's like that joke about writers. What do illiterate people and writers both have in common? They both hate writing. What do old people and computer programmers both have in common? They both hate computers. Yeah, test worked.
okay, it appears to be fixed. Oh my god. Oh, you can see me again. Oh damn. Oh, look at this handsome boy.
Uh, so just you see this just have you noticed how often Fatshark employees have the correct opinion?
It's kind of nuts. It would be crazy if they could implement that correct opinion in the
But,
game,
but,
dude.
yeah, but like this. See, this is the difficult part of being of uh of sort of this is one of the reasons that I quite wanted you to be in test. Do you know the expression? It's better to have him inside the tent pissing out rather than outside the tent pissing in. I very nearly said that to Catfish. I was
That's
like, because because it's like from the outside, the frustration is there at least it's like
that's a fantastic expression. I don't think it could be applied more. Okay, look at my raid alert, and then we'll get into the maps. Check this shit out.
I'm going to raid
well,
you!
I have to go in 30 minutes
Oh, we don't have time
because
to go through the maps like
I'm
I
talking
want.
I'm talking I'm talking to them in 30 minutes and then I'll be back about an hour later.
Oh,
So
very good. Okay,
yes.
all right. Okay, I hope people like the fucking raid alert. It's pretty good. Cause yeah, I get raided like once a year, and then I'm like, wait, what is that noise? It's like the default Twitch alert noise. That's horrible.
I think it's the difficult thing about Fat Shark as a company is just that at an institutional level it's so frustrating because there's no communication and stuff doesn't happen and then like in practice you're like oh like
In theory, the game isn't abandoned, but in practice, it is. And when you look at what's happening with the content that we already have, which is
yeah
not a
yeah
good, not a
no, no, no.
good place to be in.
I just mean it's like you know how it's like your natural inclination is to be like what a bunch of cunts what a bunch of cunts so just like whenever you're frustrated with like an institution and I think it's just it's
I
difficult
hope
because
your internet is giving out and not mine, because I'm straight up going to cancel the stream if my internet drops.
probably mine.
I hope so, dude. I had a random internet like completely dropping yesterday, like on two occasions. I don't know why. There's no explanation for this. I pay out the ass for Swiss internet, and it just sometimes breaks.
I pay out the ass for the most haven't fixed the problem here, and they've just told us our complaint has been closed after 7 engineers came to fix it.
Yeah, my internet's broken, Grab. I have no idea if you can hear me. Give me a sec.
I'm going to raid you!
In theory, I should be back. I am this close. Oh. I am this close, dude. I am this close to just destroying my router and plugging the old one back in, which may not even work because I think they disable it remotely.
Why would they disable your old router?
Because they had to enable the new one from a distance. Like, I had it, I turned it on when I changed it, and no internet. It was plugged in correctly, no internet. I had to wait for them to, like, press the button to turn it on.
Gives me a headache.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine if you had people who were using your service who, when their router broke, could use an old backup one. That'd be crazy.
In fact, I crashed. Cable modems can automatically handshake to ISPs. That's I'm super happy for you, or very sorry that happened. The best part is that when my internet cuts out and then it comes back in, I have a little pop-up window for OBS that says it shows my two channels to see, it shows the status of each stream, and it just says an error occurred, please try again later. Surely this time it will work. Okay. New skins in shop today? Don't know, don't give a shit.
You have to care about skins because Miguel might have drawn some of them.
Is that true? Okay.
No, I'm just, it's just sad as possible.
What's a map we haven't touched on last map stream?
We didn't, well, I mean, we didn't do Power Matrix.
Yeah.
We
That's
did-
the powerful one, yeah.
We didn't do any of the new ones, Warrens or Carnival. We didn't do there's a big one. We didn't do Chasm Logistratum. We didn't do Hab Draco, but Hab Draco, for obvious reasons, we can't do on stream.
Yeah.
We didn't do. My brain is empty. Which maps exist?
Don't worry. It's Power Matrix is a really good one to do because it's one of the most needlessly broken maps.
But it's also it's got some of the best bits. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
No, like if it has wonderful geometry, it just doesn't function properly.
I do.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm starting like a shadow play recording on top, so I can like make a video, like a separate video per map for the LDs. Oh, do I have my camera free flight set to be the funky one that someone made for me? Thank you, Speed Press, by the way. No, okay, it's the normal one. Whee! Can you walk through doors? Yes. Okay.
I mean, this gameplay looks illegal. Are you engaging in hacks in the online video game?
I
thought
am
they had
engaging.
GG.
I am engaging in hacks.
People just streaming hacks on Twitch.
By the way, like very serious thing, me and other high-level players are willing to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars to set up a private server. That would let us play the game with mods and shit. This section is about as unproblematic as it gets. I don't know. Usually nothing happens.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about this section is the lower area doesn't. There's not enough reason to go to the lower area.
It has loot.
Yes, I suppose I just mean that like fights don't actually tend to happen using both levels of the space. It tends to just be, it's partly like a question of.
Do you know why that is?
Yeah.
Like first of all spawns, but also they don't really have an easy way to get down.
Yeah.
So you basically go down if you really need to kite to create some space, but when are you gonna do that in this area? Like this is the start of the map. we don't really have much happening here.
Oh yeah, because to me, what I would do with this area is like, if you look back at it, all you would need to do is slightly expand it horizontally, and make it an actual encounter. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's got cool geometry, it's got cool sightlines. If it was just slightly wider, you could support a proper fight in it.
Yeah, this especially is a bit narrow.
Yeah.
Plus, you can use this to cheese enemies to make them fall through the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you moved the spawn slightly further back, and
you can see the void.
We don't talk about the void. Don't look at the void. Don't draw attention to the void.
Sad face.
But I do think this is an area that would be very cool. Like, and you can imagine if you look up, you see the area, you see the platforms above you. Have you ever noticed them?
Never.
Move those slightly down.
And make enemies spawn on them? Yeah.
Eh? Welcoming committee.
Hell yeah. Plus, I'll always remember it because they showed this in their dev blog about the mobility, and they show a soldier do like this, and it was like the sickest thing. It's like, goddamn, you can mantle.
Yeah. I mean, I think aside from the mantling railings, it's the mantling in this game is mostly pretty decent. That's what's frustrating about it, is like it's reliable enough that you use it, and unreliable enough that it kills.
Well, because I mean, you don't have a choice. Like, if I could just crouch jump, this would never be a problem. But
yeah, but crouch jumping's worse, right? Because crouch jumping is like crouch jumping is a game design failure, basically.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's the best way to climb on things. This area is like this area is like genuinely a horrible place to fight, and I'm wondering, should we keep it that way? Because it has it has this, I think it creates a problem too, where this is just like such a natural funnel for enemies, that unless the enemies are like 2 chaos spawns, you can just murder everything in this narrow line. And I really don't like that.
The solution to this is
just open this.
Yeah, just open the fucking gate.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
The disconnection between these two areas. I think what that's intended to do is it's intended to be difficult for the players. I think that's the original intention. It's to funnel the players through the narrow passageway. But in reality, it's much easier for the players to kill the enemies at range than it is for the... That's my feeling.
9 times out of 10, that's being fine, unless, I don't know, you have like fucking 2 beasts of Nurgles or something.
Oh, yeah, the other issue is, take the lower position and look up. This distance is currently at the fall-off ranges for stuff like gunners and things. So you get a bunch of gunners spawned in those lower areas on the crates, looking up. You kill them from range.
Yeah.
I will never apologize to Bulwark. He knows what he did.
Oh god, yeah, everybody knows what he did. Yeah, if you open this, I think the area will be more aggressive. Maybe you could clean up this, like push it further back in, and widen this as well, because now this doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really serve a purpose now, but it's gonna serve even less of one. Also, this spawn door is weird. Like, this spawn door just feels like it doesn't really activate. Like, when's the last time you saw something come out of here?
I don't think it's a spawn door.
Yeah.
I think
it
looks
can, like sometimes you're far enough away that like you'll get a microwave of groaners, and then the game has a sanity check, and it's like, oh wait, they're looking right at us.
I mean,
what I would do is make a spawn door here.
Yes, that's a good idea. But you know what else? If you look up, I think this would be another case where you would want some stuff possibly above. If you take
balcony here.
Sorry, yeah. But you see that spawn door that you were just looking at? If you move that spawn door up, and you had a little upper area which is currently concrete,
yeah.
And then you give the enemies that are spawning out of it immediate access to both sides, because at the moment the spawn door only has access to this room. If you see what I mean.
I think. Oh, I know. It's only. It's active 9 times 7 just when you're up here. Like you're up here and enemies are like coming. Oh, actually no. When you're up here, the game spawns them here. Like it spawns them behind this wall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Okay. Yeah, you could even. What if you made like a gangplank here, like a thin narrow bridge, enemies just like sprint up on.
Unironically, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
But I think it would have to be sketchy, or otherwise.
Yes.
Like,
players would use it.
Yeah. If this was a single player game, you see that fan? That fan would activate every few seconds and blow you off the bridge.
You could kick enemies down that fan. Very nice lighting. Look at that project. Also, I'd like to say for the level designer watching this, you can ignore the rambling about the normal parts of the map unless we really say this is really important, because this is mostly about the events. Like, the events are the hardest points of failure of design. Oh, also, I hate this. This is horrible because the enemies just walk over it and you murder them. This is dumb. I don't know.
This is more generally a thing. Like, as a general principle, anytime you have enemies entering an area, they have to enter with enough speed and volume that one player can't farm them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a joke. Like, there's no level of density other than Ogrins that could possibly stop one player from mass farming.
Yeah. No, like, we shouldn't have like this. I would just like open it up, see what happens. Also, maybe this window we could widen it also, so it's like actually a proper, like, both a thing. That way you have enemies walking through here and also like clambering through this bigger window now.
I mean, to be honest, the other thing you could do to stop people from camping that is make it so that when enemies decide to pass through, it gets blown up.
Yeah, I like that. That might be a bit too much effort for the kind of feedback that I want, but that's something I've been screaming about. It's like just to have them have breaching teams. Like, they should have dynamic spawn points that they create on the map at random. I mean, at random, like, they have predetermined possible spots where they like blow up holes in the walls. Yeah.
But it's unironically a major thing is in a lot of games, the way that they clear space for spawning enemies is by making it so that before they spawn, the area gets, like, something happens that means you can't stay there.
Yeah.
Like a section falls or something. That, you know, it is a serious consideration because, you know, if it's, as a player, it's deterministic enough that you can know where to camp. It's also perfectly fair to make it deterministically kill you.
Hell yeah. and like goes beep beep before blowing up. So how you doing?
Also, just as a question to chat, just to show support for this. At the moment, do you think that the level designers have traditionally been quite concerned in this game with being fair, basically having encounters that feel quite fair? But do you think, Agatha, well, I'll come to that in a second. If the level designers were basically just to put in their most unhinged, unfair bullshit at max difficulty only, would you like that? Just whatever nonsense they can come up with, like random ambushes, nonsense angles, spawn doors from the ceiling, this kind of stuff. Like, because at the moment, the
yes.
And designs are so safe, they're so hinged, and this game is fundamentally about desperation. That's when this game is best. You have to be stressed, and that's what I want. I want them to basically take the weights off. Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying like actual honest to god bullshit. I'm just saying stuff that is much
chaotic,
much rougher. Like chaotic, yeah. And I think yes. So enemies can walk through a lot of things that we can't. And I have a clip of actually one sec, I'll show you.
The magic rager through the wall.
Yeah, the ghost rager. There are some instances where enemies will quite happily walk.
I mean, simply the Orthos offensive tox mine gas. Just add that. Like, it's the ultimate band-aid. You just shower an area in gas that buffs enemies. Players can't walk through it because they'll die. You could use it as a boss wall.
Yeah.
Just fire them up.
Because at the moment, I just think that because there's no modded difficulty for this game, we need the max difficulty to be the equivalent of Twitch mode, which is basically if you are not going into this mode expecting a fair time. Like, you've signed a waiver saying, I'm going to deal with some shit. And that, I think, is the only way that this game can have a max difficulty that actually serves continuously for a long time. It has to be nonsense. And I think at the moment, the problem is that that's the expected. It's almost like Damnation is both the highest difficulty and the normal expected difficulty. And it can't be those two things at once.
Exactly. Okay, this area, I feel like there was a clear intent. Like, someone made this thinking, oh, this is going to be the hybrid combat where there are ranged enemies posted up and the players have to have a shootout or they have to close the gap. How much does that actually happen in practice? Like, you just fucking, like, it's never a decision, just run forward and murderize everything.
This is another case where a gangplank would be good, just where you were looking across that gap. Having the ability for enemies that are in the corridor or spawning to immediately get up on the high ground on your left if you're not there could be interesting.
The issue is that they just all linearize here, and they just choke point themselves. I completely agree. Like gangplanks, like something precarious over this pit. Like, if you as a player want to take it, you're taking a risk of getting ledged. Like, it's something made with enemy mobility in mind.
Yeah.
It also feels more natural than like spawn doors teleporting them everywhere. Now, that'd be
Yes.
sick. Like, plus they could flank people, because let's say you're like holding here or here, or you're in here, and the enemies are coming through that door. Now you have another vector of attack that's coming from
Wait, look
behind
across
you.
that gap again. Towards the other side of the no, towards the other side of the room. To your right. Sorry, I'm on a delay. Yeah. Have you ever seen enemies code in there?
No, never.
So that looks like there should be a door there. That should be a spawn
Yeah,
location.
it looks like a spawn door. They
Yeah,
even
I've
have
never seen
covers set
any.
up. Look.
Yeah, exactly. I've never seen enemies turn up here.
Yeah, no, that'd be nice. You could even have actually.
Have ladders either side of that because players could go over the top of this as well.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Okay, hear me out. You make a platform. You extend this all the way here. And here you make stairs that connect this to the lower level. So if players want to have access to this high platform in melee, they have to run under the line of fire and cross up to here and then climb up. It's like a bit of a journey, right? As a side objective, like you actually have to think a bit more about your dive versus just like I'm walking forward. You know, like with the state of player power as it is anyway, it's not going to be much of a mission, but it is going to be something. And it is at least going to make this room more interesting if you do something like that.
Yeah, I think the key thing is it's like a pipe. It's like pipe width. The enemies in this game, particularly on the max difficulty, are spawning in high enough numbers that you need a wide enough pipe for them to actually move through the space en masse. And too many levels have
Or a
too
lot of
many
pipes.
yeah, exactly. It's because it's like multiple small pipes, one big, and it's like a lot of the maps they just don't have enough. Yeah, like the enemies just can't get around.
Also
Basically.
remove this. I don't know why this is here. This is really stupid. There's no reason for this obstruction. Like, I don't, what is the level design intent behind this block only being one way, not the other? Like, the only thing it does here is actually prevent an avenue for enemies to flank us and get to us. Because, like, yeah, like, you never think about this as a player. Like, all I do is just climb over this, loot, full loot, and then keep moving. Easy
Yeah,
to get
I
in, but
think that's
risky to
right.
get out. But it's not risky to get out. Like, if this is the intent, you just do this. You're out. You know?
Oh yeah, but that's like that's you saying that in 2024. Like this map was designed in 2022.
Probably even earlier,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
I know.
It's like this guy's like, well, you because I mean, but think about it. If you because I mean, I think the other thing is back then it's like you run out in front of a bunch of shooters with the base character and you don't know how like the immunity works. You could
You're
easily
dead.
die doing that. Yeah. Gas-filled rooms.
Interesting. We can't. Yeah. Interesting. For sure.
Brat plaid. Well, I think what he's saying is it's Dutch ovens.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying even before, I'd like to clarify to Catfish, I've been saying even before being on test that, like, the gas mechanic would be interesting to implement further, and it was, like, the one thing I liked about the Orthos Offensive. Also, Physics Bucket.
Well, but it's not just gas. It's also stuff like on smelter, lava. In areas that have different, basically just different areas could have different reasons to lock off individual. Because basically you can have a lot of these areas that have a variation that has a 10% chance to spawn instead of the normal chunk. You know, it's the same thing, but it has a certain section of the floor is covered in lava, that kind of thing. You know, there's a lot of ways to basically break up, because it's not just the case that the geometry is always the same. Sorry, it is the case currently that geometry is always the same. And you could, a lot of these, if you make maps that have a larger number of possible routes you can take, then it gives you more options to break it up run to run.
Okay, they can climb up here. Look at my boys!
Let's go.
I
for
wanted
this
to
one.
test that.
I have to go for an hour and 5 minutes, so let's quickly go into the next one, because I think the next room is the...
Hell yeah, good luck. Yeah, I think this is, like, potentially very interesting. This door is broken, fix it. Enemies can't pass through it. It is leading into one of the most interesting and also broken rooms in the game. The Hell Room.
You can feel how, like, just looking at the geometry in here, you get this sense of like,
Set piece.
yeah. I'm not sure what's about to happen.
So, what is the number one thing experienced players know about this room? It's the way things spawn. You move forward a bit. What does that do? It triggers the upward spawns. What happens when you have the upward spawns? They all trickle down on here, and they are now behind you. If you actually had enemies spawning on Damnation, this could potentially be a problem that you had to contend with. I like this room because it does a few things. It's a bit janky, but look at this. Just look, there's like massive inherent verticality.
This way.
There's a lot of sightlines happening. I don't like this. Do you reckon we could just get rid of this? I think this is one of those things that feels like was probably thought up to block player movement, but it ends up being the case that it's just enemies can't pass through here. So you just, you know, just run past it. I don't know. How do we solve Power Matrix? How do we solve this?
Well, see, because that room's interesting because it's both a problem and a solution.
Yeah.
It's like it's complex, and I think that's cool. It's just a kind of weird mix of things. Partly, I think the thing it does say is that stuff coming from above very often is the trick. Like basically just not having spawns that are on your level and offset laterally.
I think the issue with the upward spawns is that it's very trickly. Like just the fact that this is a two-step drop. Like enemies just like drop onto here and then they drop down means that they're very... There's like this syncopation, this break in their, you know, in their flanking maneuver. And due to the size of the room, very often the enemy force will split itself, but not in a cool way, like we're being hit from multiple angles. It's like they'll come from the front, and then there's like Tom, Jim, and Bob lagging behind, dropping down on top of here.
It's also that the Medicaid room is a bait. That's one of the other good things about this. And the thing is,
it's a bait in two interesting ways. It's a bait on this level, because you want to naturally retreat into here, and this is one of the few instances where there's an enemy funnel that ends up being detrimental to the players, because enemies can drop down from here, and you know, just here, and they come in from here, and they come in from here, and it's very hard to get out if you can't like just leap out this window. It's also a bait when you are much further along, and you need to kite. This part is like really not player favored, because it's, you got this tight narrow hallway that you can abuse to murder stuff, and you've got the emergency drop down here if you need to. This tight room is not player favored. Being in here is never good. You never really want to be here. And so if you've made it past what?
Okay, so you know how you can abuse it to kill the enemies here is because ranged enemies set up don't respond quickly to you like jiggle peeking them basically.
Yeah.
Do you know what enemies need? Gunners need Overwatch.
Yeah. Open this window. Open this window. Have ranged enemies look at you.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I like that. Dude, Overwatch. All right, that's going in the list.
And you've got this area here. Enemies can see you and drop down on top of you from. So if you often one of the emergency maneuvers you can do is go back down here, and now you've taken the bait again, and you have to do loops again by going back. It's a cool section. I think it needs some adjustments so enemies can use verticality more meaningfully, because you do have these nice little drop points. I don't even know if they can use this. I never knew this was here, because I'm thinking we need more ways to get enemies to come down. Okay.
I think they probably could, but they usually don't. Because I guess the big thing, I'm literally going to go into the big thing I would say about this is just...
Yeah, they can, look at that.
Hell yeah. They can probably jump back up as well if I'm trying not to. But the big thing about this area is it's complex and it's vertical. And even if it's not ideal, it still produces more interesting situations and a tougher time for players. And verticality is like, almost all the cool dangerous areas involve some verticality.
Yeah, I think it's not... Like, it needs tweaking so the enemies can get behind you quicker. Which doesn't just involve, like, the whole drop-down thing, but there's a specific problem here. What happens when there's enemies behind this? Well, they have to leap up, clamber over the thing, and then jump back down. So you just murder them.
Yeah. And it's also about how enemies, like, enemies don't really have positioning actions that are fast. Like...
Yeah. Like, you could literally blow this wall. Like, when this is spawning a boss, there's a spawn door here, and now the enemies just ooze out of the wall. Use that. It would help with map testing if there was like 5 times spawns. Yeah. I mean, a lot of problems in this game is just that there's not enough enemies to accomplish anything. You very rarely get to see like the flow of a horde or whatever. Yeah?
Hold that thought. I'm back in a minute.
Back in an hour, more like.
Yes.
Good luck, dude. They fixed the spawns yet. The spawns aren't fixed here. There's also this. I don't like this. This sightline is gross. We've all been sniped by a sniper we had no idea existed that was setting up all the way across. I'm not a huge fan of that. Keeping it here I think is fine. You can even remove this thing, like break it or something. It's visual noise. I kinda like that this bridge is like... The idea for it is that it's precarious. Right? Because you're running across this exposed thing. How many times do you end up actually running through here? And having to think, oh man, I'm getting shot. You don't really, you just run forward. I don't really know how to solve this. Maybe having 2 bridges? What can we do here? Yeah. A gangplank. This is the gangplank map. We just have like a bridge extending down from here so enemies can run at us or something. Can nothing spawn up here? Is it only ambience? If that. Imagine how much more threatening this bridge could be if there could be dudes up here. Look at the sightline you give enemies. Yes. Extend this up to here. Put a spawn door here. You can skip places? Yes. You think you want shooters in unreachable places? Why not? I don't like that melee is the end of shooters. Like, I'd like the game to encourage me using my guns. Plus, you know, imagine, even if I can't reach them, I can just line of sight them. I can go away. And I did say I wanted that gangplank. Or a way that, like, you go here, and the ramp is, like, extended down. And you can actually go up it. I'm not sure I want it to be completely unreachable. I just want it to be hard to reach. This room's annoying, but it needs to stay annoying. I don't like this. I really don't like this at all. I feel like going here is way too safe. Because everything that was pulled up here that you've triggered forward or that's coming from behind this bridge is just gonna follow you here. And be automatically linearized. If they bounce shooters the way you can't just run towards past them, then it will suck. Would it suck if they didn't impede your movement, but they actually dealt damage? And they spawned in fewer numbers, so instead of spamming slide, you had to actually time dodges and slides better. You've now made diving more interesting. I don't think diving right now is just kind of a matter of running straight forward and the enemy stops existing. Add a box or something to the bridge. You could have some cover here. Like, you could add a bunch of like scrap metal, a box like you said. You could widen the bridge a bit. You could do things to cross this gap. I like the gangplank though. Like a shoddy little gangplank. You could do things. You could do things. Knockback exists so enemies could protect themselves from rush, but it's bad and annoying. And it doesn't work. Thank you for the follow. It doesn't work. When has a diver ever been impeded by ranged knockback or stun? Never. No Augurin has ever cared. No Zealot has ever cared. The only thing it's doing is annoying you. Or causing a 100 to 0 event to happen because your movement was taken away from you. Okay, so for this room, I hate this. I hate this gangplank. This is way too good. This is way too safe. What I would do... What if you could just drop a ladder? Yeah, but the dive classes do not get 100 to... Like, Zealots and Ogrins do not get 100 to 0 by shooters. They don't care. Because I feel like the problem with here, having this connected drop down, is that it's annoying to have to walk all the way back. What if we shortened this significantly? And there was a ladder you could drop by pressing E or something? Because, look, they clearly intended for this to be a thing. You know? Anyone who does believe Ved as a dive class is hardly even human. I mean, yeah. But even as a diver, Ved doesn't even need to get in melee, dude. Slide should be so spammable. I mean, it should require timing, but the issue right now is that the game spawns ranged enemies in such overwhelming numbers that the only way you can deal with them is by doing the sideways sprint or spamming slide. Like, you don't ever think or time your shit, you just do this. If you had to care about timing more, and if we've made suppression a more meaningful mechanic. Crab had this great idea of, like, shooting, like, suppression on enemies shouldn't be you cause them to cower, it should be you make them less accurate. That way, you can, like, let's say these guys are set up here, right? You could have someone pull out their gat and just, like, make them less accurate while you reposition. Something like that. Just bring a shield psyker, it addresses that part. I mean, shield psyker trivializes any ranged encounter. A psyker in general just does it. You do not need a shield. Just have the correct staff. That's more of a psyker problem than anything else. Yeah, no. Suppression like that would be really sick. It would emphasize, you know, decision making, consuming the resource of ammo to reposition. It would make enemies react in a way that's more human. You know. Have you seen what Void Strike suppression does? It's ridiculous. Anyway, I think for here, if you get pushed here, you should never be like, I'm in an advantageous position to fight. When I'm here, it should be like, I have to drop now, or I'm going to get pulped against the wall. How do we achieve this? I like this sight line. Maybe put a bigger wall here, so players have to either immediately jump down here, or they have to move to here, and then you just cut off the thing here. There's now a big wall here. And we shorten the bridge. I think that's what I would do. Because this is dumb. Like, the fact I can just do this, and I have now completely disengaged from the encounter. I don't like it. And it might be a bit gamey, but... Oh, a spawn door up there. Oh, that is vicious. Like here? I like that. What does that do? Even better. Instead of a door you can camp, it's like you add a little balcony here, enemies spawn from up here, and they drop down here. No, every map meme. But really, this is just like side stuff. I'm not super worried about the main design of maps. There's really not that much that's completely legit broken. I had to drop down that slow enemy spawns. This is just a... a pure enemy spawn, you know? Like, it's gonna be shitting out dudes, and they're also coming from here. Because the problem if you just make a door is that you do this. The door would be too accessible. I don't know. Something like that. That's a good idea. And I would still shorten this because, yeah. This is too much linearization for free. You spam M1 to drop down. Well, now the issue is, if you want to engage the drop down, you have to be here. You have no space to go back to. Or you have to be here, and you've got dudes coming from the front. See, M works much better. I like the idea. I like the drop down. I like the spawn door, putting a spawn door here. I'd say remove those windows so you can get shot, and you're forced to actually move. Some type of spawn you can farm. That's a difficult thing to answer. This section can be hell. But it's usually just because you're around the corner and you don't know what's around the corner. This room's fine. I don't care about this room too much. These two spawn doors are jank. I mean, also, yeah. We need to, the window at stairs where enemies drop. Oh, that's a wild one. This part here. That is really disgusting. That is really, really disgusting. Well, I like it because it's a spawn area that you can't farm. You can never really think, oh man, time to farm the enemies that come down here. It's I like it. I think the stairs could be made a little wider. Like, it is a bit cramped, and you've got these things blocking my movement. Why? Get rid of this. This should just be visual. Yeah, those kinds of barriers would be nice. But it just seems like it would invite spamming explosives. I don't know. I like this window. Very wicked. These two spawn doors are strange. I don't know why there's two. But this isn't really like a place you actually fight in. So it's like whatever. It's not an event. Is this spawn door active? Does this actually work? Enemies. Random shooters pad through it. I know they can pad through it, but can they like walk? Can they spawn from it? Oh, it looks horrible. But that's the thing, I've only seen like a couple shooters. I've never seen like a horde pour out. It looks like it's not active. It's just teleporting, guys. Yeah, I think it's just a path. I would change that. This is such a nice place for like a massive horde to spawn. And then either come up on the players when they're up here, or come down on the players when they are, like, here. It's also just this is kind of too linear again.
It would appear to be a switch.
Spawn door here? Maybe move this here? So it's like, you can't just camp here like a goober and do this. Because these are right behind you, but they don't really threaten you. This one's much closer to the door. I don't know. Something like that. I don't want to suggest another gangplank. That goes from here to here. Just outside the door there is a promising start of a path. Here? We had the same idea with the gangplank, but I think we've suggested enough gangplanks. This is a weird one. Like, this door only exists to, this whole area only exists to be a loot closet. Always fill this with plasteel. How close do I work with Fat Shark? I can't say. I don't think I'm allowed to even talk about like the organization of the test server. Maybe when the content drops, I'll be able to reveal a bit more. This is also not a spawn door, right? Nothing spawns up here, I don't think. Because that could be something. Make end of loot closet connect to the bridge below. Connect how? Like physically? Do you mean this bridge here? Are you Mr. Experiment Journal? You're a highly valued input suggester? More than that. More than both. Oh, the guy who said connect the bridge, how did you mean it? That's interesting. Physically know the boss spawn room. Where's the boss spawn room? Like here? What is the boss spawn? I forgot. Fucking stupid. Turrets and mines. I mean, we've talked about the. I can't really say more about I don't know. I liked the gas from the Orthos offensive as like a way to hard force reposition. I don't know. Do you just want a monster to come out of the loot closet? I kind of like that. See you later, girl. Oh yeah. Dude, I hate the delay. Do you mean the bridge I'm looking at right now? This thing. Because I think this should be part of gameplay as well. To spawn enemies up there. The follow. Yeah. What do you want to be done here? I don't get what you mean by connecting it to the bridge. Oh, is YouTube delay worse than Twitch? It's okay. We have all day. I'm interested by the suggestion. I want to hear what it is. Wow, this is really low quality. What the hell? Is this broken? How does it connect? What did you mean by this? Oh man, what if... Put them to look at the end and connect it to the door below with another path. Oh, like you mean just like the teleport doors? Yeah, totally. Doesn't it already do that? I think this is a teleport door. And this is a spawn door? But they don't seem very used. You know what I want? Okay, hear me out, hear me out. People are gonna fucking freak. But... this... open it up. And they can drop down on top here. How do you like that? And you could signal it. You could make this area like a bit bruised up and shitty. For the players? Okay, that seems a bit much. But like you open this up, enemies can drop down on top here. Or that may not be necessary with like the suggested spawn door, making one here. But these windows should be more open, and there should be dudes with guns. So you're forced to deal with the problem, and you have to like dig the long way around to go kill them. Enemies will drop on your exact position ability movement. Yes. Okay. At the very least, I want this opened up. Have guys shoot at you, so you're kind of on a mission. You have to take the long way around. You have to go murder them. I want this to have enemies spawn on top of it and drop, because I don't think they can do that. Because who's gonna want to stay here and spawn kill if we've made this into a spawner, and if we've made this door super aggressive? Yeah, this is just Bastille. This is just I'm gonna take my loot closet and that's it. I think these few changes would make it more interesting. Like there'd be more cool fighting happening. Like, just dudes up here shooting at you. Look at that. Look at the angle they have. Or would have. If there wasn't a huge concrete wall. That could be sick. Because right now, anything that's in there is just getting butchered. Yeah, you see enemies here, but I don't think they spawn up here, is the thing. There's usually a couple ambients, but you'll never get like a massive horde coming out from that void, which I can see, and just like flow down. That'd be interesting. This room, I don't know. This is kind of like a who cares room before the event. Why does this have 2 doors? Like, doors are just like a tool to cheese the enemy. Why do we get 2 of them? This is silly. Just remove the doors. I'm not a fan of doors that are controlled. Make those doors cross-buttoned, big-brained. I don't know, I guess this is fine. And this is really the meat of the event. This is the meat of the thing. This event does not work. This event doesn't work, and it's a shame, because the geometry here is actually really good. Look at how much space you have, and how many paths you can take. Look at the drop down. Look at the stairs. Should we be able to go to the above platform? More meaningful side objectives like in Helldivers. I want... There's been a lot of talk about making... Basically, a lot of the problems we point out... Stuff like, oh, this event doesn't work. Is part... Like, it's a problem in and of itself, but it's part of a bigger issue with the game right now, which is the run-to-run variation is extremely low. Most runs, it's the same thing every time. There's no real thing that will set up your 20th playthrough of Refinery Delta compared to the first one. And a big thing that could be done, which is already supported by some of the level infrastructure, would be opening up side areas randomly. Like, the game already has this kind of interconnected thing where levels are taking place on, like, the same environment with some of the same locations, so that could be nice. I don't know. Let's see, what do we do about this? So, first of all, core problem, what happens on this event? Well, nothing. Spawns just don't work. There are just no fucking spawns right now. Assuming that was fixed, this is where you hold. You have a linearized path here, you have a linearized path here, and you just murder the spawn door. The stage prompt posters just fall down land for yes. This is like a big example of having a drop down is bad. Like, you really need to just replace this with a spawn door here. The AI turned off spawns from the console near drop down. This one here. You can see the guys here. Is that what you mean? Back left after drop down. Here? I'm sorry, my internet keeps fucking turning off. I don't know what is going on with it. I don't know what you mean, Kek. I've never noticed this. I haven't played this map like in months. Straight below drop down. Here? Yeah, I was about to say these doors should have something. This computer? Where's the inactive AI? Is it up here? I really don't know. Anyway. This shit. This is a prime. Imagine this. Instead of having this shit here, the door is open and you just shit out gas. Like there is just gas in there. So, and the gas is like spilling out. So you can't just stand here and cuck everything and everything comes at you. I don't know. I think the issue with these stand-in hacks is that they're stand-in hacks. Like it's such a boring event type inherently. Like how are you gonna play this? You're just gonna stand in one place, kill everything, and then you're gonna go hack. And the only way to make these interesting is to have enough pressure, first of all, that the tempo of there is too much shit, we need to pull back, to we have an opening, let's go hack, needs to be actually meaningful. And always having the same spot where to hold be available is also a problem. And I would love for some kind of dynamic mechanic that would prevent people hacking two consoles at once. No. Ideally, I want so much pressure that doing that's impossible. But like, look at here. This is like super safe, right? What if you load the cryonic rods and the machine spirit gets angry and like this starts heating up and like the floor becomes lava? Like this entire area, or there's fart gas or whatever, this whole area becomes inoperable. Like there's a lava spill or something, whatever, you have to move, you have to hold somewhere else. You're forced to reposition, so you can't camp the same spot. Poison gas, like the connectors events, like to prevent spots like that? Exactly. Or it's not even that it's a problematic spot, it's that the problem is that people will just always hold in the same spot. You could even have it, like, random areas on the map are affected by it or whatever. But I think right now big problems is that you know where everything comes from, and it comes with a delay. Stuff spawns here. I don't know what is going on with my internet. I'm so sorry. It just keeps cutting out for like 2 seconds. There's just like these micro cuts happening. I have no idea what's causing it. Like this is a huge problem. The fact that you can just see the enemies come from just like so many safe spots. Like look at this. I have a direct line of sight on where they appear. That's actually awful. Like that's just not good. But how do you solve it? Can't you spawn guys under here? Yeah, use this. Use this. Check stream chat. Easy easier said than done. Oh yeah, I did go to the correct place, but because of the delay. Yeah, you can see dudes that are inactive. Like, we need more also of just spawn locations being dynamically affected by what the players are doing. So if I'm camping here and I can see this, what do? You spawn less stuff from here. You could spawn guns from up here. And the horde, the brunt of the horde comes from down here. So you can't immediately murder them. Like, they have to come up here. And you could also use this, because I don't have direct line of sight of this. Make them drop down from here. Make them come from here. Here, use this door. And I would actually... I think this is too safe. This is too linear. Like, look at how fucking narrow it is. Like, the horde is kind of pre-dealt with for you. Like, this is a bit of nonsensical geometry here. What does this achieve? You have this door to nowhere that serves no point, and this massive block that's making all of this potential horde accumulation just be unable to path, and so they have to come through here, and they get murdered. They just get absolutely butchered. So what I would love is remove this. Just remove this block of shit. This is bad. Remove this. See what happens now. Now it's like proper threatening. They can straight up run at you. Properly. Widen this as well, maybe. See what happens. AI director doesn't spawn enemies intelligently. Yeah, it's a huge problem. There's been a patch hotfix 2 hours ago. What? That's something. Yeah, we also need to make standing here and doing this. Or standing here and doing this. Impossible. Copious amounts of armor spawn and entrances came by players. Well, the problem is that now, if I know in advance that armor is going to be spawning, I can predict that it's going to happen, and I can react to it, and I can nullify it. Armor isn't as big a threat as you think it is. They don't work efficiently as a player deterrent. People had this idea of, oh, like a massive tentacle comes out like a box burster. My suggestion is just have gas around it. Just have gas, like stopping players from doing it. Like any kind of environmental thing where I can't... I'm glad you heard that one. Where I can't deal with it. Also, Cake, that was a nice idea. What if this was accessible? Because this area is already designed. This is just consignment yard. What if we had a console we need to hack? Or like even a separate minigame that you're not guaranteed to have, but could happen. It even looks like there's consoles here. How much is actually available? Oh, the door works? No way. Yeah, this wouldn't need much. If at least a part of it was playable space. Yeah. I think this is like nice and firm. Like a brap gas scenario. So the players can't What could we do here? I like this. I like where this is going. Okay. Hear me out. Gun enemies spawned up here. Look at the angle. Do it. And make them actually stay up instead of like dropping down here and dying. Or walking through here. Protect or buff enemies. We need the Banner Boy back. From Vermintide. He was great. The Wargore. Bring him back. So, okay. This area up here. You can go up there. but only from here. So it's a long way, right? Make, I hate ladders. Make like a ramp or stairs or something. I can go up here. I am being shot. I have to cross to close the gap to engage them in melee to cuck them. You can put like gas or whatever here to both hide the fact that you're gonna be spawning guys here and you don't want players to go there. Just like a big environmental hazard, there's fire everywhere, something like that. Like this is, plus it leans into the theme of the map. Like the theme of the map is this huge, gigantic machine that needs to be frozen back up because it's overheating. There isn't really an indication that this is taking place outside of the orange ring on the final event, so this is cool thematically and for gameplay. You could even force players to go up here by putting a console here. You have to hack sometimes. That could be something. Potential suggestions. I don't like this enemy drop down. It's stupid and gamey. Remove this. Remove these stairs. I make this a spawn door. Like, I don't like that they have to like walk down and then drop over the fence. Just this is fallen off in this variant of the map. Things like that. Things like that. See, this is the kind of changes that I don't have like a clear idea in my head of what it would do. I'm just trying to see solutions. So I just love if I could get the if we could get speed patching, just like I say something on test and it's like boom, we've changed the map and you can immediately test it. That could be cool. Also, we need more holes like on the ground that enemies come out of, like here. Places that are kind of out of the way, like players aren't gonna get stuck on here. Just to add more to the oomph of the stuff. Chop movement speed, yes. Enemy recovery time, yes, yes. That's why I don't like drop downs and climb ups, especially climb ups when compared to spawn doors, because enemies are so slow that they just get butchered. Barros is a good example. Barros is a great example. Spawn between the rams at the middle with 2 console. Oh yes. Right here. Yeah, you can make that a bit bigger and have enemies come out here. Hey, you can climb here. Look, I didn't even know. Completely agree. Horn movement isn't fast enough either. Yes. Enemies need a speed bump. Players need a speed reduction. But right now we're just looking at how can we improve maps with like a minimal geometry changes. Yeah, I think we've made this more interesting. We've enabled like a lot more verticality. We've added interesting decision making. Like now you have to kind of go on a macro objective. It's like, oh, okay, there's gunners up there. We can't really shoot back. I need to climb up here. Or we have the thing to hack. Okay. My internet keeps cutting out. I'm going to finish talking about Power Matrix, and I'm going to have a talk with my ISP, because this is unacceptable.
We have a long way yet to go, sinners. I see no way to return.
Alright. This part, does it really have any big problems? What are issues here?
A pilgrimage without easy return. Cannot climb back up.
I feel like this area is kind of fine. Okay, the micro fucking interruptions are getting out of hand. I'll be right back. I really don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. My internet just keeps cutting out for 2 seconds. Okay. Enemy petting might. I mean, an issue with spawn doors as well is the game doesn't do enough of like enemies will spawn really far away and then close in on the player. They need to mix that in with the spawn doors spawn stuff close to the players. It also needs to spawn more stuff like the hordes are just... Remove groaner ambushes, first of all. Like, what is the point, man? Like, groaner ambushes serve no purpose. They're just lame as shit. If you're gonna have an ambush, have it be gunners, stalkers, shotgunners, with bruisers, horde. Mix elites in, you know, have fun with it. Be aggressive. Spawn a fucking boss once in a while, you know? That kind of stuff. I don't know, this area is not interesting. I don't think it's really meant to be interesting. It's like sometimes you fight a boss here. I'm not sure I like... I'm not sure that's... I don't know if that's it, Keg. This is very similar to the same problem I've had like a couple months ago. Okay. Nothing jumps at me here as like, oh, I need to fix this. It's like, whatever. You know? Oh, maybe add a hole here. Enemies drop down. I don't know. That might get frustrating. Spawn door here. I don't know. Box people in here. Who cares? I don't know. Who cares? This is fine-ish. You have a cute little loop to fight the boss. It's like, yeah, whatever. Let's get to the end event. The real meat of this. Huh. I didn't know it did that. A constant ambush that delays you while the big boys come in. What do you mean by constant? Random map issue events being too close. Yeah, but I can't really suggest anything to do about that because that's like major redesigning, lengthening the map. Okay. This is one of my favorite arenas in the game. This is one of the coolest things in the game. Just look at this. Look at how cool this thing is. You have so many crossing pathways that add vertical gameplay to this. And how does Power Matrix play, boys? How does it actually play? Nothing spawns. You never use this. This is completely unnecessary. Does this break? Okay. What are the core problems with cryonic rods? Problem number one is how easy it is to run in, grab the rod, chuck it above, and keep going. I would change this in any way, either from the player's POV, so you can't... I hate like the rod chucking, skipping stuff. The cryonic rod is interesting because you have to carry it. That's why Logistratum is so much better than the other cryonic rod's objective, in part, is because you can't just fucking like skip it. You always get a horde right in your path when you grab a cylinder, not if you're fast enough. And it's not dense. It's like a baby horde that comes from here. It's like trickle. It's not enough meat. There's not nearly enough spawning. And it's also, like, there's a dire lack of ranged enemies. Like, this map is super predictable in what it spawns. There's never a monster where when this is, like, prime kiting stuff. Tracking should only be possible if you had a teammate catching it. I mean, even then, I just don't like it. It's cheesing a part of what makes the objective work, but it can stay in. What I really want is when you put down the cryonic rod, you can't grab the next one. It's locked. Like, you put the next cryonic rod in, and what happens? When you place the thing in, the screen is, like, the whole map is fucking shaking. The lights are, like, going in and out. And you get a massive, and I mean massive, varied spawn. The arena is drowned in enemies. And you're both on a timer check, before this opens, and like maybe a bit of a kill check. Like you have to clear some of the horde for it to happen. What I also want, because the issue with verticality, because the horde is so slow and players are so fast, is that even though this is interesting, I can just at any point hard disengage like this, and I have now made, like, the enemies just can't catch up to me. So what I would do is I would flood this area. Like, you start with a lower level, in like a burning haze. Like a burning haze or gas. And then more time passes, and eventually it goes up to like here. And you have to stand on these platforms or above to avoid it. You know? And that way it forces you to have these like scrappy fights on these bridges here. And actually mind where you're going. 100% threat-based? You can't do that because of stealth. You could still choose the objective then, but you'd be forced to use stealth. You know. And I want stealth carrying objectives to be gone, but... hard lock it. Just hard lock it to be sure. But I like the idea of this gas, like slowly filling first lower level, then level 1. And it comes in phases. It comes on a timer. And you have to pay attention to like what the map is doing. Like there should be environmental tells that it's happening. Maybe even voice lines, I don't know, that might be too much. But like, you should be able to look at this and know that the heat is coming or some shit. And like it starts spewing like hot gas around the phallic shape. Something like that. And honestly, I don't think the map needs a lot more. Oh, enemies can spawn behind these, by the way. Finish with one rod, a wave comes. It might, but it's so light that it doesn't matter. Like, the fact that you can just grab one, plug it in, grab another one, plug it in, grab another one, plug it in, and you're done, and you're not drowning in enemies is, like, so lame. A good portion of the players gets their cognitive load maxed out just from dealing with horde trickle. That is good. They should die. They should fail. Make events hard. Of course, when I say you should be drowning in enemies, I mean if you're, like, on Auric stuff. Exactly, Arcadius. It's thematic. You can lean into the thematics of the map to increase to make the gameplay better. Like Meme, you can't design a game around the people that die to 3 groaners. They have a way to play the game and succeed. It's called malice. Alright. Okay, so there's a weird thing going on here. Enemies spawn behind here unless you stand there. And that's really lame. Because it lets you, like, stand here, all the enemies come up and you can kill them, and there's nothing's threatening you. What if we made this impossible to hold at? You're forced to move. Like, sometimes there's a... like, the skull is angry, I don't know, there's gas spewing out. Make this a spawn hole. Enemies just always come out of here. What could we add? Yeah, it's like a small wave of ragers that spawns when you put the rod in. These are fine. Yeah. Keeping the spawn location here, not be a magic closet, but an actual hole enemies crawl out of. That would help a lot. Hi, Henry. Wish Crab was here. He always has good insights to add to stuff. You can even, like, once you've introduced this mechanic of area denial via, like, fart gas or heat, lava, whatever, you can play with it. Like what I named, like what I mentioned, the thing where it like first is lower level and then it goes up to here. You could even mix that up and have it so it's like a quarter of the map is full of heat and you can't go there. And it rotates. Or even have it so it's like a... like it goes clockwise, like it moves. And there's like a tiny wedge of non-death that you have to follow. That would be sick. Update just dropped? Okay. I don't have much to add to this event. Just quadruple the density Make it so you can't immediately grab another rod after putting one in. And trigger the end of the world every time you put a rod in. And spawn monsters. Please spawn monsters that aren't a Beast of Nurgle, though. And I think that would be pretty good. We don't have enough stuff that requires to fill the floor dynamically. Yes! I mean, Nurgloth was almost interesting, but his patterns are, like, after the second wave, it's always the last string, man. Side objective, Heat Shield Flood, you're gonna have to fix that ASAP when it happens randomly. I'm a big fan of that kind of thing. I am a huge fan of that kind of thing, but rather than a side objective, it should be a mandatory objective that has a chance to happen. There should be these oh my god fuck moments when you're doing an event and you realize that you've stabilized the situation and now things are about to get worse if you don't solve this. Like you have more work to do. Absolutely. Okay. I don't have much to say. This is a good arena. Like this is a fantastic arena. Oh, we need to fix ladders. I need to complain about this. Okay, that's it. Parametrics, honestly, good geometry, good basis, good place to start experimenting with a bunch of stuff. Consequence of it not fixing it is death. I don't like that. That's too brutal and too punishing. Like if you do get people that are overwhelmed with 3 gunners are here, I don't want it to be a guarantee of death if you can't sort of an objective on like a time base. I think the punishment for not fixing it just like the area is more dangerous or there's more, you know, there's enemies, like there's more fire everywhere, something like that. Okay. Let's look at this update. I think this should be good. Maybe we can look at it later with Crab. Source ladders? I mean, Vermintide 2 ladders would be a good start. Oh, wow, is that it? Fix the crash that could occur when aiming the Psyker Blitzes, Brain Burst or Brain Rupture. Reverting a fix. Okay, wow. Wow, alright. Have they updated the announcement of the update? No? Oh my god, dude. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh wow, is that it? I need to go check things. I'll be back. Okay, I'm sorry. Things are happening. Stage spawns are a good idea. Blood chamber with the stone heads. Oh yeah. Oh, that one was crazy. I forgot the name of that map. It was pretty hectic. I don't think there's a necessarily an issue with stage spawns. Just like saying, okay, this stuff happens now. It gives you agency over what you want the players to be fighting, and you have control over the kind of encounter you want to have. I think the problem right now is just that the stage spawns are not threatening at all, and they're way too predictable. And like, you look at Complex Middle, it's a great example. The elite wave that comes from the back comes alone. The only thing that spawns in that back room is the elite wave and the occasional special. Why? Why are they naked? Hi, Kiri. Convocation of Decay was great, except for the fucking flashbang you got whenever you got in and out of the middle area. Completely ruined it. Completely ruined it. Oh, the update is nothing. It's like a couple hotfixes. I'll play a couple games waiting for Crab. Come back. Hopefully with good news. Yeah. I agree also, Adam. The issue with Dark Tide compared to Helldivers is that Helldivers was built with a team that understood what they had to do to keep players engaged, and the way they've done this like drip feeding of content and drip feeding of communication, even if the content isn't particularly good or meaningful or was in the game at launch and they're just releasing it now, the fact that there is this constant communication happening, they have like these premium battle passes that are coming out like once a month or something. It's something is happening. And with Dark Tide, or Tide games in general, it is just months and months and months with nothing happening. Nothing at all. And the communications you get is like 2 weeks before the update. This is coming, bye! And that's really not good. Yeah, I want my slop. I'm hungry, dude. I'm hungry. I mean, they have developers. They have developers, and they have good developers. The question is, what are they being told to do? What are they doing? Helldivers 2 devs are not playing their own game, otherwise ragdolling. Ah, he said the line. Helldivers 2 has some of the worst gameplay I think I've ever seen. Player suppression, player flinching, ragdolling, absolutely horrible experience. There is no way you could even take this seriously and play it for more than 3 hours without just getting bored to death and infuriated. The only way in which Helldivers 2 is difficult is by infuriating you. Hey, they changed it. You're right. Hey, the servitor's cleaning it up. That's kind of funny. I like that. Look. What's in there? Ooh. The deep archives. Really getting a lot of mileage out of that one statue, huh? What's in the thing? That's cool. I like that. That's very soulful. Path of Redemption sounds promising. We should be off the redemption arc now. It should have started with patch 13 and it should be over by now. This is cool. I like this. This is a nice touch. This is actually a nice touch. Very nice. Natural Elvage, look at that. Oh, do we have
As long as you got the Aquillas.
pig stuff? No pig stuff. No game comes close to DT and VT with make combat satisfying gameplay. Yeah. No, totally, dude. Like, it's so frustrating that this has been the conversation for close to a decade now. It's so annoying. It's just nothing. No lesson is ever learned. Nothing with the higher ups is changing, and you always end up with a game that feels like it's being maintained by a skeleton crew, even when it demonstrably isn't. And that's just the worst position you could be in. That's just not good, man. It's so frustrating. Competition is so desperately needed, yeah. I mean, if there was competition, Fat Shark would go out of business. If there was a single other developer that did a Warhammer-based first-person made co-op game, they would go out of business.
Remind you that trade with the Xenos is highly restricted.
Straight up. The way they conduct their business, unchallenged, is fucking ridiculous. Like, someone needs to sit down with John Fat Shark and slap him across the face or something. Fighting human enemies in Dying Light 1 Tides. Dying Light's combat is dog shit. Wish Bruiser were more like Dying Light 1 humans, can dodge and block more smart. You do not want enemies to block if they don't have a shield. You'll want to kill yourself. You'll want to actually fucking kill yourself. Do you know how bad that feels if you have an enemy that just like dodges your attack? You don't want that. Bruisers need to be more meaningful. They need to be made bigger. I don't like bruisers. They hurt way too much for how they look. Like, anyone else feel that? They look like trash. They look like a trash enemy. Right? But they just slap the shit out of you. They need to be made more menacing. We need variation too. Give me bruisers with 200 weapons. Give me bruisers with shields, you know? Yeah, like especially the drag bruiser, man. He looks like a pussy. Want to have a dual type of enemies? The core foundation gameplay of Tide games does not allow for that to be interesting. 1v1 is never going to work. Tide games work when there's mixed threats in high numbers. Now, shields were good. It is a Void Strike, but not a very high level. So I don't know. I don't think I should reroll this. Check Blessing. No Surge. And Maniac. What's up, Shin?
Lucky for us, the Chasm Station Logistratum is a one-stop warehouse for this stuff. You're to secure the area, grab the crates, and get them aboard the retrieval craft.
The bruiser is the dude with a bucket on his head, or the guy with a flak jacket and no helmet. Yeah, exactly. No, small shield enemies were great. I like them. Bulwark is bad. You can fix Bulwark. Bulwark is easy to fix. Yo, Mimi, you wanna deal with this Ilveg? You might not manage to get a good pub in 6 minutes. Hanatsu. Barrel accident protocols engaged. Why do I get randomly unsprinted? Oh, my boy's coming. What's up, dude?
Dude, I'm still so shit at this game, man. Like, this is gonna...
It's good, it's good, it's good. This is good. It's one of the hardest maps, too.
Alright, cool. Yeah, just muting the stream. I'm playing Knife Setup, by the way.
Oh, based. Me too.
I got the bolter up and running. It turns out I just have, like, the perfect cavalcade bolter that's just been sitting there since the game came out.
It's so good, right? Just, like, swap to it, throw a knife.
It's really broken. Why does it have,
dumb.
like... Why is it, like... Why do they do this?
Because unchecked attack speed boosts are silly.
My game is like, updated. It's like, oh wait, no, it's done.
Yeah, there's a hotfix that saves the game.
What did it do? I was tuned out for a sec.
Literally
I went
nothing.
over it real quick, but
Any commentary about movement tech on knives? Completely
file.
nuke move tech. We need to nuke player mobility. We have never been as fast as we currently are in Tide games, and it doesn't work. They were super aggressive in Vermintide 2 about minor movement speed changes, and in this game, they just allow you to outrun the horde. It's insane. Like no one wants to hear this. No one wants to hear make the fun movement less fun, but it breaks the game. And
it's too much, yeah.
even if you speed up the enemies, you could give them 300% movement speed. They still wouldn't be able to catch up to you because you're combining that insane move tech with using the map. And using the map is good. Using drop downs, that kind of shit, having loops, that's good. But just running, nah. Get it out of my game.
You know what's funny? When I was like teaching my friends who like just go into Darktide, like who I've been playing with a little bit, I was like, my mind is like, bear in mind, my mind is still like in the like still stuck in Vermintide too. It's still stuck in Vermintide mode, just like with range shotting and stuff. So I was telling them, yeah, no, the way the horde in this game works here is that like you have to fight them, you can't just run away. Like literally, while I was like knife move teching across the map at light speed, like I was just like a minute later, I was like, wait, hold on a second, did I just say something really stupid? But
It's
this game doesn't work.
It fundamentally doesn't work. Yeah, like the fact that the optimal move is to walk past the game is ridiculous. Like,
What's up?
yeah, something's busted, and I think
But it's so fun though, man. It's like it's such a power trip. It's so.
I think it's a shame too because there is something cool about the knife held heavy, like a Mark III knife, where you're like running faster with the heavy one, and then you fucking jam the knife into someone's eyeball and it feels fun. It's like you're a moving train. They should do something where like you get a blessing where like the damage you deal is based on how fast you're going. You can accelerate yourself.
There's something I need for this, and I think it's a that.
Yeah, Mason Sword L1 spam and DLX spam. That was stupid. Yeah, I mean that was stupid back then, and what we have now is so much stronger. It's nuts.
Oh, Mason's Sword L1 spam was so funny, man. That animation was great.
No, like we need to nuke movement speed, and we need like I want speedrun prevention that is extremely heavy-handed. There is no elegant solution.
What is going on with like the speed running method right now? Anyway, like apparently it's actually really good and not like a
no,
joke.
like you can true solo Ilveg if you take like a knife and a flamer and you just walk past. You just run past everything. Enemies cannot stop you. They also, by the way, I'm. This has been complained about, so I get to show it in the public. Do you guys know? There's a mechanic in place to make the so you can run at guns, right? So you can close the gap. So there's an angle you can run at them. Like look at this guy. See, if I do this, he's not shooting me. If I do this, he's shooting me. They broke it, so you can do this now. You can run away from them, and they don't shoot you, which is not intended. If you run directly away from guns, they can't stop you. The bullets miss you.
Oh, that's really honestly, if it were like that from the very start, I think it'd be fine.
No, it's violating like a core fantasy rule of you don't run away from a fucking gun. Like when your back is turned, this is when the gun deals the most damage. This is stupid.
But here's the thing: people run away from gunfight in movies like all the time, and it works.
Well, yeah, but not directly like away from the gun. Like you don't run away in a straight line unless it's like literally like a shitty stormtrooper. Like movies are gay, inferior, media slop made for cattle who don't have the brain to play video games. Okay, that's what movies are. And my game should not be a movie.
At the same time, like running away from bullets is like an established trope. I think if it was here.
Now run to the side. It's a bad gameplay trope. It's horrible. It doesn't work for gameplay. I don't care that it's a popular trope because in Star Wars number 19, you can see that the cool woman Jedi is actually running directly away from a heavy machine gun, and none of the bullets are hitting her because she's so fuck that. Make me engage with the gun enemies. This is like such a stupid change, but yeah, like there's no hard block to your movement. Like there's no boss walls or anything. So if you play a map, like especially something like Mercantile that doesn't have objectives, you can just blitz. Nothing's gonna stop you. You can just walk through everything. It's very stupid. I don't like it. So my thing is just like we have this gas. Use that. Just fucking cover an entire area in gas, like that's past a certain point, and have very, very heavy-handed ways to do it.
Oh,
There's
wait,
no.
bag?
It's I have it saved.
Oh, right. Yes, there's a mod for that. I forgot.
Imagine.
Shit. How well does it work now? Can you still play the same map forever?
24 hours.
Damn, that's nice.
Okay. Blood Vomit. The thing about the dueling
Are we
enemies.
both playing this?
Oh yeah. There's one
Wait,
thing
did we
that I
make the same
really.
build?
No. Well, probably. Zealot doesn't have builds. Zealot's talent tree does not allow for flexibility. Like he has must pick talents. He has the good row at the top. It's basically
Can we
the
build it on stream
decision.
real quick?
The decision is going to be: are you cheesing cooldown reduction or not? That's
Oh,
like the
we have some
decision.
differences actually.
Well, then that means you're probably built wrong.
Yeah, I clearly am. What the fuck happened here?
The thing about the dueling enemies, there's one thing I like, which is an enemy that's like a priority threat beyond being a special or an elite, like the Banner Boy. Like imagine if we had like smaller scab captains that would just appear and they would like support their gun units, and yeah. Hello, Golb. Oh my God.
Is that like
Cazador?
Crab's
Cazador?
like,
Cazador is running.
Wait, where's he going?
To Golb. He hears Golb scream, so he's coming. Look at the cat.
Oh man.
Golb just wakes up and screams, man. Alright.
Let's go. Let's go, English.
Don't go too fast now. Don't go too fast.
Sorry, man.
Don't go too fast, okay? Take it easy. Oh, and that's it. Cazador has now planted his head directly into Golb. He has plugged him and he is no longer screaming.
Wait, did I not kill any of that? Oh my god. Oh, my keybinds, my keybinds. I need to hold on a sec. You're solo for a moment, okay?
No problem.
Oh god. Yeah, when you press smash 1 and your primary weapon doesn't come out and you just get overheaded. Because you're
What
getting,
was wrong with the
because you're
bind?
getting stunned. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, that was a disaster. Yeah, no, I had to switch my keybinds because my one key broke and I had to rebind into mouse and
Oh.
now it's not anymore because
We have Horde. This bot is over and done.
very cool.
He's going to die.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Oh my... I'm dead. Goodbye.
Why are you so bad at this game?
Because, I kind of spent the past, like... How many months has it been?
Like almost a year.
Right. Piloting jets with a gamepad.
What, you've been doing what with gamepads?
Flying planes with an Xbox controller.
Very good. Hold on, I'm being attacked by a giant cat. Oh my god, he's so huge. Go away. Oh, he ran all the way back across the apartment to get to Gold again. This is the life. Nothing better.
Hello. Oh shit, you go over the res in the middle of? Okay.
There he
Alright,
is.
let's huff together.
I'm bulleting.
I thought there were more shotguns in there. Alright.
Dude, you know what I want? We had a discussion
Plasteel?
earlier. I want plasteel. I want a dreg guy who just has like a sword and an auto pistol. It just gets up in your face and fucks you up.
Oh, yeah, no, we need more of that.
Yeah. I'm full of cat hair. Blessing on this knife. My dude is running riposte precog. I have riposte mercy killer. Man, the director is going crazy this patch. Precog 1-2 based. Hell yeah, Crab will be back in a few minutes. My hero.
Come back! Oh god. Very cool.
We love our bosses. Chase your enemies. I think in general, like, the enemies just need to like have a chase mechanic where if you're turning your back to them, they're way faster. Like they need leap attacks as well. Like if you look at Ragers, they're just not aggressive enough. Like why does the Rager lock himself in a 20 fucking move combo? Slowly looking at you.
New players are really scared of Rages.
Yeah. There's an ammo grid behind, by the way, if you want it.
Oh, sick. Where was it? Oh, found it. Alright. I'll check the overpass.
Like Thruster when not looking and coming at you, not enough. I didn't even know that was a mechanic. So
Wait,
that might need
what's
some
that
tuning.
mechanic?
Enemies chase you. Oh, I'm popping the ammo crate.
Wow, this is a lot, actually.
The way I flew off the stairs there, I thought I'd get murdered in melee. Because you're not dodging when you're in the air. We love living in the ghetto, folks. Did you hear that, or was that on your spidey sense?
I heard it. I don't have Spidey Sense, actually.
I heard it extremely late.
Should I install that? Like, it feels really cheesy.
It's... no. Sound is broken.
Oh god. Okay, wait, I've reversed the kite.
You have an experience. Got overheaded by sped up pressures. I think I know the clip you're thinking of, and that was like just dodge rollback. Although both probably happened.
I almost never fight in this like little corridor area. Where did the specials actually spawn here?
Where the trapper went, like should they spawn behind the wall and they have to climb over
Anywhere
it?
else?
No idea.
Something else here. I'm gonna pop this crate and grab this. Oh wait, no, that one's already popped. I thought that was in the box. Ah. Okay, whatever. We're down an ammo
The run
crate.
is ruined.
Reset, reset, reset.
So we've had 0 monster spawns yet?
Yeah, what's up with that? Isn't this an elevator?
Oh, the director is just going crazy this patch, as you can tell.
Wait, did I take no damage from that previous section? That's not pretty.
Barely.
Let's go.
I didn't know that, Kek. That's awful. Why would they turn that down? It's one of the things I've suggested the most. Make enemies fast. They're angry boys.
Oh my god,
Can I
I'm back.
trust the service to fast enemies? Yeah, we'll see how making the enemies fast or slow would make that, you know, worse or better. Servers are fucked even if the enemies are stationary.
Let's go.
Green dogs, by the way, you can push them after they've leapt.
After they've left.
Yeah.
Right, as in mid-leap or like after they've
Yeah,
landed?
into the air, into the air.
Right, cool. Ow.
Okay, let's go for it. Protect me with your little knife.
Oh, we got
Shotgunners,
shotgunners.
actually.
Hold on a sec. Amolas. Okay, hold on.
I see a massive link to Miguel Iglesias' art station, and I like it. What a gamer he is. Oh, okay, there's a mauler here. I did not see or react to it.
So many gunners out here. Ah!
This got kinda hectic. Gunner's just staring at me in disbelief, like, I can't believe you've done this. I go hit the dog. It keeps happening. Please help. Please help.
Yeah. Oh wow, fuck, sorry.
Please help. Please help. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Oh god.
Okay, I see you've eaten shit. I'm popping medkit. We should probably go do the objective at some point.
Where is that first landed? Yeah, I'm coming. Right. Coming
Okay,
to the
do it,
objective.
do it.
Yep.
Get on
Going.
it. You have that Raspy Swift, right?
It's done. Do I have what?
That Raspy Swift.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We had one monster. We had a natural Plague Augur.
I've done illips where like we've had no monsters spawning until like the second half of the map, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden like it starts working
Hey.
properly. What the dog? Did you kill it? You didn't, did you?
Okay, leap on objective.
There we go. Going. I'm on it.
Okay. I'm doing it. On the last row. It's finished. Spawn coming.
Sick.
There he is.
Oh, it's green. Oh god. I have to reload the bolter.
I just lost 40 frames for no reason.
Going for the objective.
Okay, I'm gonna be dropping from above.
I'm going for it. I'm doing it. Last row. Done. A trapper.
Impressive, Guardian. I found us. Is that an egg? Vacuum capsule.
We are not
That's
winning
cool.
Shrek. We have had 3 monsters so far, one of which was a natural Pogren. This is very sad. I've also ghost hit a dog. Always tragic.
Consumed by its own fire. See my deeds.
Did you kill that trapper earlier, or is it still around?
Yeah. God, that dog was quiet. He just made a global spawn sound. 1 frame
Yeah,
before
and it
being visible.
disappeared. Behind us.
Snarling season.
Oh,
I am that deed.
level 30 bot, my beloved.
There's a heal here.
Huge.
You like it?
I would like it, but only so I can appear vulnerable to better fulfill my position as your wife.
I see.
In brackets, please protect me.
Oh god. I can't believe this happened to me.
What did he say before dying?
Really?
Something
What?
about sins. May the best men do something. I don't know. Shotgunner had a voice line.
Man, I always have time with this game so hard now. It just feels like nothing is scary anymore.
I mean, also nothing respawning. We're playing monster specialists who had like 2 monsters spawn from that. You wanna
But,
go kill
like,
that
you
demon
remember,
house?
like, back then,
You wanna
even,
go kill that
even when we
demon
had a
house?
single, even
We're
when we had
killing
a
that
single
demon
unit,
house.
we'd be like, oh,
If we
avoid
wipe, it's
corridors.
okay.
Okay, cool, let's go. Go. Okay. Do I hear a burster?
You hear a
Oh,
beast.
we got. It's dead.
Hell yeah. Oh, bless you. Spawn?
Beast is on
Thing behind
me.
us. Remove Zealot from the game. This, but Psyker.
Okay.
Spawn's coming. Sniper forward.
Coming to you.
Detecting goose.
Dead.
Jesus Christ.
I rage get grabbed.
Hello?
Oh, goddamn crab. How'd you go? Don't break any NDA, but
I got the nudes.
you've got the.
I got the nudes.
Another beast! God damn.
Oh, very nice. You're extremely
not
quiet for some reason. I ghost hit the dog again! It keeps
I'm coming, I'm
happening! Why do I ghost hit dogs? Like, this is exactly the enemy you do not want to ghost hit.
Yeah.
So I need you to come get this beast out the
Coming.
door. Like, don't kill it, but maybe, like, push it away so I can... Oh, no, I'm void.
We got a hole? Fuck.
I'm-
Wait, hold on a sec. Where are you? I'm coming.
I hate this
Oh
enemy
my
so
god, I
much.
can't get in there. Fuck. Being cut off by the other beast. Hold on a second.
It's not just a bit quiet. Like, Crab, you're so quiet, I literally have no idea what you're saying. Like, something about getting dudes? I don't know.
Oh god. This is not good. How do I get that to release you with what I have?
You don't.
Can I?
Don't spit me out of the map, is all I want.
Coming to you.
Okay, good. Bit of fall damage, disrespect. Could we make that dodgeable after being picked on? I just want the Vor attack to be removed. It doesn't, like, there's nothing about the Beast Integral that's, like, conducive to gameplay that's even remotely interesting.
Oh god.
All it does is generate frustration. Like, look at what Vomit does. Like, when you're vomited, it's like, oh, I can't engage with this enemy anymore.
Man.
You know, for how, you know, how much engagement there was out of that. Or, I know that I'm going to get, like, one of the most
that?
annoying frustrating disables imaginable. Is that, like, are you doing a bit? Is that a joke? Because I'm deaf.
Are you deaf?
I have immense problems hearing people when they talk. Like, half the legitimately
Another
50% when people talk, 50% of the time I don't know what they're saying. I just say yes, and I try to like guess what they said based on what they say after. If you hear me actually ask someone to repeat something, I had no, like, it was just garbled. It's like garbled noises for me. I will have to watch every movie with subtitles.
I think that says more about the movie than you. I'm gonna go take a Medicaid, because, oh, never mind.
Well, I have a stim for you though. Okay, hold on. How do I alt-tab and like max out Crab's volume without dying? I can't tab out of my game. I can't tab out of my game, I'm sorry. It doesn't work because I'm full screen. So Crab is gonna have to stay in the toilet zone for a bit.
Jumping aboard. Oh my god.
It's dead. Stop moving. Stop moving.
I'm not moving. Thanks. Okay.
Oh, they really need to fix stims, man. I need to complain about that. Like, it's impossible to stim someone who's playing the game. It's completely
Back
silent
a
dog.
little bit. Going up. Was that
For this
play
mudworm
Goblin?
corner.
That's it. I wish to be let through the door, please.
You're good.
May I pass? Oh my god, okay, I may not pass. I'm gonna loop round,
Focus on me now.
Alright.
Oh, crap! Thank you. Penis, I agree. Love cock.
Oh, dog's dead.
Very nice corner spawn, I saw that. Male or female penis? Beggars can be choosers.
Where the fuck is that sniper? Oh, it's all the way back there. Fuck it, I'm moving. Oh god. Oh, spawn.
It's okay, I took aggro of that so he didn't instantly die inside the mutant grab.
Oh god, I'm grabbed. Fuck, spawn.
As long as there's not another boss nearby, you should be good.
Spawn's on you, I think.
It should be audible.
I have one.
Oh god, I'm dogged. Fuck.
Oh, it's green too.
Yeah, yeah. Come in.
Trapper.
Which spawn is low? Hold on a sec.
The normal one.
Okay, I'll finish it.
Me? Do I sound quiet to you?
You sound normal now, but I couldn't understand you when you came in.
Right. Okay. Well.
Oh god, I'm dead. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I still haven't learned to fight spawns yet. I need to like 1v1 one at some point.
The secret is if they catch you in the level, just say meet me in the Cycanian jump.
That's why I mean, learn your weaknesses.
The game should learn what you do in the Psychanium and adapt.
No, you don't adapt. You just don't beat the Cycanian.
There's actually nothing. There's actually nothing at the rest spot. You can probably gun for it if you if nothing spawns in the interim.
This is personal.
Understandable.
Crab, I feel like a volume knob on or something. If you could just like turn that.
Well,
Just crank it.
The thing is, Meme can hear me.
Oh, you're a little bit louder now, yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
sounds
I
he
think-
sounds normal now.
I think it's just I think it's your fault. You need the teleport. You need to turn me up to 3000%.
Righteous. Do
I think you're already at max.
Correct ball.
I wonder how the preachers of the
I'm out of crank, dude. Let's talk about faithless imbeciles when the only other person here is a zealot. Spawn?
Oh god, that's not.
Profoundly sorry about
I'm,
that. It was at least funny.
that was completely unavoidable. Just inevitable, really. It was gonna happen.
Whoa, mutants need to be more signaled when they're close to you,
Oh,
man.
that's yeah. Sorry about that. Good luck.
He's fine.
Look, see, I had no idea he was right behind me. Why are they so quiet?
Oh god, that last pistol looks so fucking janky, like when you're firing it while moving around.
Yeah, really not getting the heavy last pistol vibe from it.
I don't know why they called it heavy last pistol. This is just a normal last pistol. It doesn't get any lighter than that without fucking fire rate.
They added a heavier one. It's still not
Is
the
that
big
effective,
magnum
just
that
killing
Crab
it?
wanted.
Is it good just killing it with Infernus stacks?
I don't even have Infernus.
Oh,
But
why is it on
yes.
fire?
Maybe I have Infernus. I thought I had Raking Fire Dum Dum.
The original streamer hallucinates no infernus.
I literally have no idea what I'm running half the time, and like my stealth setup for the other day Like, I was running Curios that had like sniper resistant shit. Just remnants of another age.
When you can never predict what would happen every time a special spawns. Wait, really? With all those trippies up?
I thought they'd rush in melee with their bayonet. They're just gonna do that now.
Sometimes, but sometimes they don't, and you can never tell which.
It's 7 meters. 7 meters is bare.
Do they still make like checks at like certain intervals to see if they're being engaged in melee, and then like if you disengage like before that interval, it takes round again. This doesn't work.
Yeah, well, they don't, and they have actions they won't interrupt.
I just knocked more paintbrushes off my desk. I need to fix my. I need to clean up.
You've been painting recently.
No, actually, that makes it even worse that there are like paintbrushes all over my desk. I really don't want to fight a Pogren in like this room in particular.
Perfectly understandable. Green dog on you.
Oh, okay. It's dead. Oh god.
The spawn is doing.
Hello.
Hi. I did not go hit the dog.
Oh god.
Yeah, I think the unyielding damage overperformers just need to be completely turbo nerfed across the board. Trapper.
Let me know.
Funny thing is that a lot of people think that knife is good into bosses because of bleed, but a non-bleed knife doesn't
Oh,
damage
God.
the boss.
Oh, I dodge into it.
Got you.
Good one. Want to rush the top down.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright.
Horde is groaners, fuck it. Go crazy. Trapper behind you.
I'm with you.
Barreled it. Don't dodge off the map.
Trying so hard, man. I kinda wanna just drop to the bottom anyway, though.
Yeah.
Cool, let's go.
Watch this jump. He didn't even look.
I was already, like, falling mid-air.
Oh, he just said we're not even real soldiers. That's so rude.
Oh god, how do bursters actually park here? Does it work properly?
Oh, they
or,
go
like...
forward.
Holy shit, man, actually, this is such a bad position I'm in. Alright.
I go hit the dog, but this time I did not pay the price. Please? Thank you. Oh.
There's a worrying incidence of just snipers being in melee range and not running away.
Oh, they'll kick you to death. They're not backing down.
They used to be a lot more cowardly. A lot more craven. Alright,
Spawn in Pogren.
Pogren?
Oh, he's on me, making no sound.
And spawn. I'm gonna
Dog,
play
dog,
some
dog,
ambience.
dog, dog on you.
Okay. Ah, might be trouble here. Okay. I'm bringing everything back.
I nearly absolutely goobered myself here. Spawn down.
Oh god.
Wait, didn't you have a medkit back there?
Oh my god.
You dropped?
I'm down.
We forgot to pick that up.
Oh, did I? Oh, I don't think I registered it. I think you called out.
I don't think I can get you in the middle of all that.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Too much range here. Oh,
Which one are you? I can't tell.
there's no way, man. Not here, not now.
You need to nerf second one. You got moved forward for no reason.
What the fuck? Holy shit, I did. Why did it
The
do that?
bots are here, but you're not.
That's so strange.
Alone mind wanders dark places.
And the heretics are no wiser.
Million and one troopies here.
Yeah, I know,
do
I'm
this?
just sticking my cock in the hornet's nest right now, just waking them up.
Wait a minute, you're using the old knife.
Yes.
I like the old knife still has genuine upgrades.
I don't know what it's like on your screen, but like every single shot you fired at the bulwark, like for some reason just like created blue sparks just by hitting him in the face.
That's bulwark force field. When their shield is active, it's 180 degrees.
He was opened, like he was straight opened.
Oh yeah, the shield is it's a special entity.
That's even worse than it used to be.
No, it always worked out.
I don't think it's
Okay.
changed at
Okay,
all.
I'm not putting left. And I'm reversing it again. Hello.
There we go. We are in dire need of a medkit for the end event. I wish you'd remembered yours.
Oh god, I'm gonna get bored.
Everywhere, people keep muttering about the cicatrix malediction. I don't know what they're speaking. It means
That poor bruiser.
I heard like the sound of fucking Mauler overheads. What the hell was that about?
There's no mauler.
Alright, let's go. You ready?
No kit, no ammo. Let's go. This is gonna be
That's a lot.
super rough.
Let's rush it, I guess.
Rush left, yeah.
Oh god. I'm gonna clear all this thing.
Doors open.
Alright. I'm gonna get the pussy. Oh god. Okay, that's a good start.
Not having a good time, are you?
Just getting hit by bursters. Oh my god.
Trapper coming through. Green.
Dead. Shotgunners.
Okay, moving one forward.
Let's go play with these ranged. Alright, I'm coming to you now. Get that gunner. Wait, that's not gunner.
Cover me.
On you.
Thank you.
Wait, no, loads of stalkies, loads of stalkies.
It's okay. I'm moving it up. Then I'm gonna break my toughness.
There we go.
Going back to the crate. I'm not sure we opened everything. Did we? We did! Let's move to the other train.
Yeah, I've got everything on the other side.
Double mutant. One on each side.
Did we really get only one?
Yes.
Oh god.
You want the stem? Or should I save it for a clutch?
Probably. Save it for, if I take a wound, I guess. Realistically, it's probably when I take a wound. I'm gonna open the door.
Yes, sniper's looking at you.
Yeah, I see that. Got it.
Oh, I just ate that.
Ah, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna reload. Jumping out.
Pepper.
Coming. Oh god, this fucking...
Going back to the train.
Yep.
Spawn. Dog.
Let's ride that. Oh, 2 spawns. Oh, fuck, grabbed that. Oh, I think I'm dead, yeah. Yeah, I'm dead.
Where's the spawn?
Train entrance. There are 2 of them.
2 spawns.
I think I saw 2. I guess there's
I
only
killed
one,
one.
and it must have like... Oh, you killed one. Okay, now there's only 1 then.
But not for you!
You're up.
Alright, let's go.
Where's the spawn?
It's just fucking gone now, I guess. What's going on?
Oh, I found the spawn.
Was it inside? Was it stuck inside?
All
the
this time I thought I was getting chased
What
by
the
a spawn.
fuck?
I thought, where is he, man? Is he stuck inside the other train? I mean, the one I was just at? Nice.
How many were missing? 1 out. Oh wait, 1 out of 5.
That spawn was just commuting to work. You fucking got it, man. I mean,
Oh god, I've got no knives.
Trapper, dog.
God, please leave so I can kill you. Are these doors opened? Are you transporting one or are you kiting?
I'm just fighting. There's no
What
notion
the
of
fuck?
shotgunners right now. What's a trapper?
Shit. Oh my god. Fucking... This is great, man. This event's really hard when you got monsters.
This event is
everywhere.
one of the best, probably the best event
This
in
is
the game.
great. I love this. Yeah.
This is Dark Tide at its peak.
I need to fucking play this game more, though, man. I'm like I'm so underperformed.
Oh, why did that shoot me, man? That was such a great plan.
You'll loot the train.
I don't like that they do that.
the answer is play execution stance veteran, and then you have an excuse for feeding. Just say, "Oh man, I'm sorry."
Oh, man, that's
you know, sorry, man.
That's the classic.
I am alone. This road.
I have wondered, like, if you were a third player in a duo, how much can you do to actually sabotage the other 2 players? Like, if you were to go optimal sabotage,
Oh,
that's
why does that?
unfortunate.
I hate this, man.
Holy shit! What happened there?
I fell.
Just slid off.
Breaking distance,
Stop.
should not break res. Vermintide 2 had it right.
It's not Infernus, by the way. Apparently, Flame has actually like set enemies on fire now.
Oh yeah.
That's huge, man.
Haven't they always done that?
I don't think so. I might be wrong.
They need to get rid of this bond door.
Woo! Okay. Right, I'll get the bolts reloaded. Something about these bosses.
The abomination weakens! Yes, Guardian! Slay them all!
Just Stalky, no shotgunners?
I'm going into the train.
What? Dude, fucking Hogman's just chasing him. That was dead.
Yeah, stealth should have never been added. Completely agree.
Crapper's up.
It's on you.
Crapper's still up. I'm gonna come to you. Let's move in. Let's move one of those capsules that are like on the ground level.
One?
With
You
stuff.
didn't want to drop more? Okay. Trapper reloaded, she's coming back.
Yeah. There she is. I've got no knives.
Smoker somewhere?
Oh shit, fire. Sniper, load that over there.
Did you run it in? Oh no.
No, I didn't.
I think it teleported.
It was fire. Lots of it.
Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, coming up.
Go.
Oh my god. So much stuff here.
I managed to throw one up.
Run, heretics! A vessel of divine wrath strides forth!
Is it killing him now? Oh, no. Was that a spawn? Okay,
I
one's
don't
in.
know. I didn't hear anything, but I see gas, so... Let me move, game, please. I did not go save the dog. Well, yeah, there's a spawn. There he is. And a pogren.
Right. Let me reload this gun.
God, I wish you had a medkit.
Dog. Snipe.
Completely silent trapper, by the way.
Oh, it's dead. Alright. Oh god.
Trapper. I ran one in.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Spawn dead.
Oh, god, down again. Holy shit, man. This is crazy. Playground is on me. You might be able to use the space to run them in. I don't know.
What is the pogren doing with this charge, man?
Yeah, that's really
Oh,
unfortunate.
shotgunners? No.
Shotgunners.
I don't like that. Please climb the ladder. Please climb the ladder.
The faithful should stand together!
Wasn't
Is
that
that
just
the fourth
slick?
res or the third?
I don't know.
Where art the sinners now?
Where's that dog? You get it?
On me. Trapper.
Yeah. I'm gonna push it.
Only one left to put in. Ladder! We need to get that fixed.
In the person.
Only one left.
Right, yeah, I'm going for it now. Oh, fucking console.
Check it. Check it, I can catch.
Oh, I'm being interrupted.
It's okay, I'll do it. I did it.
Going up.
Gambling mention?
Jesus Christ, man, hold on. Holy fuck. But yeah, no, I'm not ready for this ability, man. This is, like, this is fucking nuts. Like,
This is also the hardest map in the game.
I need to like play this game a bit more before I try this again. That was
Boss
really
boss
something.
spawns evened out by the end, we got 23. It was so fucking low at the start.
That was
Hello,
really
Reginald.
weird. It's like what I described. Like it's like they don't they gate them off like the second half of the level. Also, I actually did do that badly in terms of like killing stuff.
No,
Funny enough.
no, you're fine.
Felt like I was way behind. All right, well, that's not awful.
40% weak spot rate. I'm gonna blame that on the left clicking the horde. How many hours do I have? Probably 2600 by now.
Alright, weak spot rate. Oh, that's a thing. Okay. I need to get the scoreboard mods.
Yeah, okay, I need to now right click tiny angry crab. You are now at 200%. What were you trying to say 50 minutes ago?
Nothing. I was saying greetings.
Oh,
And I had John Fat Shark's nudes, you know. But,
how big is this? How big is the meat?
I can't say any more now. We're breaking NDA.
How many gigabytes?
Petabytes.
Alright, I'm gonna take a break. That was like all my neurons firing at the same time. I was basically having a seizure throughout the.
Hell
throughout that
yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
that's
now-
great though. That feels like so much more fun than like the Ultra Viewers,
It's
where like nothing works, so you have to creep forward at like snail's pace.
well, yeah. I ghosted a dog like once.
Yeah, only once. Like it would have been like every
No,
other
that's
time you've interacted.
exceptional. And you can push them reliably now. So
You can push them from like halfway across the room. It's great. You can actually
like,
play fast and not get punished for it.
I'm so battered that when I get a ghost hit on a dog, when I like heavy it with a knife, I don't really think to myself, "What the fuck? This is bullshit." I think, "Oh, I deserve it for being stupid. I should have pushed." Of course, hitting it isn't gonna work. It's a dog.
But yeah,
Little
it's
bastard.
actually like this game actually feels like the way that I always imagined it could feel like to play, like the entire time.
No, imagine
Where
if
we were, like,
they.
you know, creeping forward like millimeter by millimeter, and just like thinking, "Oh, how much better could it? How would this look if like things actually worked?"
Yeah, no, it was definitely like a very surreal time looking back.
Yeah.
Like it never. It's. There's still a huge part of me that is kind of baffled that I can go behind a mutant and hit it.
Oh. Oh.
I suppose you're kind of like a time traveler because you haven't played the game.
This is night and day, man. This is completely
Yeah.
different. Like this is so crazy.
Now we just need monsters to not be nerfed. I just don't think
Yeah.
weekend monsters should be a thing.
But
Straight
also
up.
like the skill ceiling is like so much higher now as well. So
Well, because you're allowed to do things.
yeah, you are.
Except Beast. Yeah, anytime you hear me say anything about like spawn a boss, Beast is excluded. Like I genuinely, unironically think this is not a joke or hyperbole. They should remove the Beast of Nurgle from the game for the time being until they can figure out what to do with it,
The
because
double
it doesn't.
beast one,
It
the
doesn't
double
work.
beast one was definitely the weak point, the low point of that run.
I mean, it's never fun. Like you never have a fun encounter with a beast. It never makes anything more interesting. It does the opposite of what a monster should do.
It's
Give the
fucked
beast a
up that
Nurgle
like
gun.
it's fucked up that like if you're playing the high risk position, you also have like the fewest damage opportunities. Like it's really fucked that it never presents you a sweet spot. Like if you're just
Well, I
playing
mean,
this normally.
if you can 1v1 extremely easily, like especially if
I
you're
mean, you
knifed
can
out.
just dodge to the side when it's about to vomit, but you
Yeah,
need like
but it's
obviously,
so
like, you need the
unengaging.
space or whatever. But it's so
And-
horrible to play.
And the consequence for getting hit is like so frustrating because it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
I can't interact
You have
with
to-
this anymore for 20
Yeah, you just have
seconds.
to like kite loop for like 20 seconds or something.
You don't get to use
So
a run. You don't need to do anything. It's a fucking slug. It's not gonna, unless you're like in a corner, like in the medikit corner. It's not gonna catch you. What the fuck is it gonna do? Fart? Yeah, I can fart too. Okay, Crab, how long do you have?
I am now here.
Goon. I finished Biometrics on my own, but I would like to hear your thoughts because we like someone said for the middle we could have the upper area be playable, and I found that interesting. Anyway, I will be right back.
Alright, I'm
Well,
gonna
I was
head
just-
back to the stream since I have nothing meaningful to contribute to this.
No, I was just going to say that we could
Hate you.
invite Reginald into voice for the
Oh.
level review. Why not?
Hell yeah. Reginald
Get
hop
the
on.
content creator crossover.
The ultimate collab.
Exactly.
Is he British?
I think Reginald may be British spiritually, but not physically.
I'm so sorry. Because there's too many Brits. Like I'm gonna like Commissar Tier, Crab. Now someone's gonna have to go. There's only so much I can tolerate.
Yeah, I mean Reginald is spiritually a pretty British name.
I like that is indeed a very British name. I'm not associated with Dark Tide, like the negative Reginald. Very funny. Okay. Okay, brother, find your way onto my Discord. I will now go vomit my guts. Here you go. Hop into any voice channel. I will drag you into the private chamber. Piss time. I'll be right back.
Into the boudoir. Oh wait, I can't drag him in. All right, well.
Alright, boys. We're so back. They've all abandoned me. What the fuck?
Oh,
Ah!
I can't drag in Reginald.
I know.
I don't have the power.
Neither can I. It's not. It's about the channel. Oh well, you know what? Actually, hold on, hold on. Settle down. Calm down.
Still down. Calm down.
It's going to happen.
I'm good at being.
There.
What?
No, there you go. Okay, there we go. All right.
There we go.
I remembered that my secret channel is also the racism channel, which may not be the. There you go. All right, this is good.
Alright.
What's up, dude?
Hey, how are you?
Not British.
No.
It's code for well.
Excellent. Okay. So basically, what we're doing right now, I can say this much, is that level design in this game is a problem. Often not because of geometry when it comes to events, but because of other things. And I've made like a big doc that has been sent around Fatrug, and I've had a positive response to those kinds of feedbacks. So we're good. We're just gonna be flying over, looking at stuff and being like, "Hey, this is fucked. Here's how we fix it." We just got done. I got done with Power Matrix without Crab, but I thought maybe his insight was missing because there's some rooms that I just didn't give a shit about, and there were some ideas that I thought this might be alright. This might be cool.
Yeah, easier to bounce off when there's someone else there.
Yeah. Gangplanks were being mentioned a lot. We love our gangplanks. Alright. If my internet crashes again, then I'll know that it's because I'm streaming on Discord, which would be very weird.
Alright, okay, cool. I can use that then.
Cancelled the racism channel.
Well,
It's
more just where I was always
yeah.
behind. Looking up, you're right, you're left.
That poor soul who was trying to tell me something on YouTube chat with like a 15-second delay. Okay, so we're just gonna be
We have access to ventilation, so keep moving. We don't have much time.
Expect people to make weapons or lose the war. Your choice.
where am I? I'm here. We already did this. We already did this. And we stopped at the interesting room. We didn't talk much about this one.
Uh,
This
Yes,
is one of
I
my
mean, I think-
favorite rooms, but the one thing about this room that's maybe not that just jumps out at me. I know this because Cash Grab pointed it out in one of his videos. Nice. I don't know what I'm looking at, but this room right here, there is a door that allows enemy mobs to teleport up to you from the lower floors, and so you can go from vibing in the upper floors, kind of enjoying the choke point, to getting poxbursted very fast. And I think that's fine for us more experienced players, but I wonder if that doesn't feel bad for rookie players who have different expectations.
Well, the newer player is getting poxbursted once, and then he sees the door, and he puts two and two together, and he learns. The problem right now is
Well,
that this door breaks padding, and enemies can't walk through it.
Well, that too is
Yeah.
also really funny.
I mean, the teleportation in the back rooms is an interesting one because it's like enemies being able to move around is pretty important, but at the same time, sometimes it does have some interesting results.
And maybe move this door, like here, or something. That way,
I mean,
you have less of like a direct line of sight if you're here doing stuff.
it's also just that this area only has one spawn location, or at least one good spawn location. And I think adding a second door would probably be good.
Adding some holes. I'm a big fan of adding holes in the ground, like
Is that
at
door
random
there a
intervals.
spawn
Like
door?
here. Which one here?
The one you were just looking at.
I don't think this spawns anything now.
No, the
So
one you
there's-
were, the red one. Yeah,
Oh, the
that
big
white
one?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Big
That
ones like
should be
this
a
are
spawn.
rarely like spawn doors. They're usually
Oh,
just
no,
addressing.
I
But yeah.
was more asking Because I think it isn't, but it would be an obvious.
Wait, this one is inactive here, I think. This
No,
is
yeah,
the
it's
this
come out of
works.
At least
It
last
works
time I
on.
played.
It works on. Oh, what's the smelter complex? This door spawn stuff, but I think right now it doesn't.
I have to say, I've never been harassed from that direction, but maybe it's just I don't usually end up
I
there.
can check. I can just quickly. Let's see if stuff happens. I wish there was a more elegant way to test spawning and placement.
I think he might be dead because the geometry beyond it isn't there.
Yeah, I don't think it spawns anything. Alright. Well, something to look at. Oh, I forgot to hit the record button. Well, it doesn't matter. We didn't talk much. Basically, make this door spawn stuff. Maybe add one in here. To further have this thing where you can just, like, stand here and murder everything that's coming up the stairs.
Really, it's just that spawn door on the left there is just a classic example of a spawn door that's too close to players too much at the time. So you get the surprise burst.
And it's like you said, it is the only one, so... Yeah. The bridge is fine. What about this one here? This one doesn't spawn stuff. This one is way too safe.
Yeah, this area is very, very dead.
Why is this door
Dead zone.
inactive? Why aren't there enemies like coming down from here, dropping down? Why isn't this used except for first
It would
wave
be cool if
ambience?
there was more of a shooting gallery up on the balconies as well. Not there on the right that you were just looking at.
Yeah, that's such a common thing.
It's low enough to be
theme with our
easy to
stuff.
hit, but
Oh, you know what'd be cool? Ramp here, and then ramp here, and there's just like, make that a bit bigger, and there's enemies. That way you have it like a 2-level fight encounter. That could be nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I like about the previous room in Smelter Complex, right? It's got that... You can't get up to the second floor, but it does give you that opportunity to let veterans shine a little bit, have a bit of a shooting gallery show up.
Yeah, it's neat. It's very cool. This is the hell room. This is kind of the problem. The room that's both a problem and solution crap. And basically the things I said while you were gone, I've been very naughty.
Oh no.
Was like... You need to just like tweak. I think there's enough spawn doors here. You just need to kind of tweak them. So you get overwhelmed more. And maybe the enemies are less split off. Because the fact that they drop behind you is good, but they're too slow. Make them drop down faster. Give them something. But basically, you have this. I hate this sightline. This sightline, where snipers shoot you from across the thing, is so devious. I
It's
despise it.
intentionally cursed though, which I kind of,
It leans,
like
it leans into the nightmare room vibe.
yeah.
But we also talked, like, this area up here, speaking of shooting galleries, why is this unused? Like, look at this. Look at the sightline they have. Like, I think this is much more interesting.
More
You
fun to
could-
be shot from up here than down there.
Yeah. You'd have, like, what I wanted was extend this platform to here. Have a spawn door here or whatever or something to make enemies actually come out. And you've got range dudes propped up here. And the bridge now, you've put like one big box here, so you have a little bit of cover. But with our proposed rework to suppression, where it makes enemies less accurate, you could actually just like make a dive here. And then you land here. And this is a problem. This area is a huge problem because it's way too safe. Like, you just walk here, everything is linearized, everything is coming to you in this straight line here, and you obliterate them. And you have the safe drop down that will make space for free to enemies. I don't like that. And what I wanted was make this super short, like make it end like here or here. I really like using glass pistol as a laser pointer. I'd put a big wall here. Like, you can't just drop down here. So if you want to drop down, you have to do it from this spot here. Or you have to now leap over this wall here, over there. But basically you can't just stand here and camp and fight the linearized horde. And to further implement that, have like a little balcony here and enemies drop. Or like a hole or like a spawn door or something. Just something to make this spot not the default. Huge follow, thank you. Not the default.
Yeah.
I
I
stand
think the
here
problem
and I
for
clear
that-
everything.
For that particular bit, is just that if enemies could get a range line of sight to that easily, then you couldn't stand there because there's no cover. But they don't have a range line of sight to here. so they all just end up pathing.
They do from
I
the
will
bridge.
say that it may be the case that some choke points like that allow you to linearize the enemy are fun for players who are more rookie. The only reason I consider keep that in mind is because, well, the game needs more players. So it can be rewarding to be able to figure out how to move the enemy rather than have to deal with them on all sides like us. So something to
Features
consider.
figuring out how to move the enemy means how do you trivialize them and without letting them a chance to operate. If you want the game to be fun for like newer players, there's things for that. It's lower difficulties. I think adjusting level design to players you're assuming are bad is not a good move.
Well, but I think
Plus, there
there's
is still, even if you nuke the opportunity to cheese the enemy by letting them walk in a straight line, you'd still have something that lets you learn, like drop downs. Like this is one of the best ways to teach players one of the basics of kiting, which is dropping down.
I think there's a fair interpretation of that, though, which is that using geometry to deal with enemies is a core skill in the game. And so you do need some areas which are like better to funnel enemies into than others, because if everywhere is equally dangerous, then you know.
No, I'm not saying completely
yeah.
get rid of it. I'm just saying this is entirely too much. Like this is a ridiculous long line.
Yeah. So to be concrete, the complaint about this is not that it's a funnel; it's that it's too easy, and the escape, the fallback, is too easy as well.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
We could even make it so you straight up can't drop down anymore. Just like make this a closed off tunnel.
Oh, but the thing is, though, that drop down is one of those cases where the first time a player does it and they realize where they are, it's a really cool, like, oh, it connects. You know what I mean? Like, it is really
kind of cool. It is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like that as well. It's one of my. This is one of my favorite drop downs. Not necessarily my favorite place to play from though.
But also just like just having the thing full of sand there where you thought you're like, yeah.
Yeah,
like a little
it's
movie thing.
this thing. You either call it the sand truck room or the hell room. I'm eating disgusting like Easter egg candy things.
He's Swiss. He only eats chocolate. That's all they have there. Someone sent Swiss some pizza. They're starving.
This room is hell, and it's fine. You shouldn't be desiring to fight in a place like this. I think this can stay. This is okay. I like that there's access to enemies that are up here and drop down. This window should be opened, and enemies should be shooting at you from it. Like, why aren't there guys set up on Overwatch here, like, ready to fire? That's a huge problem in general. The enemies, like, the ranged enemies are just so passive. Like, they're literally MMO mobs just waiting to be aggroed. They should be more set up. I like this hole. I love this hole. This hole is disgusting. And it's a good thing.
It's also the kind of thing where it's like in a film, or like if it was a siege, you'd imagine someone like throwing things out of it onto you. But
yeah, like the heroes move in, they chuck a grenade, and they go past it.
I think one thing we need to be careful about is that it does feel like they have some areas that are meant to be sort of intentional encounters, and then other areas which are a bit more of a pass-through. But I think for a lot of these things, it's like, you know, take those windows, they could be open or closed. And so I think stuff like
that would be a nice bit of...
Yeah, no, but I just think adding stuff like that, because you can't have the game constantly just being like, okay, you're fucked from every direction all the time. I mean, that's my Friday night, but it's not how I always want to be, you know. So I think that's so just to emphasize to anyone who's a designer watching, all of these are meant to be sort of things that could be optionally engaged rather than turning every area into a non-stop fight.
Yeah, I mean, map-to-map run-to-run version is fantastic. Just we need more of that. Like, look at these sidelines. Look at this. Look at these little windows. Look at what they see. Look at what you could do. I like this. Look at that. I never even knew. I never even noticed this was the tunnel.
I have actually had cause to use that to shoot enemies before. It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's just to be a very interesting run.
Well,
Some interesting decision making by your allies.
Crab, what do you think? What do you think of these stairs? What do we do about this section? I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
So this area is interesting because a couple of things. The first thing that's weird about this is you get enemies that spawn off on the right, and you know, if you look in the right area, there's that raised area where enemies can spawn and a lower area where enemies can spawn as well. And neither of those two enemies have an obvious way to get at you. And you occasionally look at them and just like, why are you there, lads? It does feel a bit odd. It feels like they want you. It feels like the game wants to put your attention right a bit, but there's not really much of a reason. And then the fact that the actual spawns frequently come out of the door in front is weird, but then it's usually only catch-up spawns.
Yeah,
so
this, we tested. We tested. This
yeah.
doesn't spawn anything. It's just like a travel door.
Yeah, that to me is odd because what you end up with is this very predictable pattern where you go through the door and it's like, oh, here's all the stuff that I know is going to come out here. And usually the stuff that spawned higher up doesn't aggressively push the stairs fast enough. They might be at the top, so you get time to do that, so you're not being hurried up the stairs. I think it's interesting in the sense that you can get caught not pushing the stairs, but good teams or good players don't find that too much of a problem. I don't know how much of an overall thing I feel about this because it's mostly all right. It really just feels like the good encounter should be at the top because you have the columns breaking up the line of sight, the stairs, and people who can be at the top, and the room on the left. But I don't know.
I felt that way about most of this map that is an event. It's like, yeah, this is fine, like, who cares? But I have a few things. One is, like, these two spawn doors are weird. Like, I don't know why they're here. I would move one of them here, and maybe add a door over there. So you can't just, like, choke point cap the one door and just nuke everything as it comes to you. You have to, like, keep track of a bunch of pressure, because the only thing that could really disrupt you is, like, oh, there's a box booster coming out the door. Like, that's it. I would also make this, like, an active spawner. Like, you're right, like, the game does pull your attention to this, but it's only a couple ambients that are up here. Same with here, it's only a couple ambients.
That travel door should be on that platform up there. So the enemies that you ignore come out behind the direction you want to run.
Hell yeah. And then this is just like a regular horse spawner stuff.
Yep, or there could be, yeah, exactly. And that way, if you're trying to just speedrun it, you get stuff behind you.
Green Knight's annoying. I agree. Yeah, the Green Knight is annoying. Green means medkit. Greens mean demon husk. Why is it green? Why is it green?
Like, they're nuggle. We can let the nuggle enemies have some green lights. I think that's permitted.
No. If you don't get, you haven't earned your green light if you haven't put tentacles everywhere.
Alright.
Also, look at this. Check this room out. Did you ever notice that there's potential line of sight? What if we removed this concrete wall and it was like more of a visible thing where you can like see enemies and they can shoot you, stuff like that.
Boxes to stand on.
Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. The seats are too high. Like,
they're too small. They're too short.
Yeah, these are Ogren windows. But I was thinking of asking you just sort of more generally because, you know, Tom and I have rambled about this before, but from your point of view, Reginald, if at a high level, what would you say would be your feelings about the things that the levels are mainly getting wrong at the moment?
Let me have a think on that one.
If you have a particular,
you have 10 seconds.
Particular characteristic thing.
I would actually say that the thing that I find the worst about the levels is when you get to the ends of most of the levels, they become a dull slog 9 times out of 10. Like, there's a few missions that just feel really good. Broadly speaking about the levels, I haven't thought more deeply on it than that, so that's my 10-second answer.
Yeah, that's so
I was
basically,
joking.
Like, final events just end up feeling like a bit of a wet, damp squib.
Yeah, I remember when I first started playing, right? And I was, first of all, not very good at the game, and second of all, you know, it was all fresh and new. And I remember getting to the end events and being like, oh, this is so awesome, it's very cinematic. But once you get used to the mechanics, usually what it ends up feeling like is nothing's actually happening for the entire end mission. Like, there's just, you kill a few mobs and you go home.
Yeah, like, that I think has been pretty... In split into two arms, but basically our major complaint about events is that the events are too samey, and the restrictions on events force the game to be too domesticated when it should be peaking.
And
so
a more higher level note is that even if the geometry is good, like Refinery Delta's end event has fantastic geometry, you are never, ever, ever engaging with it, because most events are like static, either by a failure of design of the objective or a failure of the spawning, like spawning logic, spawning locations, and what spawns, like in which quantities, because often the game just simply does not spawn enough enemies, just for even for 2 players, let alone 4, and those things compound to make events just a complete bore, where like
And it's also just, for a lot of events, it's like they spawn what could be hypothetically quite annoying, like 12 shotgunners or gunners or something coming out a door, but they're all on top of each other, and it's all the same kind of enemy, and it's always that kind of enemy that gets spawned. You know, it's like the back.
And it's only them. It's complex middle. It's just one wave of elites with no melee.
And it's like if it was possible for them to spawn with, let's say, 3 ogre and 3 crushers or something, it's very, very different, because you can't just stand there and go, ha, funny kill feed, unless you got a plasma.
These double doors are dumb. I don't like doors in general because it's just a cheese tool for players.
I love these double doors. They're stupid and they make no damn sense.
They
And
are stupid, but
as a
why?
consequence, because
I don't mind it. Like, there's nothing wrong. Like, I don't know. It's never caused a problem just because it's like, you know.
you can kill bosses with them.
if you turn around telepods, like right around where you are, like this area with double doors, occasionally mobs of enemies just swarm in from both this set of double doors and the doors behind, and it feels very cinematic when that happens. And I really like I like good cinema in my Tide games.
A Kino appreciator.
Yeah, exactly. So I've had this moment where like, you know, the door opens up and a poxburster runs out one side as two, you know, crushers come out on the other side, and it just feels really cool as you're getting ready to try and deal with this drop down.
Yeah, I do think doors killing bosses is probably something that
Needs to
doesn't
go.
like tweet.
The boss should break the door. Like straight up, if you close a door on a boss, he just fucking rips it out.
I was thinking if it was more like, you know, the knocking over a pallet in Dead by Daylight or something, where it slows them
Yeah,
down, like, you know,
temporary
you catch
slowdown.
the tail of a slug and he has to pull it free or something. That would at least give it a nice purpose. But a bit that requires a substantial amount of effort and animation, so it won't happen. But
Okay, so this is the big problem. First and foremost, at this time of recording, this event is broken and spawns about 10% of what it should / used to. Disregarding that, it's highly dysfunctional. There's a core problem with these hacking events where the entire intent of this event type is to have it's a 3-phase engagement. The first phase is players being overwhelmed. There are too many enemies to go do the hack. Then there is a slowdown in intensity because you've cleared stuff, because the timers have not respawned a bunch of the threatening units yet, and you go in and you do the hack. And then there's the third phase, which is going back to your holdout spot and killing stuff. Now, there's a couple problems. Very often, the holdout spot is too safe. It is completely entirely too safe. Like, if you stand here, literally nothing can kill you. Like, you see enemies flop from here. You see enemies walk all the way across. You see the specials drop from here. You have sight on everything. You have immediate cover. So none of the gun enemies that can sometimes spawn in packs of 1 or 2 over there and over there, they can't do anything to you. You've got the horde that is pre-linearized, that just comes to you. It's just... That's a problem.
It's interesting too, because this is like, is this a geometry problem or a fact that enemies don't have good area denial problem?
Here it's both, because if they could chuck like a big fart at you or something and force you to move, like I suggested for this map, you could even just make it part of the environment. Like the power matrix, like either my lazy solution is to just fucking fart everywhere. Like it's Snurgle, the Globadier shows up, he chucks, like there is gas everywhere, whatever, you're getting poisoned. And that's cool, but what if it was the level itself? Like, you don't need an enemy. Like, there's just, now the spot you're holding, the game gives you a tell that's like, in 5 seconds, this area is going to give you cancer if you stay. And so you have to move.
You could, for these, the left and right areas, you could put a little electric doodad, like here's a transformer thing, it's going to be overloaded by power, sparks.
Exactly, because like, this is supposed to be, the factory's like, overheating. Like, we're supposed to be cooling it down. Does this look like it's about to collapse because it's overheating and the machine spirit is angry? Not really.
Yeah, you could have like an emergency vent.
It looks pretty placid to me.
Yeah. Looks like it's cool enough already. Doesn't need more chronic rods. So, a few ideas. First of all, the geometry in this event is actually really good. You just don't know because you never are forced to use it. But back when Monstrous was a thing that you could play and have monsters spawn and fight, there are so many routes you can take. And so many things you can do to create space between yourself and the enemy. It has inherent verticality that is just never used, and that's a shame. And I think there's a few things we can do to fix it. First of all, this upper area, like Egg brought up, why can't we go up there? You could make a console up here. And basically what I would want is like there's a staircase, or like a ramp, and you can go up here. And then you can go and hack here. And now you can spawn guns up here. And you've now given me like a little side objective of like, oh, we've got these guns that are entrenched. I have to go and deal with them because they're annoying. And so you go and you deal with them. And then this whole area could be like on fire, ruined, fallen, whatever. Like very minor geometry changes just so you can't see that nothing works. Also the door can operate. Pretty cool.
So speaking of doors operating, I want to put something on the table that I've had in my head for like a year and a half. It was originally an idea I had for if there was ever a tech priest class, which will never happen. But I had this notion that you could lock doors, but they added it in one of the events. Which one was it? In the that Colosseum map, right? You can close the gates to stem the tide of enemies.
Yeah.
What if you could come up here and you could close doors like that door? You could lock the door for a section of the gameplay. It would give you a reason to come up here and fight your way to it, and then close it down.
I like
I mean, having
side objectives, but stuff that is like you've removed spawns. Like it's a good thing that you bring up a Mercantile's End event, because it's one of the most boring things you can do in the game. It's like there are now less enemies spawning. I think that
there's two ways to look at that, right? Because the first one is you can say, okay, well, you can have sub objectives that are designed to make it so that you can opt into an easier or harder version of the fight. In brackets, you would need a reason for that. But the second thing is you can also just make it so that things that maybe on a lower difficulty allow you to make the thing easier become a mid mission objective that you have to solve in order to solve it. Like, for example, over here there's a power village. You need to go up here and move a transformer so that you can continue doing what
I love the idea.
Yeah, I like that as well. Also, I would propose that it doesn't necessarily have to spawn less enemies. That's one of the things I don't like about that map as well. It would just direct the flow of enemies differently, giving you a better opportunity to control them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it feels like there's sort of giving people control over what kind of thing they get, but also particularly for things, if there's achievements and stuff coming, having achievements related to, for example, do this on like the most insane, dumb way where you've made it too hard for yourself, that kind of thing.
Hell yeah. Also, yeah, Meme is right, and like no melee pressure. I mean, it's just that this space doesn't spawn anything. But even if it did, the place you hold is so safe. Look, you can even drop down here and not take fall damage. It's like they meant for you to go up here, and they did in Consignment Yard, but this is too safe because you've got these super small hallways, and enemies just go through it. My solution: nuke this break. Why is there this block of shit here that's just blocking everything? It doesn't make sense. Like, the only thing this is disadvantageous is the enemy, because now they're forced through an even tighter funnel. So just two really tight funnels with nothing happening. So I would first pump the intensity, so this door is actually scary, and you can just stand here with your cock in your hand, waiting for the 3 poxwalkers that spawn to come get you. And we need some more area denial that isn't melee enemies too. Like we need the gas, we need the fire, we need the thing that makes you move. I mean, Kick also said like spawn door here. Or here. Like, we need more places that enemies can come from. This one needs to be way more aggressive, because this is actually the only spawn door where enemies don't appear in your line of sight if you're holding at the good spot. And they would be forced to like climb up here and then here. So you can't really see them for as long as you can see other enemies. But yeah, adding range pressure like on this level that you could meaningfully deal with by rushing to the ramp or the ladder or whatever that is here. I think that'd be nice. That'd be like a nice bit of like meaningful gameplay. Or you could have the veteran that's here and shooting them, and you have to protect them from the spawns that are here. Things need to happen.
A cool thing is just I think difficulty triggered spawn doors. So each event has, let's say, 10 spawn doors, and only 5 of them are active on everything other than top. On top difficulty, you get the full version of the event where you can get hard flanked and rolled from all angles.
Oh yeah,
I strongly agree with that.
Because I think
I think the exact objection you had probably in your head is the same one I was having, which is like, I personally love getting steamrolled in my game. I like when I'm playing these games, I want them to be as hard as possible so that I could just have a miserable time slogging through it. But I think I've heard from other people, since I have some, lots of people come talk to me about the things they don't like, that they don't like the feeling of getting surrounded by all sides, and I'm like, that's wrong. You need to be surrounded from all sides, but not everybody wants that.
Yeah, I would tell
difficulty.
Being able to actually tell people like go play on Malice, enemies won't do that there, is like, that'd be perfect. That'd be great. Yeah. Also, this spawn and placement is a huge problem, because you can see the retards just like you just poxbusters like slopping on their belly, taking 10 minutes to walk up to you is so stupid. This thing needs to change. Make this a ramp with like fire here so you can't get up to it, or gas, or whatever the case. Like, that's an elegant solution. Or just put a spawn door. Also place little holes on the ground. I'm a big fan. I love holes. Make a hole here. Make a hole here. Like, we need more of that like chaos rats being summoned vibe. Like, there's not enough holes in the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think my feeling is that for most players, like Auric Melkram is actually more chaotic than most players can handle. And I think that the way I would look at it is, what I would really want for the max difficulty is that there's like current damnation and so on, which is basically that's the highest reward level. And the level beyond that is the equivalent of like Twitch mode or whatever, where it's literally just like you pick this and you are not expecting to have a good time and you get no bonus reward other than maybe some achievements or cosmetics or something.
Yeah, vanity stuff.
I like, you know, do the nasty shit here. You know, like, and I think a particular thing about spawn doors too is that the way events play out with more spawn doors is it actually changes the gameplay space. Like it's content, it's a different experience, and I think that would be nice as a sort of going up in difficulty doesn't just let you go, I can use all the information from the last difficulty to just mindlessly farm all the shotgunners that always spawn at this door. You're like, oh wait, some rages fell out of this hole in the ceiling. Whoops.
Door camping does bore the heck out of me, and the fact that I can swing my weapon through a door feels awful.
Have you seen my document
yeah.
about Refinery Delta? You can't
No, I
door
have
camp
not.
if you. It's basically it's Refinery Delta only spawns stuff from that middle door, and that is the problem. If you expanded spawning behavior to the top and bottom level, and you were just constantly swarmed, because enemies are now dropping down on top of you and behind you if you try to camp the door, that would just like immediately
That would
both
help.
fix the door camping problem and also just make the event more engaging, because you don't have like a singular direction enemies come out of. Also, this door needs to be active. This drop down for enemies, active on consignment yard. Reactivate it. Why is it gone? Literally, you walk in this event, and sometimes you see a couple dudes like teleporting up here. And I think during the event, like specials might spawn here. Sometimes you get bombers.
Yeah, you get
But, like,
snipers
that's
and
it.
stuff enough now. Or maybe they come out. No, I think they come out the door in the wall. On the if you look
Here,
up and right.
yeah, and
Come
here
on,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of ways you can do like without changing this geometry, because this layout is good to make it interesting. Next section, I really didn't know what to say. It's like this is just really a bit of a who cares zone. Like you're just very quickly moving through to the next objective, which is a problem. Like I think maps that are super condensed and have their objectives right next to each other is like it's kind of weird.
Once we're down,
Like you
I
don't
think
have
this
much.
area, I think this is one of probably like this particular map is one of my favorites because of there's sections like this where you kind of are just trying to fight your way through this glob of stuff on a multi-level area, because there's a choice to be made on whether or not you want to fight, you want to drop off early or try to like walk over here and try to fire down on stuff. And I do like the way this area is designed.
Well, you kind of have a choice in theory, because just like staying up and letting stuff come to you is optimal, and if you don't have like a horde or anything, then rushing the shooters is optimal.
Well, so,
You know?
if you look down to you know the area that down where you're looking. To me, it's like if there was a clearer line of sight and connection between the higher and lower area here, I imagine there might be performance reasons why they blocked this off partly. But
What with
it does
this
feel
grid
like-
here?
Oh well, but I mean, if you're further back, it's like, if you look at the geometry, it's closed off, so you don't. Yeah, you see, if you look, but by the time you're back here, you sort of there's a bit less going on. But I imagine if you could connect this area and open it up
Oh,
a bit
look.
so that you have even more of a sense of open space and going all the way down, that could be
It's
cool.
loading. This is totally possible. Stuff's loaded.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not loading. I just, I think
That's a good
they
idea.
probably made it so you can't see the whole way down. But that kind of thing, I think, just because this area feels quite. Well, actually, I suppose you could say it does break it up, though, right? Because when you go here, you often. But what I don't like about this is that room at the top, where everything that's down that you can aggro immediately comes out through the one area from the top on the left here. In this
Oh
room.
yeah, and you
definitely.
just stand and slay everything, and then you drop down once everything is clear.
Yeah, because if this was more connected, and you had less cover and less control, then you could get pushed, or stuff below you could just shoot at you and that kind of thing. And it feels like at the moment it's disconnected enough, but you can just get everything below you to come and die. So
Actually, one of the things that is a little sad to me is that if you look up a little bit telepods, there's this sort of chain link area to your right. A little too
Yeah.
far. So this area, and then directly across from it, the other wall.
Oh yeah, here.
And nope.
the
Look.
area
How
that
much
has-
chain link
Run
is there?
across the door.
Oh yeah, here, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So if you notice this section, this looks like you're supposed to be able to use it to fire down on your enemies, but there's never anything to shoot. Like I
And
come
it's
over here and
a-
I was like, aw.
Like that's partially an AI issue, because the issue right now with guns is that they're very stupid and they don't really stand their ground and try to make you come to them, which is why stalkers are not an enemy, because stalkers just walk at you and die in melee.
Yes.
If you had guys stay down there, take defensive positions, and fucking chuck nades at you, That'd be something. Like you'd have to like now you couldn't just camp like a retard here and like pew pew without thinking. And you couldn't just like murder everything for free because you'd be constantly fucking obliterated. The idea of this room is like, yes, you come here and you have line of sight, but you're also now completely backed into a corner, facing a choke point, which is the only place the enemies can spawn. I think it's such a problem that enemies teleport. Maybe having a ramp here that goes down, just so the enemies can like walk up to you. That's like protected a bit. I don't know, something. Or simply move the teleporter. I don't know.
Part of the issue about this is just that the natural thing that you do when you come to this area, even if you're a new player, is you just look down and shoot at the guys below. And so it's like the cheese triggers itself. It does feel like it's not even a question necessarily of optimality. It's just the natural way that this area flows, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. Like you come, you rock up here. If you turn around and look at it, it's even bright, right? So like there's this section which is kind of like, oh, shoot at them. But like if you look at the doorway, like the door is like, come look at me. Then you look out the window door and you're like, oh, there's stuff down there I can shoot. So you shoot it, and like you're not thinking, you're not thinking with your big brain. You're thinking with your lizard brain, and you're going, that is a bad guy. Shoot bullet, and then they all run up with the door. And it really does feed into itself in a way that doesn't feel particularly fun. And it does feel like there's a lot of geometry wasted in this area, like that chain link area that you can step into. Like, why is there so much chain link up here, but I can't really shoot anything until I get to this door? And then it's either jump down or fight everything back there.
Maybe I had this idea for Caustic Street.
Area back here, and, you know, you could imagine this just being opened up a bit more.
Exactly. You could imagine this being opened up a bit more. I've only ever gone back there for supplies, and I died there once, and that was I literally remember it because I have it in footage for like my first Chain Axe video, and that's it. Like that's the only time I've ever had a fight there.
Make this wider. Push this to the right. Have a ramp that leads down into here, so the enemies can just immediately run up to you. And move the teleporter instead of being in that little closet to the left. The teleport room is now like somewhere around like here. I don't know.
And then maybe make it so the ramp itself is visible. It should be visible from that area back there, so you can have a reason to go back there.
Yeah, like I don't know if the drop down here is for like this drop down isn't particularly like a meaningful one. Like you're not really dropping into a super dangerous space. I don't know. Like it really does need to be expanded on.
The only thing that happens here is there's the funny demon host spawn, where sometimes people will throw it up. But I think yeah, because when I look at this, my major feeling is just that having dropped down, this fight here isn't very interesting or that difficult. And if you stay above, it's not very interesting or very difficult. And so forcing it to be a multi-level fight, given it's the last fight before the final event, could be.
Yeah, and having interconnectedness between the levels would actually allow for here to be like a complete shit show, and like you have to go back up, and when you're going back up, you've got some of the enemies that are now using the teleport door that will be coming from now your front, and they also can use like this door as well. Because the problem with spawning as well is that enemies tend to just spawn very close to players, like they teleport on the door that's closest to them, instead of sometimes taking a longer way around to then ambush them. You know,
I mean, yeah,
another issue.
There are some cases like this where, you know, for getting the feel of getting people onto the lift, if a whole bunch of ranged enemies spawned in this upper area, just as you were getting towards the area they're going towards the lift, not always, but sometimes, it would be a nice thing where sometimes you just like, oh god, okay, we'll just leave. And you just all run onto the ramp and leg it. Because it's just those kinds of events that give the feeling that you're being chased, or that something is, you know, there's just so little sensitivity to your
pressure.
Choices. Yeah. But I mean, obviously that could get very boring and samey if it was always the same, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we just need more dynamic spawns and shit. We need ranged ambushes on timers, we need monsters on timers, we need a lot of things. We need to get rid of Groaner ambushes.
Or give Groaners guns.
I like Groaners. I'm going to dissent. I like Groaners because they sprint and Poxwalkers just sort of waddle.
They sprint, and then what do they do when they're done sprinting?
Well, they just die all over my stuff, but that's not the point.
The problem is
the chaff enemy are supposed to be useful. The chaff enemy are supposed to be chaff. There's this scene that totally happened incidentally, by the way. But I have it on camera of like one dude. It's actually Poxwalkers, not Groaners, so a bit offline, but it's a shooter. He's fighting me, and I run up to him to try and hit him, and a bunch of Poxwalkers kind of run up towards me, and he decides to just book it, and so he sort of fades back into the crowd to get distance, and it's totally organic, and it looks really cool. And I just kind of, what I would like to see is Stalkers could use Groaners as ambushers, specifically because they're fast.
All ranged enemies. Right. And the issue with Groaners, I like that you then use the term chaff and not trash, because they have a purpose. Their purpose isn't to be gristle for your melee weapon to just splatter over the floor. Their purpose is to create a constant pressure that you have to take care of. The issue with Groaners is that, first of all, you can suppress them. Why can't I suppress a melee enemy? It makes no sense. Second of all, Groaners spawn in waves where it's only them. It's just a wave of Groaners.
That should never happen.
They have no elites. They have no ranged enemies using them for like literally like a tar pit. There's absolutely nothing going on with them. That's the problem. If you sprinkled Groaners into a horde of Poxies, I wouldn't care about that enemy type being a thing. But the issue is the way it's utilized in the game right now is completely murdering difficulty. Like if you hear horde music and you see Groaners, it's like put the gun in your mouth. Like you know nothing is gonna happen.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's a horde composition issue, right? Like
the horde composition issue is exactly what I'm getting at. And so yeah. I think Groaners are actually great. I think being able to suppress them is actually great because it gives you, the player, more tactical options and choices. I think that's fine. The problem I have is that they're never used properly in concert with other elites, as if they, like, the way I think of Groaners, more specifically, is different. Is the same way I think of Poxwalkers, but they have different purposes. Like, Poxwalkers are like the tanky infantry that are kind of slow because they're Poxwalkers, right? And so you can imagine using them. They're classically in a 40k, they're a tar pit enemy. They're designed to slow you down. Groaners are different. Groaners are like dogs on a leash that the bad guys are swarming you with as part of their attack plan. And because that's why they can run, and yes, they can be afraid, but that's why they can run at you and swarm you. And so they need to always be, like, Groaners always have to be used with like a group of enemies that have guns, a group of enemies that are elites that are using them intentionally as if they are a swarm to be sicked on you. Whereas I feel like Poxwalkers can be ambient, they can be the random horde that shows up. They're just kind of this garbage that's always around, causing trouble. I think that's the difference to me.
I think there is an interesting point there, which is I think the way that they might get suppressed too easily, and the way that they get suppressed partly reflects that, like, the fact that suppression is basically a fear effect instead of actual suppression. If it was like suppression, they had a bit more. Yeah, if they had a bit more suppression and like being half suppressed slowed them down or something, so it was like unloading a gun into a line of them would slow them down. You know.
Oh, I died.
You'd imagine, instead of making them go, oh, I'm terrified, which is a bit odd. I agree. I do think it's good that they're suppressible because it's like a differentiator. These guys aren't far gone yet, or aren't as far gone, so they still have some sense of self-preservation. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to read. Yeah. So.
I was going to just add real quick that the visual design for them is not clear. You know, a number of people have said to me when I've gotten them into the game that they can't tell them apart from Poxwalkers at all. So I think there's something to be done there. But there's another thing I was going to say, which is, hold on, let's see if I can remember it.
I always just call them bathrobe boys.
that's fair. I think that Telepots and I talked about this some time ago. It was quite a while ago, actually. But we talked about how it would be cooler if suppression wouldn't, at least for some enemy types, especially melee types, but, you know, in general, wouldn't, instead of making the enemy just sort of cower in place, and I get maybe Groaners, you want them to cower in place for aesthetic reasons, that's fine, but, like, it'd be cool if enemies could get suppressed and then try to repath in a circuitous manner to get behind you instead of trying to run directly into your gun. It'd make the game feel a lot more dynamic, especially if there was visible paths that they could take to get to you, and I don't think that happens.
We kind of solve suppression. Like, our idea for suppression is instead of like on-off, the enemy's turned off, it's like as you're shooting them, you're making them less accurate. To encourage like the kind of thing where you're laying down, actually, you know, suppressing fire while you're moving towards them or repositioning or doing something like that. And I like that idea.
A mandatory clip that you have to share with Reginald and chat so that they can know the true threat that a Poxwalker poses an honest gamer. But my picture basically that
is it the Recon Lasgun clip?
Of course. It's the veteran in his natural habitat being menaced by his greatest enemy. But like having a continuous effect for suppression, where it's like suppression for melee enemies slows them down, for ranged enemies makes them less accurate, and then some enemies can be so suppressed that they break, but for enemies that don't have brains, they can't be broken. Like, you know what I mean? Because It's the fact that for suppression to matter at all for like a basic shooter, he's either perfectly happy shooting at you or he's shitting himself, and it just seems really weird. So that yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I, that would be my feeling. But yeah, it's because the thing is that shooters do have a kind of get suppressed and try and think about their life choices option. Suppression can cause them to flinch and try and repath and stuff. It just because they don't have much suppression, they're only like 25, whereas the Drake shooters are 35. They just go from naught to shitting themselves instantly. So it means they never,
Yeah, I mean, like, shooters at least tend to feel a little better because they tend to cower behind cover, and so it has this sort of feeling of like they've entrenched and you're dealing with them. It at least feels natural. But like just watching like most of the enemies are just an on-off switch. Like if you suppress them, they just decide to stop doing things. Like if you suppress a Reaper, he just covers his head, or like you're shooting him enough, he just sort of covers his head.
Stops moving,
like,
stops shooting. Like you should be blind firing that fucking thing.
Yeah, he should just be blind firing. His accuracy should go down, and he should be blind firing. I would love to see, and I don't know, this would require more animations and all that kind of stuff, but it would be cool to see some enemies, if they're suppressed, attempting to suppress back by just firing wildly over cover. Like, more dynamic reactions to suppression would make suppression a more meaningful mechanic, and it is a cool mechanic.
Even keeping what we have now in terms of assets, Keck touches on something, which is that there's a massive inconsistency between what suppression does to players and what suppression does to enemies. And if you told a new player, you can suppress enemies, and he's like, cool! And little Timmy has his headhunter in his hands, and he's like shooting around gunners, and he's like, why is this doing nothing? They're not getting suppressed, the mechanic doesn't work. Well, the reason is because he's just not flipping the switch. He's not pumping the threshold to where the enemy stops existing, which is bad because it makes it less readable when you don't have like a braced autogun that immediately just puts them in baby mode, like they're immediately becoming baby. It sucks. Yeah. Plus we already have stuff like they have voice lines, like they have panicked voice lines, like where they're like I need cover, stuff like that. Like you could just use that like as well when they're getting suppressed and losing accuracy.
The other thing I will note is that right now suppression has always been kind of broken. It's just it hasn't mattered. And I think that one of the things is, imagine if a whole bunch of stuff got rebalanced and a ranged enemy suddenly became threatening. Has anyone actually who here thinks that if you had 20 shooters in front of you and a plasma gun, how many shots do you think you would take before the entire pack was suppressed? Just left click spamming a plasma gun into them.
I was gonna say it's like one.
Well, yeah, because you have to do the second one so that the guys at the outside edge get the extra suppression on kill. But it's ridiculous. Yeah. And it's just like, and this is by the way, one of the things why we have to remember that people don't ever know what's going on in the game. Void Strike used to have a 13-meter complete AoE instant suppression on kill that existed in the game since the beginning. In a period when they said the weapon was totally useless, but also shoot as the most dangerous enemy in the game, by the way. And so there's a whole bunch of guns that just have AoE suppression for no reason. So there's a 1.5 suppression for shooting a revolver past someone's head. Killing someone next to them will give 12.5 suppression. These guys only have 25 suppression. And there's a whole bunch of random effects like this. And if suppression basically kills ranged enemies before you have to kill them, it's always going to be deranged. You need to it needs to be mechanical.
Telepods, if you look to your right behind this thing, there is actually a spawner right there.
I know. It's deactivated when you get close to it. So if you stand here, they stop spawning.
So there is, I don't know if that's true anymore, but the last time I played this map, if you just run to the bridge to sort of pass this area and try to run the circuitous route around the outside edge of this, they will start spawning as soon as you're on the bridge, and so you can just watch them spawn directly in front of you. You that can. Little bridge to your right.
So my solution to this, because this is, in terms of geometry, this is an absolute masterpiece of tide level design. The problem is that if you're not spawning 2 chaos spawns and 15,000 bruisers, there's never a reason to use it. And right now the game doesn't spawn enemies here. And you can choose the matrices. One thing I would do behind every single one of these skulls, instead of being an invisible spawner, it's a hole in the ground that's permanently active. That way there's something you have to think about when you're here, instead of just turning off the spawner by proximity, and automatically linearizing everything. I have a few ideas for this. So I think every single carry the thing objective, you should not be able to pick up the new one as soon as you put one in. The moment you plug the cryonic rod, the whole event starts fucking shaking, and like the lights are going off, and an onslaught spawns, and you are forced to deal with it. And then after a little while, or after you've killed enough or whatever.
I do like the idea of perhaps gating the combat a little bit more, right? I know we don't want things to be too repetitive, but there is something to be said for an event having some checkpoints that make that are like, okay, now I can just fight for a minute without having to worry about the objective, right? That does feel good.
Yes,
I
but
think this makes
completely. But the problem right now is that you can just trivialize it. Like it is the worst of both worlds because it is completely repetitive every time. But it's repetitive in a way where if you know how to play these events, there is no event. Like you've just skipped the entire thing. It's horrible. It's just genuinely horrible. Also, like I think forcing people to move here would be great. Like you have a perfect setup for it. The whole arena is taking place into this fucking reactor core of a factory or whatever. There's this super low res like 2005 death beam of heat everywhere. You could make it so that some areas just get filled with like superheated gas that's ejecting from somewhere, or just like simply it gets too hot and you can't stand in there. Like you even have voice lines, like characters complain about stuff being hot, and if that's too much, just put gas. You have acid for gas, use gas. Gas is good. I had this idea. Go ahead.
Two related things. So the first thing is this is a big open space. There are no ranged enemies that spawn high up with good sightlines.
Yeah,
you can see a couple of
literally
platforms.
just snipers. Yeah, it's actually, and like you don't want to maybe you don't want to overwhelm the player with too many ranged enemies because they'll just feel bad. But like
you have the room to deal with them.
You've got room. I mean, it's just never
like,
used. Now,
this
telepods' notion of closing it off sometimes as well. So you could do that.
This would be one of the best arenas to fight ranged enemies in. Like, even if they're all the way across, like, just from here, I see guns over there. I have, like, 3 different ways to close the gap, using both cover, evasive maneuvers, and my gun, which is insane. Like, this would be one of the best arenas to have ranged enemies to fight.
Right.
Never spawn.
I'd say, I was just to connect the two things when you mentioned, like, adding staging. Make this 2-stage instead of 3. The first stage is you get like a couple of capsules in. When you do that, the entire lower area gets filled with like vent purge gas.
That's what I said earlier.
You go up to the top, and now you have to do the last phase only using the upper layer, and a whole bunch of enemies have spawned.
I love that you said that because that was my idea. My idea was
can we get even more insane just for a second and just add that the elevator actually has to move back up a floor, so you have to access it from these little pods instead.
And like it deploys a little gangplank. Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah, gangplank. It comes up and it deploys a little gangplank. And now now you're accessing the elevator, the objective, from a different location because it just needs to move up one floor. It's close enough to these other little outside pods or whatever.
All the final wave is what generates that. Like part of the final wave is that the lift comes down, and there's a whole bunch of enemies on it, and they push a plank over and.
Hell yeah, I love it. Like you could have a second elevator, like the result that comes crashing down. That's awesome. But yeah, what I said earlier about the gas is like, it comes in multiple phases. Like you'd either have one thing where like the lower floor first is completely drowned, then the not lowest floor but still the lower floor, so you're forced to go all the way up. And then you could do stuff where like it comes in patterns. Like you could either have like a rotating thing where like there's a small wedge, like an angle of safe space that moves in a like clockwise or counterclockwise, and you have to follow it, or different sections get disabled at different times. Like there's so much you could do with this kind of area denial, and this arena lends itself to it perfectly. It's a shame that they haven't done anything. But even if we can't get all this gas stuff in, simply making it so you lock the vacuum capsule until like you timer lock it, so you can't just immediately put the next one in, and you just spawn an Armageddon on players would already make this more interesting. But I love the gas ideas. I love the gangplank. Yeah, that's sick.
If we make the gas blue, it can be bleed off from the cryonic.
Flushed coolant. Yeah.
Yeah. It's antifreeze.
I was just going to mention just to differentiate between like stuff that allows you to trivialize an event, like mechanics like closing the gate. Why that's different from having staging is that the way that these carry the capsule events is you're already choosing your own difficulty, which is like if a couple of people go down, you stop trying to do the objective and you go into like let's save the run mode, where you're just running around to try and get to the reses. You're no longer also losing a player by carrying the objective. You get to make that choice. And so I think having it like this, giving players control over pacing in that level, is good because it adds agency without making it easier.
Hell yeah. And
it also lets you make it harder if you're a lunatic.
Hell yeah. That's me. But yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
also
Like I
me.
think
I
leaning.
I was fiending for harder.
I'm a huge like I always talk about like the gameplay side of stuff and like you know maybe people think in my head it's like a spreadsheet, but it's not. I'm stupid and I love Warhammer, and the fact that this is thematically one of the coolest things. Like you are in the beating heart of a marvel of magic and technology. Like this is a shrine to a fucking Martian deity that has superheated plasma running through it. Do something with it. Even something as simple as when you put in the chronic rod, like the lights flicker and turn red, and you hear like a loud metal
Where are all my
groaning.
candles?
Like it should sound like a battleship folding in on itself when you put a chronic rod in, and like the machine is waking up. It should sound angry and mean, you know. That'd be sick. Something just even that. If I can get that in, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, like machine spirits being a bit more characterized in events. You know, the same with Smelter End event, having the demon
Yeah.
like yelling and screaming, and in here, I'm actually surprised that you don't have machine spirit commentary ever. You never hear it talking. I don't know.
That is an interesting point. I also feel like there's insufficient candles. This actually lacks sufficient religious iconography.
Hadron,
Yeah,
Hadron
it's-
also, you know what I would love? Hadron is this very girl bossy, sassy character, but I would love if the mask kind of slipped and she revealed like what's left in her humanity, ironically when dealing with these machine spirits, because she cares very deeply about these things. And, you know, if you're doing the objective, like she should start panicking because like the machine spirit is angry or something. She should start initiating binaric fucking prayers and cants. You know, something like that.
The last objective isn't a chronic rod, it's just a tube containing a massive fucking rolled up scroll that you have to stick onto a bit.
You have to turn on the speaker so
Literally,
Hadron
yes.
can sing a lullaby to the beast.
You have to pour some sacred oils onto the thing. Just onto the surface though, just sort of like spray them off.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that covers Power Matrix. It doesn't need much. Just needs a little.
It doesn't.
Also, Gangplank?
It's a fantastic map, and I think we're all just sad we don't use the 3D space more, because it's
Yeah.
really great.
It's also broken. Like, it's straight up, it's a broken
Yeah,
map.
it is.
No, it's a shame. Okay, this isn't Gangplank part number 414. We've suggested like 3 Gangplanks, okay? Gangplanks are
Look,
cool.
also, one, he's right. 2, more gangplanks. Like,
Let's make it number
There
415.
could be a gangplank right there at the end, you know, going over that little section
Yes,
where the enemies
yes,
spawn.
right here, let's go.
Pirates are cool. Gangplanks are cool. Getting knocked off edges that don't have safety rails is.
The Valkyrie is closed. I can't go home.
Go look at the front of it. Go look at the eyes of the pilots.
Don't open the void.
Might be
Oh
the
my
rear
God.
pilot, or maybe they added eyes finally.
Yeah, it looks a bit scrunkly though.
Yeah, this dude.
Oh
Yeah,
my
look at him.
god. What is wrong with them?
Oh, he's suffering from a horrendous snuggle plague called level of detail.
He's got tessellation on his face.
He's got the
Alright.
load. We can't save him. All right, let's head to a different map. I mean, I think there's something to be said in general, which is basically that adding more spawn locations and adding more ways for both players and enemies to move around is basically always an advantage if you expect players to spend any time in an area.
Your screen is gonna
space-
look weird. Don't panic.
Yeah, because it's like movement space is both a way to not make players miserable if you spawn a lot of pressure, but also a way for the enemies to apply pressure more effectively. Like, it works both ways.
Refinery that does need work, but it's been covered extensively.
They need to go from Refinery Delta to Refinery Epsilon. All right, while you're loading that.
I'm just moving.
Can I
recording
throw
files.
grenades into the holes in the ground to blow them up and prevent enemies from coming through them?
Yeah, entirely original licensed ideas. I agree.
I wanna stick
Exactly.
a smoke bomb like inside someone's mouth, and then he's got smoke coming out of his face. Oh. We all know what time it is.
Sergeant Major,
Oh, come here, beast. He's so fat. There he is.
not encouraging.
I think he pooped on himself.
Then the rest don't matter.
You're a disgusting creature.
Having a gold break. I think the other thing too is that for a lot of newer players, it's more like the absolute intensity all the time is not the best. But I think giving them occasional moments where it is genuinely just kind of like pretty overwhelming, but occasionally I think is the way to go.
Yeah, and dialing it back to the comment about the finales, that's exactly how the finales felt when I started until I learned anything about the game at all, like how to be even vaguely good. And then as soon as that happened, even at Malice, I was like, these finales are just boring.
It's also just that the modifiers don't interact well with events. So like,
Well, there's
yeah,
only one that does, and it's monstrous.
well,
Technically
and
melee only, but
yeah, but or events that really limit specialist spawns. So even monstrous doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, it's a struggle.
Hey guys, what is the worst possible spawning behavior in Tide games? Oh, it is progression-based spawns. Let us make 2 modifiers that are entirely based on progression-based spawns. Surely this will go over well and the player base will love being forced to play dogs for a week straight.
Oh, dogs.
Yeah, lots of things that are modifiers that should just be events. You know what I mean? Everyone loves the surprise wave of dogs, but what if it's not a surprise and it lasts the whole mission and you don't get anything else?
Yeah, okay, what's a... I don't want to... I think we should do Ascension Riser, because Warren is more fucked and is the worst map in the game, but I don't want to... Warren would need, like, extensive level design, like, just, like, get me, like, 10 Fat Shark employees, give me, like, 2 weeks and $1 million, and we can maybe make Warren work, but I don't know. I don't feel like not to...
No, I think let's do Ascension Riser, because I think Ascension Riser is...
has potential.
It's probably... Yeah, it's interesting, but also of the early-ish maps, it's probably the one that I'm not sure if people are necessarily aware how weird it is.
Ascension Riser
I'm
suffers
also
from
in
a
the
lot
Warren
of
camp.
spawning.
By the way, I like Warren. I even like the big empty boxes at the start. They feel great. Aside from the fact that there's nothing to do in them.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think you're probably like every Warren enjoyer, you like it, but you'd be unable to explicit like what makes the gameplay of the map fun, because the gameplay of the map is terrible. And the only
Yeah,
good part is over. The only good part is over after 10 seconds, and then leads into one of the worst finales in the game.
Actually,
Not good.
I have to say, so my least favorite part about Warren is after you pop the objective and you do the extract, it is just the least interesting staircase in the entire game.
And it follows like like the holding by the big bubble is just like you are standing in front of a wall for 2 minutes, and then you go hack once and it's over.
Yep.
Mid event always me on a KMS. Yeah, middle event doesn't exist. Middle event is stay and slay with no density, with no geometry, into stand and hack, and in between them is walk forward. My favorite objective type. Walk forward. Amazing, dude. What if Orcavum Sycorax? But again,
The difficulty is though that Warren has so many things that are also cool. Like for example, having a vent purge in an event is like a nice first step. It's not, you know, maybe not in the service of the most amazing event, but it's cool. Visually, it's interesting. It has loads of cool new settings, like having the hooker den and stuff. Like it's just frustrating because it sounds like we're dogging on Warren, but it's like it's got loads of really cool things in it.
but it wastes them completely by being
Very
just an
fun.
abhorrent map to play. And it's horrible because I like there's one part just before you enter one of the worst events in the game. It's like this little bar. And instead of having an extended, dragged out, like, bar fight section at close quarters, it's just, like, a one small room where nothing happens.
We
And it's the same
right here before we go
Yeah.
too far. This area is actually super fun to fight monstrosities on, and also cancer, simultaneously. If you're, I was playing duos monstrosities on this section, and we would get these like 5 monstrosity spawns in here sometimes, and it is super fun because of all
Lucky
of the
boy.
areas, and then sometimes it is just awful because you get knocked off. But it's awful in a good way. So I feel like this area is underused, and I'd like to see a little more of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean it's
no, I mean,
it's literally designed as like a walkway where you just get into the map proper. They didn't really think about, oh, what would it look like to play here. I just make
Well, I mean,
like the things a little less precarious. Ledging in general is a bad
yes.
mechanic, but that's it.
Ledging is a bad mechanic, but I agree. Like, but it's cinematic to fight your way here. Like, it looks really cool and it
I mean,
feels
dude.
really cool. And there's multiple paths you can orient around. Like, you can go left, you can go straight. There's even, if you need to, there's that landing pad to your right. You can go there, and it's actually really cool to play in.
Yeah,
And so
but,
it's a
I
shame
mean-
that it doesn't really feel like it gives you as much.
Look at this.
Yeah, like you would only need to add like a couple of places to move to this and have some decent spawns. You could have like
Gangplank,
a
gangplank,
gunner station
gangplank,
up on the top
gangplank.
I was about to say maybe even a gangplank or two. But yeah, I mean this space to me is definitely would be such a cool. I love all the big outdoor areas. They always look so amazing. You never fight in any of them. It's like, you know how many missions where like at the beginning of Smelter, where you're in this insane area that looks so cool. It's massive and vertical and all this stuff. You never fight any enemies on those. It's like
Yeah.
it's like,
There's
you know,
like this
the
approach
hangout.
that you're just supposed to look at. It's like, but if I could fight in it, then I would have gained an appreciation for everything that's here.
Imagine fighting like in a there's off the side of one of the missions where you're in the outdoor area, sandy map hangar. You're actually fighting enemies on those precarious ledges, going up and down like over this massive drop, and then back in instead of just like, oh, I can for no reason look out the window here and there's like an enemy on the ledge.
Immediately, I need to go back to Warren because Warren's most underused and wasted aspect is this. There's the section after the middle event where you're like in these tight kind of like streets, like in these apartment buildings that are kind of connected with bridges and shit. It is completely and utterly wasted. And it's such an interesting concept where you would have like a mad scramble through heretic territory to get to the end event, and they don't do anything with it, and the pacing is extremely slow. And the second section of those apartments, you can literally drop down into the final corridor. Like, I don't know if people know what I mean, but like you can basically skip like a bunch of potential fighting that could be had. It's lame. Like, they should extend that. See, this is what I mean. You can't save Warren. You have to completely change the way it works. If you made that section much longer and you just had something where you have constant spawns from the back, so you're forced to push through and have this insane scrap, close quarters brawl, it would give the map something totally unique that no other map does.
I mean, it's called Warren, and it feels like you should be fighting through a Warren, but you mostly don't.
It's interesting because that section where you would think you would have more optionality in where you go. You know, the section where there's like the broken handrails and stuff, and it's a bit multi-level up and down. That area really, maybe even some planks of the gang variety, but it just feels like that. If it was more of a if it was a traversable space in a more significant way, it would feel so good. But
It
instead
plays
ends up
way
being-
too linearly and too safe.
Yeah, it's open corridors by other means. You know what I mean? Like a corridor is still a corridor, even if it's open on one side.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the thing about Gangplanks, as much as we're all making fun of the concept, is it's actually
We aren't!
solution. It's at least.
I'm being bullied by
Like,
one
it's a
chatter who
serious
hates
one.
me
Like, go
because I'm
look at
better than
old-
him.
Go look at old Hive City art, and there's always like a million Gangplanks connecting all the different levels because it's highly vertical, and you're fighting. You always see pictures of dudes on various floors shooting at each other, and it looks cool as heck.
And it makes good Necromunda terrain.
Exactly, and so I'd love to see. I'm fully on board with the Gangplank gang. I think it's a good. I think it's a great way to do it. I think it would
Plank
make
board?
a lot
I
of the
see what
more
you did
vertical
there.
areas more fun.
I also just think that until they make ranged enemies actually threatening at range, so you know, like one of the issue with even the basic scab shooters who are meant to be the long range riflemen, they start having fall off at 15 and are fully fallen off by 30, and so it means any of the big spaces you essentially can play all of the large open spaces as if you're in a 30-meter radius that you need to care about, and everything outside that is irrelevant. And
Hell yeah.
And the truth, like, look at the big open space in the entrance. This would be an interesting space if it was conceivable for ranged enemies here to meaningfully affect you further across. And the thing is, they mostly can't. And that I think is, but then again, you know, you say you want that, and then people start saying, okay, well, I I didn't realize how much I didn't like being shot.
Well, yeah,
And it
but you
does
have
feel like
you have ways to deal with them. Like, I think is the problem. The issue is that right now the only impact a gun can have on your gameplay is unplugging your keyboard and causing you to die from having your keyboard unplugged, and that's the problem. I absolutely think we should cut all range enemy spawns by like 40%. Make them individually much more threatening, so you can actually meaningfully engage with the rhythm of fire and like time your dodges and shit. We now have enough tools that I don't think you could possibly hop into a mission and think I have no way to deal with these.
We have this distinction between shooters and stalkers, and all we have to do is give stalkers more close combat oriented guns and not have the same range as shooters, and let shooters be rarer and more obviously shooting at you.
Tyr, don't say elite resistance. Tyr, do not say elite resistance.
Do you know what the start of the fall off range for a stalker is, and where he reaches max fall off? It's 7 and 14 meters. A stalker at 30 meters out damages 4 shooters.
Oof.
Because he just shoots faster. I was interested recently. I just wanted to see if a shooter at 30 meters could break my toughness on vet, and I have no toughness DR on the tree, and just at arm's length out regens his damage at 30 meters. He can never break my toughness.
That's wild. Hey, telepods, look to your left. See that staircase?
Yeah.
All right, now I'm not saying we should do that for this map necessarily. This map's already fine in this area, honestly. But in the future, I would love to see something where, like this, you could go up here and into the hab blocks so that you could fight from the second floor of the hab blocks over this area you're supposed to proceed down in the procession.
That would be really cool.
Oh yeah,
Right?
I've never even.
Because there's actually a spawn just up ahead on the left, on the upper left. Like if you walk forwards, not up there, not up there. Go forwards. Yeah, this balcony up here. There's a spawn. Sometimes Reapers spawn up there. But like, imagine if you could just go up there to fight too, and then you could rain fire down. You could be the Reaper.
You would love our suggestion for Smelter Complex.
I literally
probably would.
Never even looked up in this area. I didn't even think that this was essentially a residential area and even had any of that stuff. And that to me is like, yes, add stuff up here. Maybe even add a bit more space here so that there's a little bit more of a courtyard in the area through there, so that you have to deal with it from all sides. Maybe.
I love this stuff, but it's like, this is already like kind of outside of I think the scope of the changes that we can put in fast.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I suggested it more as like
but it's cool. It's cool
thing,
shit,
like, right?
Like we need more like close quarter stuff. Like that's why I hate Warren, because Warren should have been that, and instead Warren is the worst map in the game, and it's fucking horrible. I want to cry. I want to cry.
No more banging on
We're in a
Warren.
hive city. We're basically playing city fight, and yet most of the time it feels like we're playing corridor battles. Like I'm just in some hallways with pretty dressing when we could have a bunch of just extra rooms. Like I think it's which map is it? It's the one with the tree.
Draco.
Have Draco at the end has all those apartment complexes that you can go in and out of. They're never used for anything. But like imagine if they spawned at these, you had to fight your way through them to figure out where to go. Like imagine if the door to get to the tree was on a different part of that mission every time, so you had to figure out how to move to it.
And they made the area bigger and more complex. Yep.
Yeah,
totally.
Exactly. And so you're fighting door to door, room to room for a little bit and trying to find the way out. That would just be so sick, and we just don't get any of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts of levels where it's just like if the level geometry wasn't massively bigger but was just slightly more complex, and there was a little bit of a random element that forced you to use that space in different ways in different runs, it would add so much to the game feeling different on repeat plays.
This aerial enemies, I really want them to add a jetpack dude, like a jetpack dude and can blow them up. This area I think is fine, except for this spawner. Like the trickle of guys dropping down is just never a threat. Like who cares? Like these guys should be
spam.
Yeah, exactly. Like these guys should be like there's fucking guns that come down or something, but the horde shouldn't spawn here. Add a hole somewhere in there or something. I don't know. This doesn't need much changing because this isn't actually Ascension Risers. This is just Logistratum, the best map in the game. So it doesn't need much. It's fine. Like I don't think I have a major issue with this area. And now we're into Ascension Riser and already problems.
We need a greenhouse biome, by the way. Somebody in your comments said biomes, and I want a greenhouse biome.
I have a pitch for a. Imagine top level of the. You've been to Kew Gardens. There's old Victorian like steel greenhouse buildings, like that, but at the top of a hive city, open to the desert because it's broken at the side with Nurgle infested like plants they've been growing in this steam house.
I'm in.
Hell
Just
yeah.
give me 300 employees in a year. I'll have it done.
I'm actually surprised these rails are like actually straight up you can walk through, but the rails later aren't. This makes me want to scream, because they understand that having rails that can stop player movement is bad. But then later in the level, you've got this horrible fucking thing where your movement gets stopped everywhere. This series, like, kind of who cares? It's like a big hallway. Okay, cool. I don't know. How do you solve this?
This is fine. It usually just turns
Yeah.
into a big shooting gallery, right?
It's not a
or
problem.
kind of a cluster, but it's I don't know that it's bad. Like
Yeah,
the fact
this-
that you can move over to the other side feels nice, right? Because you can pick your poison.
Yeah, I've never had a huge issue with this area. The only thing that occasionally feels bad here is if you all drop down to the end at the beginning, you can occasionally. That area is not a fun area to fight in, but that's intentional.
If you get backed
Like,
into it, yeah, but that's kind of like a
Yeah.
skill issue, right?
That's
Because you have the
not
drop down
fine,
right
that's
here. That's
Yeah,
that's your
exactly.
decision.
Yeah, so I'm like, that would be the only thing that feels bad about it. Otherwise, it's quite interesting relatively. And having that little area on the right is cool, just because you can go in there to get stuff. It's no beef.
I'm getting gulped down, so I can't move my camera. Oh, we need to report this door is broken and murders enemies that spawn through it.
That door, the door to your left as well does that.
Yeah, this one.
Cool.
Poxbusters instantly detonate from that. Yep. Okay, and now we enter the very, very bad part. The middle event. This entire thing doesn't work. This has the worst spawning behavior, I think, of any event in the game. It is absolutely terrible. First of all, before I get into that, this train is in a wall, so mutants will slam you into it and then slam you on the ground, because of course it's a moving surface. Haha, hee hee. This area, enemies can walk through this grate here.
Yes, please stop letting that happen. That drives
Well-
me up a wall.
Just make a dedicated spawner here. Spawn door here. Spawn door here. Like, I don't like how safe it is to, like, hang around here. And you've just completely linearized everything from every direction. Which isn't much of a problem because this map doesn't spawn a lot of stuff. And the way it spawns it is the bigger problem. So a big problem on this map is that most of the spawns, it's like minor waves from this door, this drop down, and then the ones behind the train. But what ends up happening is you just have trickle from above. Like, guys trickle from here. They trickle from here. Sometimes you have ambience up there that will then drop down. So you're just always having to come back here and like clear the 5 shooters that are constantly spawning one at a time behind you, and it's the most lame, boring, like a low pressure type shit that I really despise. So I think it just needs like just adjustments to how stuff spawns.
I like the balcony areas sometimes up here when they spawn shooters. Occasionally, like the balconies and the kind of behind you will spawn shooters, and it can be really punishing when they show up there.
Up
Not
here?
those ones. The ones over
The
the
ones here?
train itself.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes
I
there are
like it
gunners
when
in
that
there.
happens. It just doesn't happen much, and then you kill them, and then it just kind of like goes back to smooth sailing, like 54 groaners and no problems.
I mean, I think it's purely ambience as well that are up here. I don't think they can dynamically spawn up there and stay. They'll just drop down. Which is, awful. So, first of all, this is not an objective. Straight up, this is not an objective. This is just boring stay and slay garbage. Why? Like, you have a vacuum capsule. Use it. Make this be the objective. Like, make this the second step. Once you have the train out of the way after powering this console, then you have to go and get the capsules from a dangerous spot. And hey, copy Logistratum. It's okay to copy the best map in the game. These should be, like, you have to hold a button to open them, and you have to check which ones are open or not, while you have enemies that are coming in here.
Yeah.
Power cell objectives can't be good. Is it only the vacuum capsules that are good? It's over.
I think the other thing about this area is just you have the same issue with a very limited number of spawn locations, but also that door, where it's like it's a door that you can camp, and the only thing is that occasionally you hit a poxbuster and die.
Yeah.
But it's also it doesn't. There's not enough space.
It's not a problem. Just stand to the left of the wall. Like,
Yeah,
just, yeah.
But it's more just like you can brainlessly do it, get hit once, you're like lol, and you go back to doing it again because never learn anything. But it's like the first version where the train is there, it feels like the space is too small to be interesting, and then when it opens up, you still aren't using the space
Yeah, exactly.
because you're now in the other, and so it just feels like I would want more, just like geometry. Because look at these gantries, right? We have these gantries again, and it's like the gantries would be cool, but why are they not over the play space?
What's a gantry?
Oh, just the
hanging-
high level. Yeah.
Yeah. That stuff you're looking at. don't know if the player should be able to go up there, but it does feel like they don't get used at all. They're just kind of like, and then you just end up on this basically flat box. And the one thing that's annoying is a bunch of shooters will spawn in the big flat box and shoot you, since there's not much cover that you can use in that second area, and that tends to feel a little bad, I think. Like,
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't mind if more shooting enemies spawned in this area, if there was a few more boxes around it at the second area for me to actually fight around. But it's really exposed over here, and that tends to feel pretty bad.
There's a fair bit of LOS breaking.
Oh yeah, but I definitely though, when you get the shooters at the back, you can feel sometimes when you're just like, oh, that the geometry of the area is, I mean, look how flat that is. Just look at your line of sight right now. There's no cover in that 50 meters pretty much. It's really, really, and so
it's that middle section that
right side
is the problem. It's
the
hard
right
to
side
get to the shooters if you want.
The right side is like weirdly like this is where they put all the cover. Like this line of sight is just like all the boxes, and they just put none of them on the other side.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is the shooters have all the cover that you want.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so how do we solve this? I think straight up, this door is bad. It can't stay alone as a door. It needs stuff here. It needs stuff to spawn actually, like...
If there was a hole in the ceiling in this room.
Yeah. Or like a door here, holes on the ground, something. Something to make it so it's like dangerous to come and get your vacuum capsule or whatever. Also, this drop down, why is this active? Like, enemies dropping down, it's just like, I'm just gonna kill them. Just make a door, just make a hole, something. Like, it's so lame, you're like, oh, okay, the Ragers are coming, haha, hee hee. They're now gone.
I definitely think for the second phase, the fact that the two doors here are like, the enemies are coming from the two places that are closest to you, and you camp the spots again.
Yeah. Plus, it feels like nothing is spawning. Like this event is kind of like Power Matrix Middle, where nothing spawns. Someone said something really fantastic. What I think would be feasible is Fatrack making some kind of public test server and then pushing a lot of different wacky design changes without any other balancing there. Indeed, wink wink, it would be fantastic, wink wink, if something like this would exist. Hard nudge. Also, Tyr said something right. When this train is activated, all the enemies... I mean, any train that starts moving, all the enemies on it just die. Which is great. And hilarious. Also, why aren't they using this train track? Like, this is such a missed opportunity. Anyone remember CP well from TF2? Just have a train come in and like temporarily block off the arena and spawn enemies.
Train drive-bys, just a bunch of of shooters with Tommy guns on top of a train.
I mean,
that might be really hard to do, but you know.
Could you put enemies on it? Like, what if the enemies rolled in on the train and poured off of it from time to time?
I think the issue is that enemies on moving surfaces might be a no. I can't.
It's why they die when the train moves.
Hang on. It's okay. We can have no enemies on moving surfaces. I get it. We just need
the train's a spawner
on the trains.
Hell yeah, no, totally. And like the train stops, so it's no longer a moving surface, and then it starts spawning stuff. Yeah, that'd be sick. Something like that. That might be a bit too complex, but for now, I think just like having a lot more spawns, making this have a bit more cover, a lot more places where enemies can spawn, and changing the objective. Like starting with a vacuum capsule, like you're just pushing them through emptiness. Like there's never anything to stop you vacuum capsuling. And the worst part, the insult to injury, is that there's a battery recipient right here. The setup is already here. You know, death on the right boats. Yes.
I think the thing about drop downs is this is just a completely general point that I think applies to all of them. Anytime you have a drop down where there's only one place the enemies can drop down, it's basically always horrendous. If you just took that, if you go back to the drop down at the front, if you literally just spread out the number of locations that enemies could drop down from, so that more of them could drop down at once in a more spread out fashion, like even just slightly expanding this platform at the top, you immediately make it way less of a farm problem. It's just like there are so many places where there's just one drop down, and it's like spread them out, make them wider, you know.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
Okay, I think that's done. I have a non-really geometry concern, but I don't like the spreading of medicays on this map. Like, I don't understand why there's a Medicaid here. Like, right before the middle event is so strange. Because it's really close.
The middle event tanked up.
It's really close to the first Medicaid, which is really close to the start. I don't understand why these two are so close to each other and so close to the start of the map. And then the spacing for the next ones is kind of nuts. Okay, you've done the whole mid event, which is kind of nothing, but whatever. Then you fight through here. Then you go through the middle. And you've got all this shit to cross. Then here's the Medicae. I don't know, and move the one before the middle event to like after the mid event, because it feels like they're too close together, the two first ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, first
I'm fine
Medicae
with
also
having
is
it
kind
at
of
the mid
strange.
event because that hallway section tends to be pretty brutal on some of the upper difficulties. It's not always, but
Move
it
either
can
of
be a
them
real
or
pain.
remove one of them. It's just like so weird to
Yeah.
have two Medicaes like so
Yeah,
close to each other.
the first one is probably the one to move
Yeah.
just because it is quite close to that. But then again, I get the impression that because you can have bosses and stuff spawning early on, maybe it's just like this is because I think basically the logic of that one before the event and having the other one is just we want to be able to make this event hard enough and long enough by guaranteeing that everyone goes into it with full health. That seems to be the intention, which I can see.
Be nice if the middle
I'm
event
fine
was an
with
event.
that if they made it longer, if they made it hard enough, and it's a
Yeah.
snooze. It's a snooze with some annoying lack of cover that makes shooters shoot my health bar off, but not usually because I don't die to shooters.
I was about to say, come on, boy.
I don't
No,
die to shooters, but I try to keep in mind like other people I play with, right? Like not everybody is.
The peasants, yeah.
Yeah, they're the peasants. You know.
I myself have never taken a point of damage, but we allow it for others.
I've never died in this video game, not even once.
Bug glitch.
So before I say anything about this part of the map, this needs to get fixed. This is horrible. This is suicide worthy. If you're responsible for this, I will find you, and I will sit you down, and I will force you to dodge over this ledge over and over and over again until you get the message.
This is a standard ledge dodge response for that height. You get the dodge and it completes the dodge and terminates it at the top. The worst version of this is if it terminated the dodge early and didn't give you the mantle or the bump up, which can happen.
There's a nice looking
Happens
book
if
in
you
that
slide.
trash, and I'm just saying, someone threw that away.
Dude, you're right. And look at that primo leather case. There's no way someone threw away that leather case. Look at that nice
way.
bag.
I can't even get that cosmetic.
I was about to say, isn't that a cosmetic you can get?
This is where they've put all the cosmetics.
You should be able to rummage through the trash to find stuff.
Dude,
Okay.
that's legitimately like trash from a leather good shop.
Okay, there's a problem here. This, first of all, these tiny holes don't really work. I would say maybe merge the containers, just make a really wide container or something. I don't really like these two tight holes. You'd think, oh, this is good. This is gonna split the horde in two things, but it doesn't really play out that way. It doesn't really work.
Watching a
I kind of like that.
and squeeze through it is really funny, though.
Yeah, he should just like take the top off when he walks through. I like this area because it's like there's usually a bunch of shit to fight here because it spawns ambience. This is fine. I don't think enough stuff can spawn dynamically up here.
Yeah,
Like,
I
there's
don't
no-
have
There's no spawners
I don't
here,
feel like
right?
this is a hugely problematic, right? Like it feels like sometimes you get a moderate interesting fight coming out, but it's not too bad.
I think the issue is
like
that
it-
everything spawns from the front.
Yes.
Like they climb up here, you see them walk all the way up to then get to you. And that just seems kind of silly. Like they should have a flanking path. This door should open.
I like that personally. I like the feeling of coming out of here and being able to shoot at stuff for a while. I think it's one of those cases where the map incentivizes you to play ranged for a little bit, and I enjoy that. Even though I play almost exclusively Zealot because I'm, I have a brain disease with the chain axe. But I
We'll give you a chain axe launcher.
yeah, please, I need one.
I mean,
I mean,
the
if-
issue
if
is
you
that
look
playing for range for a bit is like fine. Like I don't mean there's a problem that all the elites are up here. I think the problem is just if you have the horde and the specials, they all take this really long path. They climb up here. You see them come to you, and by the time they're just dead. Nothing happened. You've killed the whole horde. I think it would be nice to get flanking done. Like why can't they have something to do here? What's preventing this?
What I was going to say is a drop down on top of that crate could be potentially interesting because then it's like maybe it doesn't trigger immediately, but as you're going along, it gives you a bit of a split from sort of enemies that you have to deal with. Maybe that would add a bit more spice, but I think in general, yeah, this without really changing the geometry of the arena, it's very difficult to
Wait, this doesn't legend?
kind of.
I'm discovering.
There you go. Yeah, cargo container drops would be so cool, but I think there's quite a few cases where if you could have like in-level diegetic, you could always say diegetic spawns, like cargo containers that are being dropped on strings and stuff. Yeah, exactly, stuff like that. It's obviously a lot of work, but it's also the kind of thing that would be insanely cool, and also gives you a way to kind of signal this is a one-off spawn, that kind of thing. This room is curiously underused. It feels like this back area is like you can take this if you want, because the drop down might be too difficult.
Oh, this is the default. Stuff has gone wrong in this room, and I need to back into the safety of my funnel.
Yeah, but it tends to be when I'm on the ground floor, right? Like you don't take the top level down. If you see what I mean? Like it tends to be you go down the normal way, and then you're like, oh, I panic. Whoops.
But there's also farm that you're missing if you do that. There's boxes here. See, look, oh crap, your method just missed out on 25 plasteel.
Yeah, but I don't need plasteel. My weapons are perfect. Don't make
me
me post
it. And it's perfect already, so I'm done.
Don't make me post the club. I'll post the club again. I'll do it.
No, don't post the SmackDown Perfect Strike Club, please, I beg you.
I'll post it again.
Spectacle or set pieces. My rework idea for this end event was literally to make it the blockbuster end event. That would be like, this is the thing that you put in the trailer and people go, holy shit, and they buy the game. See, this is kind of like the same problem. Like everything's just like pre-linearized to go into this room, but it's a small room, so I don't know. It's not like you have a million, like too much space to move around. I hate this door. I hate doors in general. Doors are bad for gameplay. They suck. It's entirely too much control over enemy aggro and it kills bosses. Why? They should just shoot it off. Just if a single enemy touches the door, it like disintegrates.
I think there's something to be said for doors where if there were doors that enemies could shoot through but couldn't pass through, stuff like that. At least then they would be a bit less of a problem. Because it does feel like doors just basically just saying, okay, every enemy now has to pile up here before one of them does the activate door action. It is a problem. But I can also see why I imagine giving enemies line of sight but not pathing might also cause other issues.
Monsters that don't attack by themselves but spawn other monsters. It's what I wanted the Beast of Nurgle. It doesn't work as an enemy that attacks you. Make it like it just spawns fucking little flies from his bag. He spawns Nurglings. He can buff enemies. He summons boxwalkers. Shit like that.
This room is interesting.
Awful.
Because it's just like, it's a big, open, interesting space, kind of, but then the gameplay doesn't really happen.
The most interesting time I've had in this room is where people spawn over by the trains to the left, and they turn it into a big firing line. That has occasionally happened, and then that feels actually pretty good. Like, it's another area where you're kind of just like trying to shoot your way forwards, or aggress across, which you can also do. But most of the time you show up here and it's just this big empty floor that you just sort of like beat someone to death in and then move on. And
this is the death room.
Yes.
So many, like this is the pub. The pubs will die if they get to this Medicaid. I think this door's fucked, maybe. Like, don't boxbusters like explode immediately here. I don't remember.
Yes,
Bad
I
things
think they
happen.
dive out of it, but it's not very safe at all. It's just a room where you get ambushed. And that feels...
This is another of my favourite Medicaid. Yes, pubs certainly die a lot. Greedily going for this Medicaid. Not me, though.
Look at this. Look at this.
Again,
Why
I've never
is
done
this?
that.
Why is this divot in the floor interrupting my dodges? I knew this was the time to start screaming about geometry. Like,
It's
what is
height.
this? Just change it. Just make it like a small ramp so that this doesn't happen. This is awful. And this isn't even the worst of it. We're not even in the really hell fucking part of the train tracks.
I mean, I think in general, basically, all of the lips that cause like dodge inconsistency are something that would be nice to address, and they're particularly prevalent on this map because of the train stuff. But
This map and Logis Random, yeah.
yeah, I'll re-up my dodge sheet back about that, but yes.
I feel like this is
There
a.
seems like there's supposed to be a jumping puzzle around here to get into the trains, but it's not clear or self-evident how you're supposed to do it. I just kind of figured it out after a while.
It's the diaper
Right.
change station jump.
The diaper change stations. I feel like I don't know. I feel like that it's not very clear, and I feel like unfortunately, it took me way too long to learn how to do it. So it's not really communicating to the players very well how to do it. I mostly just sort of rub my face on these. Right.
This is suicide.
done it.
This is like I want to shove a fork in my mouth, like straight up. Like
Yeah.
fix this.
Yeah.
Like this should just be a ramp. There's no reason for this stupid bullshit geometry to be here. Why can you get stuck like under here like this? It's like this
exactly
is
what I'm talking about.
absolutely fucking horrible. Like look at this shit. Like the fact there's baby corners in this, like you're just like in the rape hole forever. This is terrible. This needs fixing. Like this needs cleaning up. Like whoever designed this, like if you're a level designer, this is the equivalent of just like shitting on someone's dinner table. Like this is what you've done. You've taken a massive shit on the level. Look, this stops movement. Why? Why is this here? Why is this here? Why is
I've
this
died
here?
on that multiple times. It hurts.
It's
I
so
think-
bad.
The thing about this is that this is a nice looking thing where it's like, if this wasn't an area where there were shitloads of enemies everywhere, maybe if it was a quiet place, it would be less of a problem. But this is literally a jumping puzzle loot train in the middle of one of the most intense and open areas. It's not making anyone happy.
Just
Particularly
make this
because
a
we're
ramp.
If you're coming from the other side, the shortest distance to get to where you want to go is past that train in exactly the area you were just stuck in.
Look at that, the slide interrupt. Like if you're fighting range guys here and you want to do a slide, oh sorry, stopped. Sorry, can't do that, can't move. Make this can stay visually, whatever, who cares. Make it an invisible ramp over it. It's not that complicated. Geometry should not reflect, hitboxes shouldn't reflect geometry 100% of the time. Hikita from Ultra Kill has this perfect clip that I keep showing over and over and over again that says, all these little divots, look at this, it stops your dodge. Why does it stop my dodge? Kill this. Flat ramp over this. Make it a long flat ramp. You can just climb up easy. Look at that! I can't fucking climb the stairs. It's infuriating. There's no pressure, and like my blood pressure's going up. Like this is horrible. This is actually straight up. There was no communication between set dressing and gameplay. Like there is no fucking way that like anyone thought about this for 2 seconds in terms of gameplay. Like this is, seriously, murder. Bad. Kill this very hard. Moving on. I can't stay here. This.
If your only goal is to just run and jump up it, it's fine. But if you're doing
Well,
anything else,
that's not true. Like you can get stuck. Like you know how I got stuck? Like
I know. I
look,
absolutely get stuck there.
I can't
just
walk.
Doing it normally.
I'm floating down. I'm floating down. My dude can't walk stairs. Help! I'm handicapped. I'm Cadian. Goo goo gaga, dude. My planet blew up in a wheelchair.
you guys are struggling, man. I'm different. But yeah, it shouldn't really be there in a combat area, should it?
This is awful, man. Okay.
I have no objection to it being in a combat area. It doesn't work. Can't climb the damn stairs. I mean, we just watched it, and I have
Fucking
the exact
door
same problem
stuck.
all the damn time.
Like I don't
No,
know.
it's
about you guys,
horrible.
man. My legs be different. You guys got a
Could
cheat code.
unironically be tied to player height, and that would be even worse.
Do you use min height?
No, I use like 75% height.
I
Baby
use min
manlet. Baby manlet.
Yeah, but I'm playing a female character, so
My
you know, I'm
character
sure-
dominates you, like sexually dominates you.
Oh, by the way, this area has a consistent bug where both bosses and players will get thrown through the floor. I have a clip where first a boss picks up an enemy, picks up a player and throws them through the ceiling, and then the next time I come here, the same boss, a chaos spawn, appears and just literally falls through the floor.
I seen that happen.
Yeah, straight up.
That's peak gameplay, and it shouldn't be patched out.
It's just
I think-
a warp.
The issue with this area is like there's so little nothing. There's so much nothing happening here that I literally couldn't tell where the spawners are. But the problem is they just kind of. I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. It's a lot of space, but there's no. The director and the level just doesn't put pressure on you.
Yeah, it feels like it's just like a big
here's
wave forward,
something-
big wave back. Like that's gonna it.
What could work here? One of the things that's really cool. I have a particular clip that pops into my mind when I'm talking about this. Is on occasion, like groaners or poxwalkers will mob in large quantities across open ground like this. And if you have something cinematic like this, like a cinematic open area, it looks really cool. It's not very threatening, but like you add some shooters to the mix, and then it starts to get a little bit more interesting. You add some elites and stuff, it gets more interesting. But like just having like a bunch of stuff occasionally, not every time, right? Just like being able to actually pour across this open area from behind this train would be sick. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Massive hordes are good. Like we need massive hordes, but all I'm saying is that even when you have the big waves, like you need smaller ambush stuff like to come from the side. You need holes in the ground. You need surprise attacks. They should crawl out of the rails here, man. You know.
Well, it's also for big open areas that have reasonably large amounts of space like this. What you really need is basically pre-placed. Like if there is a shooter set up here, they are going to be in the following locations and facing this direction, so you can direct it. Because that's really what it is. It's like, if you're going to have enemies be here, they should be in the right positions so that the place plays well. And if you just spawn a bunch of packs standing around it, it's probably not going to be as fun. And I think there's quite a few areas in the game like this where it's like, you don't always need to have enemy presence here, but if you're going to have it, it needs to be set up correctly. And probably just having a bunch of spawn doors isn't going to do it.
Oh, by the way, Combat Blade, whoever did the animations for that, someone really cared about that weapon. It is the only weapon in tag game history that has an alternate block stance, based on what animation you're doing. How sick is that? Fucking love that weapon. Anyway, here
I do have to run. Unfortunately, I would like to
no problem
do this, but I gotta bail out. Thanks for inviting me. It was really fun, actually.
Hell yeah.
You're good, bud.
And also, yeah, if you've got any like generic feedback, hit us up.
Go ahead, grab. I got 2 seconds.
Yeah, if you got any generic feedback, you can always send it to me or fellow, and we will delete it and then claim it as ours.
Sounds great. That's my preferred method of submitting feedback.
Okay. Hell yeah! All right.
Putting the sub
Have
and
a lovely
submitting.
Smooches.
See you, man. I feel like this shit. I mean, the thing works out right now is that pre-play squads of shooter is that they're not ambushing you. Like you hit the nail. You're a good chatter. You said like 3 things, and all 3 things are good. Like yeah, I like you already. The problem with ranged enemies in general is that they're always just idle. They're just waiting. They're never prepped. They're never ready to shoot at you. So most of the time, they don't even get to be a ranged enemy. They're just kind of idling around. Okay, I don't like this part because of the spawns. Like
This part feels weird because to me it feels like this is deliberately set up so that you can clutch. If you've lost a bunch of people in the preceding area, this is designed to be easy for you to get to the res. It feels like.
Like, it feels like the only enemies you're gonna get are climbing up from here or following up from behind you.
Yeah.
Very lame. Yeah, but I think you could fix that. What's coming up here, I don't think you can fix. This area is just like...
This is just, it's a straight line. I'm not sure
It eats grenades.
Necessarily... Oh, yeah.
Ah, look at this rail. Make this flat. I'm gonna pop a gasket, dude. Like, this is so bad. This is so awful.
I always forget about that.
Oh, you get launched up because you're dodging, like, up a ramp, which cancels your dodge. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels bad. Oh my god, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, cancel my dodge. Okay. I don't know how you fix this. Make the spawning behaviors more interesting. So they kind of, I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, with the stuff on the ground, it's just like, okay, remove some collision and have nice collision geo just to avoid those minor annoyances. The space is actually not that bad. It's just because you've got like, this is quite an interesting area, right? There are not many areas in the game that are like this.
Did you see what I just did? Like the awful slit I just did against that bar. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Also, you can ledge yourself here without actually jumping. If you jump next to that, you can get ledged.
Wait, are we seeing down? I'll just strut him below us.
Oh wait! You're right. That is Chasm Logistratum.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think the issue here is just enemy spawning. Like it's ambience, and then it's guys coming from the front or from the back, and never anything else coming from like the sides or whatever.
It's also just, this is quite flat. even though it's got the lumpiness, it doesn't. Because those portholes through the wall they restrict the left-right ability of enemies quite a lot because of those gangways, sort of passageways, and so it's like although it looks quite geometrically complex, it doesn't end up playing that split up, I think.
Yeah, it still feels very directed and very linear.
Yeah, and also when you go into once you're in here and you're looking down here, it is a corridor with no cover. And it doesn't matter that there's space on your right. Yeah, you can retreat, but this is
Corridor with no cover and with this.
safety railings.
I'm the saints
So health and safety hazard. There are quite a few areas where like safety railings would be nice.
This area is fine.
Yeah, I like this area.
It's just like, once again, it's like a cool concept. Like you got all these indoor areas where you should be like a scrappy fight, and it's just over and done with in like 3 seconds because you just walk past.
Also the enemies at the top level being able to drop down could be cool. I've had a couple of times where you just have stuff go down like, oh yeah, you guys can come from up there. I mean, it feels like for this area you would need to expand it to really take advantage of that geometry.
Yes.
It's just physically too small as is. It's easier to replace it than insure it. So.
You could extend like the final hallway of the train track section, like the one that's just a corridor, and make that kind of like the scrappy arena we just had. That way it's like naturally bigger. That could be a way. That might be a bit of work, but I think it warrants it because this map is broken. Actually, that's bad. Okay, now this is the real disaster. This is the real disaster zone right here. This
go through. Have you can kill yourself doing that.
I know. I was holding W, but it didn't let me do it. So
even though it looks like you can't, you can go through there and fall straight through the gate, die. Have I done that? Yeah.
Me too. So, what are the problems here?
Oh, did you see the pole spawn?
Yeah.
I've never seen them open like that. Like Iris is just simultaneously.
I was gonna say like an anus.
I mean, you know, you say anus, I say Iris.
So what are the big problems here?
The problem's quite straightforward. This is a 2-layer area where the bottom layer is irrelevant.
Yeah. I bet most people didn't even know you can actually go down. Like, is there a place to go down on this part? I thought it was on all 4 things. That's how little you actually engage with it. But yeah, making this bottom layer active, like a place you can actually path, like a complete secondary arena that has objectives down there, would be good. Also, yeah, the spawn doors break if you stand close to them. But even if you don't stand close to them, like having such a static arena where nothing is ever forcing you to move is such a massive problem. Like having... They really just need to have like these little platforms that climb along, like alongside you and attack you. But barring that, we just need to like gas out certain parts dynamically, so you're like forced to move, including the middle. Gassing the middle would be so sick. Like imagine a 4-player group that are just like pubs, and then there's like poof, like a gas mortar explodes, and now you're just like forced, like maybe you even split the team by accident. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
the riser break apart. Exactly. Enemies are assaulting it. They're dropping down on top of it. They're breaking it, and you have to go down into the lower level to fix it, to keep it going. Because right now it's missing objectives. Like the only objective for the whole arena is this neutralize the demonic growth shit.
I think the thing is, just conceptually, it's like you're on a massive lift, and it's really cool, but you never engage with that verticality in the sense of you're never forced to go and look down. Like, you're never forced to go down to a layer where you're actually looking and reckoning with the fact that you're over a huge drop.
It doesn't feel like you're in a lift.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is it's like, this is conceptually a really amazing looking thing, but you never do anything that engages with that at all. You're essentially on a flat plane.
Yeah.
And there's so many spawners, but you're so close to them that they break, and the enemy mix isn't that aggressive. You don't get like Ogrims much.
You don't get a boss.
Yeah. It's a tough one because for this one, it's like not clear. Without asset changes, I am.
Well, I think you could just change the spawn logic first of all, so the spawners don't break because players are near them. Would be a good start.
Yeah,
like that would already improve it tremendously. Using the gas to randomly gas out areas. The lower level would be like a big asset change, but it's like
Yeah,
I
it
would
just
still
feels-
push it.
If you're spending that much time here, it needs to be more complex, basically.
Yes. And look, it even looks like it has little gangplanks. Like there. We use that. That's cool.
Chaos Spawn superhero landing. We have a suggestion. For
That was literally my first suggestion when I went here. I think both this and Power Matrix, like he just glides down like the stripper pole at the middle. Hell yeah, Chaos Spawn superhero landing would be sick. But just like there's space. There's a little more geometry than you might think because you can just like use this like natural way to break, you know, to break enemy. Not padding, but make them, you know, slow them down. Like you have a bunch of little things you can do. Without extensive geometry work, just like fixing the spawning would be number one. Adding objectives could help, like forcing people off the middle platform. Because, you know, right now you can just stand next to the door and it breaks spawning, but in a world where it is optimal to stand in the middle platform, you need ways to force players out, like both through area denial and I think having objectives to do. Like, why does it only stop once and it's like go clear a demon? You know? Why don't we have a thing we need to carry back onto the riser? Something like that. Like actually having to fight our way back onto it while carrying something. Because like this objective is kind of like a one and done. It's like, oh, okay, I've broken the pustules, and I was like, okay, let's walk back. Nothing's gonna stop us.
It's also that this event too. It doesn't. This is. It was when it's feeling less intense, right?
Yeah. It feels like you're literally taking a break from an already limp event when you go do the objective, which is kind of the opposite of what you'd want.
What we need is weaponized gangplanks. The enemy's just like above, just like constantly throwing gangplanks at you. I think it's the only way. But I mean, it's because the other problem too is that because this is such a simple area, if you just simply say, okay, well, let's crank the shit out of enemies. If that overwhelms you, it's going to be really tough for players to come back, particularly because the respawn is right in the middle too. So you kind of end up with it's like you don't have many options as a player, and so the AI director can't be that aggressive either because.
Well, how about maybe instead of having a spawn door right in the middle of your face here, you could use these lower areas as like a res spot, and maybe instead of having a ladder, maybe you could have like a staircase. I just hate like ladders in general are just like rage-inducing, and I hate them. Like to create more room for recovery in a way that's more interesting than jumping over this console and praying. Because yeah, that is a good point. But it does need to be intense. It does need to be extremely intense because it's a stay and slay. Like this is just there's no objective.
That's the thing. Is just I think that's the issue with this kind of objective is if the pressure is not exactly calibrated with the level of the team, the event is either boring or impossible.
Yeah.
And it's really risky having an event like this whose design inherently requires amazing enemy and player balance, because it's just unlikely to happen.
But I mean, if we just like using this vertical drop down to get one safe res, I think would be fine. Just don't let enemies come here and make them drop down on top of me, so that way I have some space to get back up. Would already be like a good start, I think. Extend the outside to the houses a little. That's geometry changes, but what we really want is like boarding parties, like enemies, like Death on the Reich style. They have their own platform and they come climbing up. You could just have that now, actually. Like, a way to spawn in enemies would be to have them, like, climb up. Like, you can literally just see them, you know, mantle up this. Yeah. Like, look at how cool it is down there. Like, it's holding a fucking train. Shame.
It's so also this run back to the Valkyrie is meant to be, okay, you've got the thing and you're escaping trouble. It doesn't feel like that.
Nothing ever spawns behind you. It's a trickle forward, so it's just so anemic.
Because it's the thing, right? It's in principle you have two objectives here, right? You've got to carry this and there's a demon here, and then it isn't anything.
Yeah, this feels like this feels like they wanted initially to have the thing I suggested, where it's like, why does it only have one objective? Like, it needs a two-phase objective. But they didn't know where to put it, so they just, like, put it here. They're like, maybe this is too long.
It's like, 'cause I could see this kind of like as a victory lap type thing, right? You know, the demon's last-ditch attempt to stop you, so you get just, like, a little a break where you get to slap it, wait for the door, and like regroup before you do the final push or something. But then this bit is not easy enough to be just walking out and not hard enough to be a challenge. So it's just like, what is this? It's just some stuff happens. And you leave.
Yeah, this feels very directionless.
Yeah.
We need when you get to the if you want this kind of like the last stand of the beast, it should be that you have to like actually wait for this door to open, and there is just like an onslaught of shit from behind, which is still like it's a very simple like one direction, like everything's kind of linearized, but it is a wide enough hallway that you could spawn interesting stuff, and maybe that could be like a nice way to do a ending of the mission.
I think also,
And
also
it's
it's
indent
just,
sledges on the walls of the tunnel with snipers could spawn as the big platform goes up. Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, because I think the other thing is too is that feeling because if you go back in time and say, okay, well, the end should be the lift getting stopped by the demon, like entangling the lift with some things, and you kill the what's it.
You fight the tentacles,
Exactly,
literally,
and the lift is, like,
cutting them apart.
collapsing exactly as you fall off, and like that's kind of the thing. Is it's like, yeah, if you could imagine a huge spectacle, yeah, that's not going to happen easily, but that's kind of what it wants. Is it wants this peak that matches the grandeur of the lift.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but you're right, Herbert. Like, enemy variety for a lot of events is really bad. Like, it's very predictable. Like, what spawns on Ascension Riser? Well, it's Trickle Horde, Occasional Special, and Wave of Elite that just all spawn at once. Just like 10 shotgunners. 5 Ragers, Very, very predictable. Never fight a boss. Never see any Ogrins. Is this on test server? No. I'm not gonna live stream the test server, dude. I'm not that stupid. Yeah. A lot of wasted potential on Ascension Riser. Such a cool theme, and the map ends up being underwhelming at every level. This guy's name is Fap is dead. That's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
All right, I think we have probably. Oh wait, because I think we should probably call this one just because if you look at what's, well, I think there might be something you want to do.
Holy fuck!
We have some spaghetti to investigate.
No
we might have to.
way!
This has already been 1,000,000 hours, so.
No fucking way!
Stop gooning.
No.
Cease your gooning.
No fucking way, dude! I'm gonna kiss him. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, sex update just dropped. No, dude, this is sick. Okay. Should I leave right now?
We need to be good boys. So no more. You can't just goon. You're just gonna make chat unhappy with your gooning.
I was gonna. Oh, if you could see those Patronals boys. Oh, damn.
Shh.
Okay. So basically, you're getting shoe cosmetics. Okay. And with the shoe update, like you think the Vermintide 2 thing was a joke, but you're gonna be able to like pick your feet. It's gonna be crazy.
And also remove shoes from NPCs. It's worth noting.
I think we should do one more map. I think overview before going.
Oh yeah, right.
5 hours a bit short of a stream, but this is sex. What's a map? We looked at Enclave and Brass like indirectly because we went through Complex, I think. But could be worth looking at the map. This guy's like thumb upping me. Hell yeah. I can kneel. What's a map that has problems? Is update worth reinstalling? No, it's a bunch of hotfix. It's just like a hotfix. I tried to check if they snuck in cosmetics, because that's usually... They really like to do that, where they will just put cosmetics in the game that you can't use. What's a map? Video Station's a problem map. But my suggestions for Barros are better. I think getting a video out for Barros that they can watch is probably better. So for the sake of efficiency, Barros. I'll go piss. I'll be right back. I'll also restart my game because I can feel the memory leak happen. Okay, entertain chat.
Entertain chat. All right. Chat. I have some tragic news. Teleports used to be an honest and based, independent observer of the Fat Shark. And he's been corrupted. He got access to the illegal test server where they keep all the plasteel and hadron feed pigs. And now he's become a shill. And I didn't want to say this, but I think it's true. You guys can't trust him anymore. He's become an untrustworthy pay pig. Probably not. And I just think we need to mourn the loss of teleports. And he's going to get sponsored. Can you imagine him getting sponsored by cosmetics? Dude. Oh man. The just when someone does like a map feedback stream and then the title of the stream is feeding hadron battery acid ASMR roleplay. It's like this is sending a signal. But no, I've never actually. Yeah, but I mean, she's a Mechanicus character. Having a peg leg, that is her real leg. It's the flesh that is artificial. The moment she saw the weakness and inferiority of her natural cuticles, she realized she needed robo toes. But it's you know. The blessed machine. No, I've unironically long thought that the end state for Diamantine is you can just buy Hadron, like random items with Diamantine, and give it to her, and there'll be an entire conversational game where you try to raise her disposition to you before you enchant something. You gotta negotiate with her by bringing her the stuff that she likes. That's the real strat. I mean, the Hadron dating sim is what I've not been allowed to say. Like, that's what I've been stopped from leaking. Like every time I say that, the Fat Shark operatives come, but because you typed that in chat, I can repeat it now. The Hadron dating sim is not in development, and it's not what the entire Darkside team is working on. It's definitely not what's coming this summer. All right, one sec. Actually, I'm going to imitate the action of the tele. I'll be right back.
Feet. All right. Oh man, I need to memorize that quote of Ben Shapiro talking about how much his sister's tits have advanced the cause of the right wing, and like say something about Hadron's feet like that. I don't know. Ignored saddle cluster. I didn't ignore saddle cluster. Okay, it's on the list. Bucko, it's on the list. It'll be touched. Just think Bras has some good ideas, and if the devs see it, they'll think, damn, this guy, he's sexy. Carl! Oh my god! It's Carl! Oh my god, dude. Yes. You guys hear that? Yeah, he just kind of squeaks. Oh my god, good boy, good boy. Excellent work. All he has to do is scream. Look at that. Animal.
Alright. This has been accomplished.
I'm so proud of you.
Which mission is Silo Cluster?
It's the one where you gotta restore the water because everyone else goes in the drink.
Oh, okay.
Middle
yeah,
event
from
is the bridge where nothing happens, and the end event is like breaking the buboes.
Oh yeah, that's just brain in my head. I'm always just like when I hear Silo, I just think missile.
You know, this is more like toilet. Carl does this thing where he will slap you like so aggressively, but there's no nails. But he just slaps the shit out of you. Very good. Good beast. Come on. Yeah. I love Carl. Look at how red you are behind the ears. That's weird. Look at that. What's
Hey,
wrong
man,
with
let's
your hair?
let's get this map on the go.
All right, and then I think we need to go test things.
The improved Carl options.
How much do I have to shell so I can get Golb in the game? Like he's like sitting on the desk of the like an NPC or something.
Is Gold not already in the game?
I don't think so. Is he? That'd be crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. Oh my god. How do we make him louder?
Just crank him up.
How do you crank the cat? How do you pavamp Carl? Alright. Barras. This is kind of the definition of a problem map. It has... Middle event has some really good geometry that is completely unused. And the end event is like a disaster, but I think we can help. Who's it? My cat is going ham now. The start is fine. This is kind of like who care introduction.
You're not streaming.
Oh yeah, because I closed the game. Haha hee. Carl! My god, he's such a good boy. There we go. Hopefully it should work. This area is fine. I like it. It has a bunch of nice little geometry you can play around. You can do some sick jumps here. Like there's a video that's gonna be coming out soon where I like leap off of this and I smack a bulwark in the back of the head with my knife.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about this area is that the church, maybe this area is a little bit tangential, but the general space is nice, and I guess it's kind of cool.
I'd remove those Space Marines because they're Primaris and just make Firstborn Space Marine statues instead, because this is an insult.
Like man, 5 foot tall ones.
Yeah, so they can be like me. I'm not sure why they reworked this area. The addition of like these walls was like completely unnecessary. It feels like it occludes a bit. Like it is pretty, but I'm not sure what gameplay purpose.
I think it was probably just I don't know, something they were intending on doing and they just finished it. But
it looks cute. It looks cute. We don't have a problem. This whole thing is just fine. They need to fix the broken respawn that is here. Sometimes you just skip it, and instead of spawning here in the corner, you spawn at the middle event, which is a massive problem. Next area is really good. This is one of the best designed areas in the game. You have a lot of potential for mixed and ranged encounters to be interesting. There is a lot of cover to move through. I think there's a spot here that breaks pathing. I would need to like test it more. I don't remember how it breaks, but I'm pretty sure
But I think
something here breaks.
it's worth noting though that this area at the back could be cool, but you tend by the time you get to
You
this
ignore it.
spot, there's not as much enemies around because everything's already died.
Also, sometimes this might be related to like what I think is like a weird pathing bug. You have enemies that are spawned inside this wall and just running around in place.
Yeah.
Like at the end of a vigil station. Very weird stuff. This is good geometry. Use it. This event sucks. This event is one of the worst in the game. And it shouldn't be. So, you have the good objective type, which is carry the thing. The issue is, the way the game spawns enemies to try and stop you from carrying the thing is so uninteresting. All enemies spawn from this ledge, the ledge on the other side, and you get specials from here. That's it.
The entirely
So-
predictable spawn direction problem.
Yeah. Not entirely predictable spawn duration that you can just murder.
Yeah, so extra because it's like it's good that it's wide, right? It's not a single place drop down, so they can, at least multiple can jump up at once. Except it's their heads and they're super slow, so you can kill almost all of them most of the time, even with a not particularly melee spec character.
Yeah.
And
Another issue is that the capsule is right here. The only obstacle you have to clear are those stairs. Or likely there's not going to be that much. Why isn't this arena used? Look at the size of this. This would also make it one of the first, one of the only, probably the only event in the game that doesn't enclose you in like a little dedicated event zone and actually uses the previous part of the level. And it has an actual good reason to do it. Like if you could just hide the battery thing like behind here, you could hide it here, you could hide it, I don't know, back there, just, you know, anywhere that isn't right next to the objective itself. And then you could just activate more spawners, make enemies drop down from behind, make enemies come out of this door, that's here. You know, that kind of stuff. Activate this spawn door. That way, you can't just like stand here like a retard, mashing left click at the climbing enemies. I would also add like a spawn hole here, and do the same on the other side. Spawn hole here, just so inherently you're discouraged from like standing here and doing things. Yeah, you can cheese the event carry as well. It's just like, yeah, stealth shouldn't allow you to do it. I'm not a fan of throwing the capsules as well, because it just makes you ignore a lot of potential pathing that you would have to do. Spawn should be replaced with...
noting,
Go ahead.
when you have sort of close climb ups or close drop downs, like the way that you would think about that is like, well, what would you do if you were dropping or going into somewhere that could be hostile? You'd throw a grenade, or you'd have a breaching unit, or you would have something that would get you the space to go and do your slow entrance, right? And the thing is, none of the areas where there are those kinds of entrances or drop downs, is there any case where the enemies have any answer to the problem of how do we stop people from just standing where they're moving very slowly through? And that is like a generic problem that would make a life a lot easier for them if they solved it at that level.
Yeah. Spawn should be replaced with towers. Literally, you're a cool guy. This was my first idea. Remove this drop down, make it like a tower, and enemies come out of a door that's here. But that requires asset work that I'm not sure is in the scope of what could be done. It is a great suggestion, and it would be my ideal
Imagine
change
it's like
for
a siege
this.
tower, right?
Yeah,
That's
no,
what a
literally,
massive
yes.
Siege tower approaches. Yeah.
Yeah. Because right now the fact that they spawn under here and then have to climb up is just so bad. Like, it's so bad. It's just terrible. But it could be fixed.
In the short run, you could also just make climbing animations a lot faster for many enemies.
Yes, I mean, all of them. I don't think there's a single enemy in the game that climbs at an adequate speed. They're just so slow.
You have boxwalkers going slowly. It's struggling.
Guys dropping from above. I mean, sliding makes it trivial. Logistrodon doesn't get trivial in Acadeo just because you can slide. The issue is entirely with the map itself. Also, yeah, you've got this, like when you call the bridge. It's a survive the attack, and they only spawn from here. So this is another case. I'm telling you, this is a joke. They put Imperial Advance, the sickest song in the game, for the worst events. Where like you hear this sick music and just like, hell yeah, I'm clicking 3 Poxwalkers. No.
The worst in practice events, because conceptually this event is cool.
Oh yeah.
It's just, and the thing is too, you've got this exposed thing, so it's like you've got this bridge and you've got the bridge container. And if you were looking at this, if you just move back and look at the space you're in, what you would think about this is you've got this exposed space, you'd be harassed from all sides. Like there would be gunfire coming from up above. You need to go inside and use the windows in the structure and stuff. And instead it's like, there's just no sense of enemy presence from like out the space.
Well, yeah, because the only enemy presence is drop down and drop down. So my thing on this, you use the spawn holes, you create a lot of density, and you make stuff spawn back, like way back, to the point that if the players stay here, there is going to be an ocean of shit awaiting them. So you would actually encourage people to like fight in this nice open arena that has cover, that has pathways you can take, that is just so much more interesting than this. You know? I think that if you could achieve that, the event would be an actual event and would feel much better. Special that comes from behind have so far to run to engage. Yeah. They never get to be a threat. Like you basically never have specials for the entire event. Also, for some reason, it doesn't spawn certain enemies. Like, why are there no Ogrins? Why are the only elites allowed? Like, shotgunners. You know. This section, backwards complex. This is actually, in theory, I think fine in terms of layout. I forgot, enemies can climb over this wall to spawn, right? I don't remember. I don't have huge problems with this. There might be issues with like not enough available spawner locations, so stuff always ends up coming from the same direction. But I kind of like it when there's like a wave of shit on these stairs. And it's one of the few cases
cool.
in the... Yeah, and it's also one of the few things in the game where it's like... if I'm not Zealot, I'm not going to be maybe not blindly rushing in. I'm going to like, wait, hold on a sec.
It's also what I've noticed is that, you know when you drop down to rescue people at the back?
Yeah.
On the other side? When you come out this way, if that almost deterministically, not deterministically, but it spawned like the big range wave on the stairs for you to like come out to greet, that would be... Because a few times I've had like sniped a bunch of guys up there with the bolter and it's been like, yeah, that's fun.
This geometry does some really cool, a really cool thing. Look at this. The game gives you a flanking route to get to the deterministic range spawns. Isn't that just sick? You don't really use it much, but I like that it's there.
And at least it's got plastic.
Hell yeah.
And it's also one of those ones where it's got the warm lighting, so it like encourages you to go into it.
It's inviting.
Yeah.
I really like this area. Demon host spawn is bad, but that's because demon hosts are bad. Outside of that, this is kind of a cool area to fight in. Spawn walls, huge no-no. It just delays the time dudes can get here, and it makes box boosters just detonate themselves, which is kind of why. Why isn't this the spawn door instead? Or why aren't there spawn doors instead, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of spawn walls in areas like this where you just feel like if it was just a one-time thing where there was a pack behind there that would like knock stuff down and then come and that was it.
Exactly.
And then area beyond was tidied up a bit, it would be nicer because functionally that's all that you ever get out of it is you get one encounter, but it's an
You also
encounter
need a
ruined by the
ramp.
fact that, like, yeah, going over the walls.
Yeah, give them a ramp so they don't have to like climb up, drop down. It's like much faster. Just one thing. This area is kind of cool because you've got this little drop down you can use. I like it. It can accommodate interesting gameplay situations.
It feels like it's nice to have an area like that that gives you that much disengagement in a section like this where you've got like what is essentially quite a long shooting gallery at the beginning.
And here
you can pull back.
Yeah, here you like big shooting gallery stuff. I kind of like the fact that there's looping pathways, even this one isn't super interesting and is inherently more risky than the other one. I guess you have the revive spot. But this is fine, this is nice, like usually there's guns here, there's nice bits of geometry you can do stuff on. I don't have much of a problem here. I think it's mostly spawning behavior, like just the way enemies spawn.
Also,
just
yeah, all of these walls, the way that specialists behave running through them or like flipping over them in weird ways. You know that thing where the dog just jumps straight through the wall, stuff like that?
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's really that stuff here which tends to be the major thing, is it's just you have these three closed areas and then the way enemies get through that feels not very legit.
Here they have 2 walls to climb. They have to jump over this wall and then over this wall. This is dumb. Why does the game do that?
Yes, Tia has a point. Poxbursters spawning in areas where they can't path, running up to the wall, looking sad, and then exploding. It's just like, why do they even spawn?
Extremely dumb, yeah. They should detonate the wall when they do that. And now it's like just a straight hallway enemies just pour out of. I feel like this just needs more active spawns. That aren't just a giant wall enemies have to climb. Like, put holes in the ground, that's kind of the band-aid. Just slap a hole in it, just, you know, flex tape. Dudes are coming out of the floor now, they're rats. Otherwise, I think it's fine. I think Barras has some really good geometry. I really like the upcoming area. This is cool. This is great. Rare, like, this map gives you kind of back-to-back-to-back areas where you have a lot of freedom, and it kind of culminates in this giant set piece, which is, first of all, looks really cool. Second of all, look at how many paths you have. There are like 3 starting branching paths. This is sick. This is really sick. There's just kind of, again...
The other thing I like about this too is that you know that upper area where there are often gunners on that upper area on your left?
Yeah.
When you spawn? And it's like, well, when you drop down.
Oh yeah,
You actually get ranged firefights with them across there. Like, it actually happens quite frequently where you're on one ledge and you shoot them at the other one.
I feel like the issue is that they immediately just leave cover. They just like jump over their thing and leave.
Yeah, that's sometimes happen. Although I've sometimes had Reapers up there where I'm just like, oh, I'm actually exchanging fire with ranged enemies. And while my team is melee fighting some guys behind me, and I'm like, oh my god, it almost feels like we're a team.
Hell yeah.
It's rare, but it's because there are so often cases where it looks like there would be a ranged firefight at equal levels or split, and then it doesn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think here's same thing though, like enemy spawns are just too predictable. Like you'll always just see the specials come out of here. The horde doesn't really surprise you. Like they just use this fat drop down, which slows them down for 3 years. It does look cool though. Maybe if you removed this half wall to make the drop down really wide, that could help it. Otherwise, just put holes in the ground, put more spawn doors. But this is sick. Like this area is actually really, really well designed. I really like it. Like there are so many things you can do with this. So many little paths. It's very cool. Really should have like more deterministic range presence in boss fights. Because it's such a cool arena. Like it feels like this should be an event. That's kind of how complex the geometry is here. You know?
Yeah. And it's also just a shame because it's not... When you look at it, a thing like this, it has a center of attention.
Oh yeah.
And it's like the level is saying, look here. And there's nothing. It's the one place, the one thing you can guarantee, there's absolutely nothing in the middle of this area. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the real...
Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. Look at the baby statue. I love it. Yeah, I think this is just like spawning adjustments, so enemies can get deployed a bit quicker. Would be nice. I also like this. Enemies that are in here should not get muffled. If there's a poxburster here, and I'm here, the sound is super quiet, like he sounds like he's miles away, because there's sound occlusion happening even though he's right here. That's pretty minor, but very annoying. This area is fine. Bridge of Many Martyrs is fine.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like the bridge, it's because you get the drop down, you can mostly clear it, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's very clearly a run up. It doesn't feel like there's any issue here.
Maybe they could spawn stuff more aggressively as you move along the bridge that then comes in to fight you, and they could make the cover a bit higher and just have like cool firefights here that takes place. That could be something.
They could, but I mean, you know, there is pace, and I think it's alright to say that just before the event, like, you know, this can be the pace.
No, it is fine. It is completely fine. Yeah. And so then we get into... This is the disaster. This is the big soiled diaper of Darktide. There is no elegant, like, this event just... There's no nice way to say this event just does nothing right. It's a stay and slay. It has no objective. It automatically trivializes itself by just having these... This upper level is just too easy for players to stand in and have enemies just walk up at them in a straight line. The only thing that disrupts that is like you get a very predictable start of event ranged enemy spawn, like either here or on the opposite corner. You occasionally get like a wave of elites over there, but it's super rare. And if you don't want to cheese the event that way, you can just cheese it by standing right next to the spawn walls that enemies have to jump over very slowly. And I think this is one case where having this just be blown open and just have tox gas, like preventing you from doing anything.
You can't come out of it, like, yeah.
You can't get in, but they can come out, and they're buffed. Keck, I think, had this great idea. There should be a hole here. This tower, being such a huge block to everything, is really bad. I would drill a big hole through it, so that both players and enemies can cross it. Because the problem is just, like, these holdouts, they don't work. Like, the gameplay of Dark Tide doesn't work if you're standing in place or waiting for things to come at you. And then do the same thing here. Blow this wall wide open. It's fucking gas is seeping in. You can't cheese the camp. Spawn enemies here. Same treatment here. Tox gas treatment. And we need to find a way to combat this area up here being so easily to climb up and drop down from. Because it's just such an easy access to disengagement. And I think a good way to do that would have ramps.
I mean, just a sort of more general point, like, this is definitely a case where it could be an event that deterministically has, like, one side of the map just gets tox gassed at random occasionally.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, you're literally, like, you're in an Aegis station, right? Like, it looks like a bastion under fucking attack. Like, you're literally breaching an enemy stronghold. Like, you've got air support blowing up things on the side. You've got, you know, like, this is supposed to be a fortified position. And it feels like there's kind of nothing defending it. It really should feel like they're like, oh, fuck. They're going to take our Aegis station, whatever that is. So they start bombing you with tox gas. And you see a marker on the ground, and you have to get out, and you have to leave. So I would make something so both so that these upper levels are more easily accessible by enemies.
Dude,
So they don't have... And just gas everywhere, like mortar fire, like straight up mortar fire, just like shell the players. You know.
It's also one where if you had a sort of two-stage feeling, where instead of the final stage being Purge the Heretics, it's like one of the upper levels gets destroyed, and you're under more pressure just before the ending. I don't know, like just something to, because it's also quite a flat feeling event.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a narrative.
Yeah. Despite the new storytelling update that they had, where you screen shakes twice per round.
He's right. We need gangplanks. We need a lot of gangplanks. Spinning gangplanks coming in from the ceiling to behead players at camp. But I think because it is also just in the middle, having spawns that could come from that middle area is also an interesting question. Because it's nice being able to shoot at enemies that come, right? That's cool. The issue is just, if that's all of the enemies, and you only have the very occasional spawns from behind, which I'm glad that are there, because it does make it as bad. It does, yeah, it just needs more ways for the players to be forced to move and feel mixed up and feel under pressure.
Oh yeah, Herb Drip. Augment enemies are often restricted from spawning on certain maps, and it sucks. Like, spawn... Like, here I think the only ones that can spawn is sometimes you get a wave of Reapers up here.
You get Reapers, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it needs like, without changing the geometry too much, adjustments to where the spawns are coming from, and I'd want to see how it plays with like a big hole here, so that the enemies, they have cover from like where the players are holding. Like, you can make this so there's like a cross, like hole in this direction, and hole in this direction. Huh? Maybe do something with that. Why is the Valkyrie so loud? Sounds like a hairdryer.
I think that's the thing, is just that bulwarks and crushers are meant to be line breakers, and if they worked better for that purpose, there's a lot of events like this where occasionally dropping in a bunch of line breakers who are going to pressure a thing and they can't be instantly removed, but they don't work that well to do that at the moment.
Also, spawning them just as a wave of their own thing, like you're right, crushers can spawn, but it's like a wave of crushers. They should just be like kind of like a permanent thing through the horde that is coming, instead of just having trash, and then, oh, something that isn't trash, and then back to trash once you've killed the thing.
Yeah, well, the spawn logic doesn't, it produces like wave varieties, but sometimes it does feel like you just get a wave that isn't gonna work. It's just some guys, and you're like, eh.
I mean, the general horde spawn does that. I'm pretty sure for this event it's entirely scripted. I think you just get trash until the dedicated Rager wave appears. Something like that.
There's Maulers? You get Maulers.
Sometimes. It's quite rare.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like there is
there's also
chance.
one thing that is super predictable. At the end of the mission, it will spawn 3 melee elites. Like, there's always 3 Ragers on this side. I don't know why. Just 3 dudes.
Gary,
or 3 Maulers.
Gary, Greg, and Larry. Yeah,
the last ones.
But I mean, this is another one where it's like, even if low effort, put a deterministic spawn or Plogren in.
Yeah, we need a boss. Like a boss that forces you to move. Like, a spawn is perfect. Just not a beast. Please.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's
Beast or
it's like, if the Beast of Nurgle had, like, you know, an area denial mortar attack that he could use from distance in open spaces like this, that would be awesome. But
Hell yeah. Yeah, no. I think the pox gas making enemies get in the fight faster, preventing the cheese here because now there's gas pouring in, having more significant range pressure other than the, you know, one wave of guys that you can cuck really hard at the start. That could be good. Because this does feel like it was kind of built for like a shootout type thing, but it doesn't really happen. Because when you do get the shootout, it's because there's a wave of gunners that's up here and gets stuck. And that's lame.
I think, you know, when someone mentioned, well, why isn't there arranged? I mean, that is actually something that the Beast of Nurgle, I think, could be adjusted to do. It's just certainly it would add more to him than what he currently has.
Hmm. Beginning of the event always spawns a book of gunners on one side. Yes, yeah, it spawns like specifically like a pack of trash gunners and trash shooters and some gunners. Yeah, every single time in one of the corners. It's really weird. It's just like they thought, oh shit, there's not enough range pressure for this event. Let's make shooters spawn, but they only did it for the start. Very strange, very strange. But anyway, I think this is one of the maps in the game with the most potential to be good. It's just that both events are a joke, like a complete joke. But they could be fixed without major changes or new assets. You know. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Because I like this layout. I do like the layout. It's not far off greatness. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
When all is dark, remember the Emperor. He is the light that fadeth not. The mutant is guileful. I'm gonna tell Golb he's guileful. Alright, well anyway, I think it's time that I go test things on the test servers because things are happening. So if only you knew. Alright. Gamers, crab. I love crab. Update coming. It's coming. I really think they should have saved the update to the announcement of the update for the April 1st. That would have been a pretty good clown move. Who do I raid? Who's a cool gamer playing right now? No one's playing, dude. They're all dead. Clownfish. Is that a streamer or are you making fun of? Fat shark. Nobody is cool? Oh man. Okay, Crab, any last words?
Video games.
Hell yeah, dude. Anyway. Gamers, I appreciate the viewership, but there's an emergency gaming matter to take care of. Things are happening. Kiri, I saw you type me out earlier. I'm gonna masturbate to that. I hope you know that. Alright. Have a good one, boys.
GG's.
See you at the next one. Saying wolf is much less erotic. Much less.